io ho già una cliente, finisce senza Dio tecnologia, però mi ha chiamato questa qua che avevo già fatto le foto, 20 foto 150 euro, adesso sicuro, mi vuole. Basta chiappare qualcuno, mi sa che le va male, finisce lì. Ma per io vado su Yankee, mercoledì, tu non vai in bollita, quello sì, però non sai, rispetto alla bovisa, poi non, perché tu mi hai detto che ne avevi poco in bus.
As long as we got love for my people, I put on, I'ma do this shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as we got love for my people, I put on, I'ma do this shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none.
se tu l'hai prenotato, non è che devi fare tutto.
Riccardo Bucci, Samuele Rizzo, and their starting driver, Matteo Infanti. Then we have the team from Belgium, KMRS by SKOF. They'll have 3 drivers, Maximilian David, Thomas Delamere, and their starting driver, Yanis de Souza. Next up for Greece, it is a team called Norat 62, and they have four talented racers in that squad: Yannis Vogiatskis, Stefanos Stilias, Andreas Nomikos, and Vasilis Stamu, who is going to be the driver who will start the race for the team. Then KMRS XP from Belgium. They'll have 3 drivers: Alexandre Pfeiffer, Maiko Marella, and their starting driver is Hugo Faschella. And then the team from Switzerland, Cartel DS, 4 drivers: Raphael Vogeli, Matteo Glielmi, Pierre Cageux, and the starting driver Enzo Orocati. Watch out for them as they charge their way through the lineup. The team Golden Buzz from Belgium will have 3 drivers: Theo Permez, Raphael Do, and their driver starting the race is Lorenzo Bonifazio. Then Harama Fan Racing from Spain will have 3 drivers: Eduardo Caballo, Javier Martinez, and their starting driver from Belgium is Kevin Capras. So they will definitely be charging through from the tail end of the field. Then the home favourite team, Kartland Racing, will have 4 homespun drivers: Kilian Fraisse, who will start the team, then Hugo Leminier, Thomas Mielan, and Hugo Liu. Then the team all the way from China. We give them such an amazing opportunity for racing in this. They're going to have an amazing time. Liu Zi, Dai Jihao, Li Hanqian, who will start the race, and Miao Tzu will be our drivers. And then the team from Canada, Kartplex, they will have 2 drivers on the team: Tom Holland and Jeff White. And then we will finish off with Mr. Karting, and he really is Mr. Karting, just a one-man band for the 12 hours. Stu Stretton. His task is simple: finish. That's going to be really, really difficult for one man to do 12 hours on his own. He's perfectly well aware of the fact that he's got to do 45 minutes at least in the pits. He's told me he might be spending a bit longer than that. But it's going to be an interesting race for him nonetheless. So all of the drivers getting themselves ready for a very exciting mission, a tough task out on the course. And the drivers are now engaged in their formation lap. They will only get 1 rolling lap. And then obviously when they come around onto the main start line again, the tricolor will drop on the start line and we will go racing. We'll be covering the race in stints over the course of the day. Live on Sky Italia on channel 809. We're live on digital television 44 in Italy as well for the Go TV channel. And we're obviously live on the IRK Promotion YouTube channel. Do bring your comments and your questions over the course of the race. We'll do our best to answer as many of them as humanly possible. And of course, your shout outs to your favourite teams and drivers, where they'll need the motivation over the course of the next 12 hours. So your support is going to be very grateful to be received. So we'll be on broadcast coverage for 2-hour stints. We'll take a 2-hour stint to start off the race, and then we'll take a break for an hour, 2 more hours, then a break, 2 more hours, then a break, and then we'll conclude the race action in the closing stages. So the teams are just running through pit lane, just to give the teams an idea as to how they are going to run in. Got to do the drill to make sure that everybody knows how slow is. So they will go through the pit lane. They will go through the pit lane in single file formation, and then we will get ourselves into a position ready to start the race. So all of the contenders know what is to be expected. They've also got the chance to drive past their teams and get that final wave of encouragement from the squads. But it is going to be a fantastic race battle this over the 12 hours. Need for Speed Cyprus, Goats Red, KMRS. KMRS XP, Cartel DS, Golden Buzz, Harama Fan Racing, Kartland, Racemax China, Kartplex, and the one-man band on his own at the back, Mr. Karting. So the cars lined up in the pit lane, ready to take to the pit out. And all of our teams are ready in formation. Each of the drivers have got their own transponders, so we'll know who is in the cart at any one time. And of course, the pit stops must be minimum mandatory of 2 minutes, a maximum mandatory of 5 minutes. And all teams must spend a minimum amount of time in the pits of 45 minutes. If you do not spend 45 minutes, you will be heavily penalised. Well, it looks to me as though there's already an issue in the pit lane before the race has got underway. We've got a couple of karts being prepared as backups, but the number 2 kart, there's already an issue with the fuel filler cap by the look of it on that particular kart. And the teams, of course, have to go into the race with the fuel levels they had at the end of qualifying. So a few of the teams may have to come into the pits fairly early. I'm told that the fuel tank will go around 1 hour 40 minutes, but it's not an exact science. And of course, drivers pushing hard will deplete the fuel faster. Drivers taking it easy will make the fuel last longer. So it's not an exact science. The teams have got to be on top of their own fuel levels. So we could have a few teams here running out of fuel from time to time. The only penalty for that, of course, is going to be that there's going to be a team or two that will be recovered during the race. I'm told that they can be recovered at any point until the closing stages of the race, at which point, if they run out of fuel in the closing minutes, they will not be rescued. Going to make their way back out onto the starting grid, and they will form up in their grid formations, and we will have the famous tricolor drop. So all the teams will line up in their original positions on the starting grid, I do believe. So they're running in close proximity for the 12 hours. They're running in formation. Now they are going to do a proper formation lap, I am told. So the teams, having gone through pit lane once just to make sure everything is as it should be, they will now go around for a formation lap. The last couple of drivers making their way out onto the course to start the unbelievable mission of 12 hours of racing. Some teams have 4 drivers, some have 3, a few have 2. Just one team in the lineup has 1 driver. Stu Stretton of Mr. Karting. The man who, let's be honest here, has sawdust where his brain should be, but we love him to pieces anyway. Attempting 12 hours straight, non-stop, is absolutely crazy, but that's what we love about this particular sport. There are those kind of crazy people who will give us an amazing amount of entertainment over the course of the 12 hours. 28 teams that have travelled across the length and breadth of the globe be here for this particular... From Canada in the west to China in the east and many other nations in between, they've all come to the Kartland Paris circuit with objective victory, and they know that they're going to have to work as a fantastic unit to make it work. The pit stops will be fairly laid back and casual to keep things safe. So for the next 12 hours, these karts are going to be in a very exciting battle. So the record for solo running is 16 to 18 hours, roughly, according to some of the speeds set of the British 24 hours for charity. So we won't be breaking a record today, but we'll certainly be having a very exciting race nonetheless. The drivers are getting themselves ready for the start, and we will get the flag to drop once we have formation procedure. And we are told it is a second formation lap, in fact. Continued their journey by returning to the endurance today, but we are about to get started. It will be 12 hours of racing, so we'll be covering it all the way through the day on 2-hour stints and intervals. So we are going to have some fantastic racing to talk about over the next few hours, and it will be very, very tough to tell which team is going to come through. Getting the lap time right in qualifying for one 10-minute session is one thing, but winning a race over 12 hours is very different indeed. All teams will have a minimum mandatory stop of 2 minutes, as we said before. Maximum mandatory is 5 minutes. If you are under or over that, you will get a 10-second penalty added to your race time, so you do not have to serve it in a pit stop. And the competitors will have to spend a minimum of 45 minutes total in pit lane during the race. It really is going to be fantastic. Andreas wants to know, can anyone participate in this kind of race? Do you need a license? It is open to anyone. So if you want to come and race in this in 2026, you are more than welcome to. The contenders will get themselves out of position. They are being led by the safety cart that is controlling the pace. We're told it's actually 3 formation laps. I thought it was 2, but it is in fact 3 formation laps. And that's to get the tyres up to temperature, because it's quite early in the morning here at Kart Paris, very nearly 9:30 in the morning. So obviously 12 hours of racing just to get the tyres up to temperature in the first part of racing. Normally, of course, the racers would have a 15-minute warm-up session or so before the start of racing, 8 minutes practice sessions before they go into actual races to warm the cart up. Not done that on this occasion to make sure that the 12 hours are fitted into the day nice and neatly. We are basically going to run from approximately 9:25 now to 9:25 this evening. So it's going to be a very exciting run for 12 hours of competition. Just some slight technical hitches that delayed us a little, but it will be a fantastic run. Good luck to the TB, Kart and X-Kart teams, especially Lewis Sumner, says Robert Dale. And Emma wishes good luck to the crew as well. So the British teams have definitely got their supporters back home. I wonder if Stu Stretton's going to make it. That'll be fascinating, wouldn't it? 12 hours of racing will be very interesting indeed to observe. But the X-Kart crews, for their X-Kart drivers and X-Kart crew, are ready to go racing for the 12 hours, as of course are everybody. They've all got their supporters back home from France, from Switzerland, from Great Britain, from Italy, from Cyprus, from China, from Canada, and from many other nations in between. This is going to be a fantastic test of all of the hard work and determination that these teams have been putting in to be ready for the exciting battles that await us. So we're finally in the 2 tram lines. We're going to have Need for Speed Cyprus at the front end of the field. Side by side will be Goats Red, then KMRS, SK working, Goats Blue, Karting Rivas, Team Canada, Cartel RT, and the rest of the chasing pack. It's going to be a very tough race battle out there as the teams will come off the final turn. They will charge down the tram lines. We wait for the tricolor to drop, and the TB Karts 25 Endurance 12-hour is underway. A fantastic start over the front of the field as the drivers try to keep it nice and neat. They know that at the beginning of a 12-hour race, you've got to be very sensible in that opening phase. There will be a few sprint drivers out there on the field who want to move their way forward. A lot of dust kicked up on the second corner as drivers are already pushing to try and work their way through. But it is an endurance race, it's not a sprint, so a lot of the teams have got to be very careful and focused on this first lap. A few of them going off already in turns 2 and then turn 3 as well. So all of the teams perhaps finding out that this is going to be a very close race from the outset. I've said to endurance teams time and time again, you cannot win the race on the first lap of an endurance, but you can definitely lose it. So you've got to be focused on that first lap, stay out of harm's way, and just tick over the numbers. It doesn't matter where you are on lap 1. It only matters where you are after 12 hours of racing. Good battle out front already developing, though, as Lucas Urbani is putting Chris Demetriou under pressure at the very front end of the field as these two teams want to stretch their legs out front. So it's KMRS Racing and Need for Speed Cyprus leading the way in the early doors as everybody else filters their way through at the end of the opening lap. It's been a fantastic start as the drivers are already getting themselves into a good little squabble. No point getting rough and tumble on the first lap. Just get it home and nice and dry and settle into a rhythm. It's all about rhythm and consistency this race. The field will start to pan and spread out, but we're going to have some really good battles over the 12 hours. So far, so good, though, for the team from KMRS, who have decided, you know what, the way to get a decent advantage here is to work with Need for Speed Cyprus and start to pull away from the rest of the pack. So that's exactly what they've elected to do. They've gone into second position, and Lucas Urbani is basically tucked up behind Chris Dimitriou as they run in close proximity to run a very smooth race, pulling away from the rest of the pack. So as the field has now spanned out and fanned out a little bit through the course of proceedings, they work their way out from underneath the underpass, and now they will go back towards the pit lane through the chicane, and it is the KMRS team that's moved in front. So they have got ahead of the Need for Speed Cyprus team. Nice little battle going on for third position as they run side by side down to the hairpin, and we're going to see a couple of moves or two here. Lots of squabbles in the deck as they run around for third position. Up into third place goes the number 21 car. That is the team belonging to Super Driver. So Super Driver from Switzerland have got up into third position with some very interesting moves at the start. A couple of teams already starting to make progress. So let's see who's been doing what over the course of the laps. Well, the British teams have absolutely rocketed their way through the field for a start and kickoff. We've got the team from KMRS leading the way, Lucas Urbani behind the wheel, then Need for Speed, Super Driver, MENS Racing, Goats Red, and the X-Kart crew are somehow up in P6. Absolutely astonishing, ahead of MSC, KMRS by FOK, and it's clearly no fluke for the Brits because the X-Kart drivers are also right up in 9th position. They've absolutely shot out of the gun in fantastic style, like the missiles in Mario Kart, and stormed straight up into P10 positions. So behind Zach Jennings, who's at the wheel of the X-Kart driver's cart, is the Goats Blue, the Italian squad. Then Golden Buzz, RKS, Volturno, Karting Rivas, Team Canada, KMRS XP, Kartel RT, KMRS Escoff, Kartland, and Derate. So the two leading teams have started to pull clear. Looks like the British teams are already working their way forward into the top 10 even further. They're now up to P4 with Louis Harvey and up into P8, I think that is, with young Jennings. So a very good start then for the Brits. Super Driver's done a very good job out of the blocks and moved their way up into third place as Need for Speed Cyprus have gone back into the lead. So it looks as though these two by side again, and right round the outside, Chris Dimitriou is not to give best to Lucas Urbani. So Need for Speed Cyprus goes back into the lead of the race up front. They lost the lead initially, and now they've decided to take it back again. So interesting, these two teams, as they start to spread out and pull out a decent gap over the rest of the opposition. It really is turning into quite an exciting affair up front. Third position, though, for the team from MENS Racing. And then it's the X-Kart crew up in fourth position. There's already a penalty handed out. It's the number 9, and it's 5 seconds that's been added to the team for Volturno. So Volturno have been given a 5-second penalty for race contact. It's not even 5 minutes into the race yet, and Volturno have already incurred the first penalty. The fastest lap of the race currently comes from the S-Kart working team that's dropped all the way down to 20th position, as we've got some great battles up at the sharp end. Some great performances already. Need for Speed Cyprus and KMRS are up in the first 2 positions. Then up into third place, we've got the hard-charging Tom Wadou, who's gone up into third position now, doing a great job for the number 1 kart team. That is the crew from France. That is the MENS Racing team in front of the X-Kart crew, who are in 4th place with Louis Harvey, and then the MSC team, who find themselves in 5th position, courtesy of Andrea Guereschi. So we've done a fantastic job to get this race under a good start, and everybody definitely working very hard in the early stages of racing here at Kartland Paris. Everybody settling into a neat little rhythm at the sharp end of the day is here, and it's good to see everybody really keeping themselves to themselves and not getting into too many squabbles. You don't really need to race like this. It's all about rhythm and consistency and focus at this level. Apologies for your sound difficulties. We'll try and get on top of them as soon as humanly possible. But it's certainly been a fantastic start to the race up front from Need for Speed Cyprus. This racing team that are still battling there in position. But it is a fantastic start to proceedings here, as the competitors are really having a fantastic run of it. So we've got the pit is currently closed at the moment, so the pit lane is currently closed, and that is for a technical reason, we are informed. So at this moment in time, the pit lane is currently closed. Nobody is allowed to enter it at this moment in time. Hopefully that's going to be continued very neatly indeed, and we're going to get on top of the situation as soon as is humanly possible there. But the drivers still working very hard at the fast part of racing as we get ourselves into a very strong run. So good to see everybody just getting themselves in a neat rhythm now. We've got some decent battles going on. Nothing wrong with some slipstreaming battles in a race like this, because you work very hard when you work together here. But you also look after the kart a little bit in the slipstream, because if you run in close formation with the karts in front of you, behind you, you cut through the air much more efficiently in a group, and that puts less strain on the tyres, less strain on the fuel tank, less strain on the engine. So it actually works very well indeed to work in unison with your other teams out there. When you're out on your own, you put a lot more pressure on the kart. That's why we've got these two teams up front working very closely together here. As up the inside, they're now going to try maybe and go for the lead again. It actually works out in favour for the teams to swap positions for the time being. So they're actually communicating with each other while they drive here. Just reminding each other to be smooth. This is one of those rare occasions in rental karting. You're racing against each other, but you can actually work in collaboration, knowing that you've got 12 hours. It's an absolute furore of a race in the middle, as we got 5 cars there battling away ridiculously closely for position. So it's getting very tricky out there at the moment. So we are informed at the moment that for a technical reason the pit lane is currently closed. It will be open again very soon indeed. So for the teams, just bear in mind and listen out for further instruction, but the pit lane will open again very shortly. It's just been closed for a technical reason for the time being. That's all the information I have for you on that one. I'll try and update you as soon as I get more. Certainly for the moment, the drivers in the lead, working their way under the bridge and up towards the S's once again. No problem at all for these two teams to run in close proximity, and they've swapped positions again here. This is going to be quite common over the next hour or so for the teams to spend 2 laps in the lead and then swap over for second position. This is to help both teams out, essentially, to move their way further forward. Very interesting and intricate battle going on further back, as it looks like the X-Kart drivers are going to lose 3 positions nearly in one go, make that 2 positions. As there's a lot of battling side by side in an endurance race. These guys are compromising themselves. If they're not careful, they're going to lose hand over fist, and somebody's going to get spat out of the queue here. You've got to be so careful about how you make the operation work in your favour. But it's very important that you pace yourself. It's a 12-hour race. You don't tire yourself out with too many wheel-to-wheel battles in the early phase of racing. You just got to be very careful and committed to what the kart is doing. To get lulled into a battle, but the competitors are just getting themselves dialed in. Looks like a couple of our spare karts are just being drilled to make sure that they are ready to go racing. We need to make sure we've got some spare karts out on the circuit ready to be race ready in case something goes wrong for one of the main fleet. We like to have a few spare karts ready just to ensure that that is achievable. So the leading 2 teams having a great run at the front of the field, and then we've got 5 teams working together here. KMRS by FOK, X-Kart Crew, MENS Racing, MSC and Super Driver. And they're all together, those 5 teams, riding in close unit as they run from 3rd down to 7th, but they're working in unison, which really helps them as they move their way further forward. Meanwhile, there's been a shuffle of the deck in the chasing pack further back, which is from 8th position all the way back to 26th, essentially. So it's really fascinating to see how the line is still very closely mixed there between the competitors further down in the pack. So Team Canada is the kart that leads the way. Then Kart LRT, Golden Buzz, X-Kart Drivers in 11th. Then Karting Rivas, Volturno, S-Kart working in 14th. KMRS XP, Goats Red, FKI, RKS, Durate, Goats Blue and Norat 62 all the way down to the bottom end of the top 20. And they're running very close together, which is very sensible at this moment, as if they all run close together, they're going to put less strain on the fuel and less strain on the engine and tyres as well. So the competitors still doing a really good job as they continue to move further forward. A lot of good battles to come here at Kartland Parry, as all of the drivers still want to put a good show together. Up to the inside line, we've had Need for Speed Cyprus take back the lead, but again, these two teams are going to be swapping positions until their first pit stop, because it's very efficient for them to take a couple of laps in the lead and then swap over to run in second place, because they look after each other out in the front end of the field by doing so, putting less strain on each other's fuel tanks, engines and tyres. So it makes perfect sense to have a good sportsmanship race where they swap positions several times over the next hour, just to keep each team running efficiently. And that's how they can build themselves up a nice gap over the rest of the field. Starting to spread out a little bit from third down to seventh, as the team back down in P7 is the team from Super Driver, just struggling a little bit here to maintain the pace with the karts in the top six. So just falling back a little bit. That's not really a big issue at the moment. After about 4 or 5 hours or so, if that gap continues to grow at that rate, then it's something they can start to worry about. But for the moment, they're very much in touch with the leading crew. Still ridiculously early into the race. Any team out there still has a chance to make a push up towards the top three. So it's going to be an interesting one as they continue to battle. We've had a nice shuffle of the deck as RaceMax China have had an issue. They've dropped behind Cartel DS, Kartland and Harama Fan Racing. So the Chinese contingent have ended up falling down the order a little bit with their 4 very talented race drivers from the TB Kart China fraternity. Still, the drivers know there's a long way to go in this one. If you can keep yourselves within about 15 seconds of the lead in the first hour, you've got a great chance to storm your way back. Got a multitude of different drivers from different backgrounds and different rates of experience, of course. So everybody will obviously be working very closely together to make things work out in their favour. So as a result of that, all of the teams are obviously going to be working very closely to ensure that they can get a good race working naturally and flowing quite seamlessly on the far side of the course. But everybody still circulating very well indeed, with Mr. Karting, Stu Stretton, bookmarking at the back end of the field there, just continuing his circulation process. He knows he's got a very long day at the office here in Paris, but he's just going to continue banking in those laps and driving as he loves to do. So all of the teams obviously starting to think about strategy. The pit lane is still closed at the moment, so it's only going to open when it's ready to. Side by side again, and it looks like we're going to have a change of team leadership once again, as Cyprus have gone ahead once more of the team from KMRS Racing, the Belgian squad. They will shuffle the deck all the way through. Now, the fact that they've taken as long as they have to do what they've done, though, has brought the third place battle a little bit closer to them. So this could make things a bit more interesting. Hasn't quite worked, the battle between KMRS and Need for Speed Cyprus, because they were supposed to be pulling out a big gap. Well, that gap is a little bit too long to make that switch up. And as a result of taking a little bit too long, they've actually allowed the battle for third position to close in a little bit. So that is KMRS by FOK, X-Kart Crew and the MENS Racing Team. They are all starting now to eat up the road and close in on the leading duo. And that could definitely shake things up a little bit in the pack. Any one of those 3 teams catching up to the duo up front can suddenly make a break for the lead of this race. So it's not quite been what they were hoping for. It's not what they've been anticipating for sure. But the leading crews, I think this has backfired on them a little bit, the first and second place crews, because they've suddenly 3 more teams hot on the heels. Look at that. The gap has almost disintegrated completely now. And the 3 teams giving chase. This is going to be a 5-kart battle for the win now. It's quite a long way in front. But now these 3 teams further back have thought, you know what, they're taking too long about this. They're trying to communicate with each other about pace. The second place team reminding Chris Dimitri up front, be smooth, be a little bit more smooth than the... You're holding us up a little bit, but I'm afraid it's too late. All 5 teams are now very close together. And this is exactly what the 2 drivers up front didn't want. So we've now got 5 karts in line here. We've got the 5 drivers really putting on a great showcase, but they are absolutely nose to tail, and we could see an overtaking move or 2 here. So Need for Speed Cyprus with Chris Demetriou at the wheel leading. KMRS Racing with Lucas Urbani in second. KMRS by FOK with Mathis Renet in third. X-Kart Crew with Louis Harvey in fourth. And then from France, MENS Racing with Tom Wadou in fifth. And they are absolutely nose to tail now. So considering it only took about 2 laps for Louis Harvey to charge him and the team up from about 15th position through to the top 5, they're now fairly hungry of getting into the top 3, but they've got to be calculated about how they make that play. It's not going to be as straightforward as just charging in. This isn't a sprint race, it's an endurance for the kart as well, best for you as a driver. So here comes the shuffle of the deck. Up on the inside comes the KMRS team, and that's going to run the Team Cyprus team out to dry. They're going to drop to third, maybe even fourth place here. So Team Cyprus manages to hold on to third position at least, but the X-Kart Crew are going to have a little bit of support here from MENS Racing as they go to turn 1. And I've got a feeling that the Need for Speed Cyprus Crew are going to drop all the way back to what is potentially 5th position here. Well, they've managed to salvage third for the moment. This is definitely not the race that they were hoping to have. And up the inside, the MENS Racing team decides to make a play for 4th position. Up on the inside of the Englishman, Louis Harvey. So they battle for procedure at the moment. That puts the crew down to 5th position for the moment, but that is not a disaster at all. They're still very much in the hunt for the victory as the dust is kicked up again at turn 2. So we're still working on the technical issues with the pit lane. We're going to try and open that up very soon indeed so that the teams can start thinking about fuel and start thinking about drive changes. But for the moment, the drivers in the first stint know they've got to keep this running as much as they can for the time being. KMRS out in front is now I think that's now the number 11, the number 17. That's the KMRS by FOK kart now leading the way. Still a lot of conversation going on between Team Cyprus and KMRS Racing. MENS are into 4th position and the X-Kart Crew back down to 5th. So there's a real shuffle of the deck here as we've had 3 different teams lead the way. First Need for Speed Cyprus, then KMRS Racing, and now the leading team, driven by Mathis Renet at the moment, is KMRS by FOK. So they run together up at the front end of the field, 5 teams nose to tail. And it's getting very interesting now to see how this race is going to continue. But if they manage to hold each other up yet further, we've got teams from MSC and Superdriver not that far away working in collaboration to move them up onto the tail, so we can end up with a 7-kart battle for the lead of this race for the time being. That's definitely going to make things difficult. So back up towards the pit straight. The top 2 teams are now spreading out. KMRS teams are working in unison here. The KMRS, FOK and Racing team now teaming up. Now this is going to be good for them because they understand each other a lot more. The sister teams, they can work in unison to put a bit more space between themselves and the leaders as up into P6 goes Team Superdriver. So they get the move on the inside of the MSC squad and that puts them up into position. Meanwhile, the X-Kart Crew and MENS are going to try and make their bid here on Team Need for Speed Cyprus to move up to 3rd and 4th. They're going to have a go alongside into turn 1. And that's going to move them forward. So X-Kart Crew now go up into 3rd position along with their colleagues at MENS Racing from France up into 4th place. So Need for Speed Cyprus, the former leaders, are now down to P5 for the time being. It seems as though drivers around them don't seem to be particularly willing to work with them. They've been gesturing to the team to be a little bit smoother on the wheel. And I wonder if their lack of ability to do that in the first 20 minutes has kind of cost them in terms of working with the other teams around them. Because obviously the teams want to work with those who are smooth to make it a little bit easier for them to extract the most that they can out of the kart. So if that team is not quite giving them what they need, then they will team up with another kart that can give them what they require. So the KMRS boys up in front, these 2 sister teams are now working in unison, and they have stretched out on the rest of the field. Now MENS Racing has got the message. They're going to work very closely there with the team from X-Kart Crew. And yeah, there's gesticulation and frustration for MENS. The MENS driver there in 4th position Tom Wadu. Now, he was working with the X-Kart crew driver all the way down to the braking zone, nudging him and giving him a bump drop, which is perfectly acceptable in rental karts. The problem is that the Cyprus crew were actually nudging them and pushing them in the braking zone, which is counterproductive because that obviously forces them to run wide. So there was a lot of frustration there from Tom Wadu. He was gesticulating at the Cyprus team, who were nudging them in the braking zone, and that's not going to help you to move your way further forward. So the teams are now pushing their way around the far side of the course to try and make up some time. Everybody having completed 16 laps of racing except for 2 karts, and that is the crew from Kartplex and the crew from Mr. Karting. So Stu Stretton, not sure where he is at the moment, but Stu Stretton should still be out there on the course somewhere. Trying to see where he has positioned his kart at the moment. Not sure whether he's currently being lapped by the traffic at this moment in time. So I'll try and pick up where in the run he is. The leaders are certainly working their way forward. Stu Stretton, Mr. Karting, the one-man band in the... Got karts coming into the pits. The pit lane is now open. So the pit lane is now open, and that's probably why we've had a bit of a shuffle of the deck in a couple of places. So the pit stop window, the pit lane is now open. So the teams that are hoping to get some fuel stops in, this is their moment to do so. So the pit lane has now been reopened. So teams can now start making their first pit stops. Of course, they have a 2-minute mandatory for pit stop. So a 2 minutes mandatory minimum stop, a 5 minutes mandatory maximum stop. So anything between 2 and 5 minutes is perfectly acceptable for a pit stop. But of course, if you run under 2 minutes or you run over 5 minutes, you will get a penalty. So all of the contenders just getting themselves paced nicely. The leaders having a fairly decent run of it at the moment as they all work in collaboration together. A few of the teams have decided to go for the pit stops. So everybody having a fair of it at the moment. But it's nice and simple at the moment as the karts are just getting themselves into a good rhythm. It does look to me as though the drivers' frustrations are fairly reasonable at the moment for Speed Cyprus, because a lot of their corners at the moment, Demetrio is very quick, but because he hasn't had as much running in the kart, he's finding it much tougher to be smooth and steady over the course, and as a result, some of these corners, they're just overdriving a tiny bit here, and that's going to cause frustrations for the drivers that want to work with them. As the X-Kart drivers and KMRS XP join Kart LRT, Hadama Fan and Kartland in the pit lane, so they get their first pit stops underway. Of course, the crew have got to make sure that they come through pit lane at a safe speed. Can't come into the pit lane too quickly. I noticed that the number 12 were quite fast on their way into the pits there. They've got to be careful that they don't get done for speeding in the pit lane. There is a minimum pit stop speed that they should be taking. So the competitors come into the pits and stop. There's obviously going to be a driver change, but this doesn't need to be rushed at all because they've got a minimum mandatory of 2 minutes and then a maximum mandatory of 5. So they don't need to be rushing. They don't need to be running around. But you can just take their time as the drivers are obviously trying to get an understanding now as to what the kart is doing. They're going to have a conversation with their second driver who they change over to about what the kart's doing, what the flow of the racing is at the moment, and we'll have to figure out what the border is going to be once the drivers have completed their first stops. Now, some teams have got different fuel levels to others, but the race started with the fuel tanks at varying different levels because they had to start the race with whatever they had in the tank at the end of qualifying, and that's all part of the strategy, of course, so makes for an interesting challenge for the contenders. Certainly at the moment it's still as it was up at the front end, looking for the first big name to make a pit stop. Quite a few teams have started making their first stops out on the course, as we know. But the minimum mandatory stop is 2 minutes. They can take a little bit of time over it. They've also got to make sure, of course, that they spend a minimum of 45 minutes in the pit lane. So some teams will choose to go over the 2 minute minimum to give themselves the best possible chance of moving forward as teams come down pit lane. Now we're having a conversation while a driver is going down pit road to exit the pits, because they've got to be careful not to exceed the minimum mandatory. So always a little bit of a scary moment when the teams are trying to figure out where their pit stop is going to end. So the teams have obviously got to make sure that they don't spend 2 minutes, a minimum of 2 minutes in the pit lane. So as the teams make their way out to pit lane, there's going to be a few teams here that might pick up a penalty or two. Certainly no issue at all there for the X-Kart drivers. They did their time in just over 3 minutes, so that's absolutely as it's supposed to be. Now the team from Spain, Kevin Capras's squad, Harama fan, they've been in the pits for 4.5 minutes. I wonder if they're trying to get their minimum mandatory out of the way first, and then they'll shuffle into the back and kind of have the racetrack to themselves a few laps behind everybody else. Different teams will try different strategies depending on what they feel will work for them. So really is interesting to see what the different teams are trying on here. Just waiting for the number 34. There is Stu Stretton, enjoying himself at the tail end of the field. Not far away from being lapped by the race leaders here. But he's just interested in finishing the race. He knows he has no hope of winning it. He just wants to make it to the end after 12 hours as a lone ranger. Very difficult task in rental karting. Several teams still currently in pit lane taking their first pit stops. That will be the teams that had the lower levels in their fuel tank. But they've got to make sure that they do not exceed the 2 minute minimum or exceed the 5 minute maximum as well. If you do that, you can end up with a penalty. So a very good start to proceedings at the moment then for the TB Karts endurance race here. 11.5 hours roughly to go. And so now we're going to get to see some really interesting battles when the teams at the front end of the field start to think about their pit stops. But we're not far away from that time. Into pit road, several teams making the pit stop. The 18 just going out of the pits now. That is Kart to KMRS by SKOF. So that was the team that is currently being driven by... I was about to find out who their current driver is. The information seems to have gone from my screen for the moment. But certainly the KMRS by SKOF. It's now Maximilian David that's taken over possession of that kart. And he's been in that kart since the start, so they didn't change driver, they just refueled by the look of it. Willing to do that, you have to change driver at the pit stop. You obviously have a certain minimum that the drivers are allowed to do. I'm fairly sure that I think all drivers in this race are only supposed to do a certain amount of time in the kart, but I don't think that's statutory, particularly for teams that have 1 or 2 drivers. So they can spread out the stints as much as they like, but I guess when you've got 4 drivers in the team, you want to try and keep it as even and as equal as possible within a particular team. Looks like we've had a couple of pit stops there. The Cartel RT team have had a pit stop as Angeli Glielmi has just got into the kart after Elliot McCartney started the race for them. And I noted as well there that Karting Rivas have just had a pit stop. So Miriam Alvarez, who started the race, has now come into the pits and they've had a pit stop. I don't know whether it's a driver change or not at the moment, but certainly it's a fairly decent pit stop for them and they're going fairly well at the moment. Very good start to proceedings from the drivers, who are doing a very good job within these particular teams to keep it nice and tidy at the moment. So everybody keeping fairly even at the front end of the field. And the first big team to make a pit stop is Need for Speed Cyprus. So the Polsters, Need for Speed Cyprus, are the first of the big teams up front to make the pit stop. So obviously that's going to shake things up a little bit at the sharp end of the field. So Need for Speed Cyprus choosing this to be the moment that they will make their first visit to pit lane. And as a result of that, we're going to see an interesting shuffle of the deck now at the sharp end of the field. Good to see the teams trying to make their first calculated moves up at the sharp end. So Need for Speed Cyprus is coming down pit road. Everybody in pit lane needs to be careful because they've got karts coming down pit road all the time. And so Need for Speed Cyprus makes their way into the pits. And that will be a change up for the man who started from the front of the grid and the pole sitter, Demetriou. So Need for Speed Cyprus obviously making their first driver change of the race by the look of it. As we said before, there's no real requirement for how long a driver should be in the kart. That's up to the team. Because of course we've got some teams that got 2 drivers, some teams have got 3 drivers, some have got... And obviously there's the nutter at the back, Stu Stretton, who's running the 12 hours on his own. So there's no statutory rule that drivers have to spend a certain amount of time in the pits, and the Kartland Paris team are instructing the driver to go back to their pit bay. That's the 11 that was coming down pit lane rather quickly. That's the 11 of Kevin Liguri, I think was behind the wheel of that particular car. That's the team from Goats Blue. But they were going down pit lane rather quickly. You've got to be careful that you don't speed in the pit lane. The Kartland Paris officials, as well as the race officials, are here monitoring the situation. And there's already a lot of urgency and hesitation as the number 11 crew are currently having a fuel stop. I think they came out of pit stop without fueling, and that could have been rather disastrous if they'd have been sent out onto the circuit without the right amount of fuel. And they've got to get a move on because the Goats Blue team have now got to give way to the Goats Red team. Well, they're coming straight into the pits behind them. And they're being manoeuvred back into their pit bay. So they've overshot their pit mark. That's not a good start to the proceedings. They don't have to panic too much about that, of course, because of the minimum mandatory pit stop of 2 minutes. But at the same time, certain teams will obviously be running the gauntlet a little bit with their stress levels if they're worried too much about the concerns for the pit stop time. For Speed are just waiting for their pit stop to be completed. And there we go. The officials are trying to slow the team down here. So they're trying to slow everybody down. There is actually a designated fueling bay where the team are refueling karts. So they've got their own team garage. They've also got a designated... on some occasions will be stopping twice, of course. So none of the garages have the fuel available in their garages, and that's for safety reasons, of course. So they have a designated fueling bay. There is the fueling booth at the side of the circuit. So they are actually refueled by a designated TB kart mechanic. The 2-minute minimum and the 5-minute maximum allows them to take a little bit of time over their pit stop. They don't have to worry too much about the length of how long it takes for the fuel to go in, and that makes it nice and even for everybody. So out onto the circuit then goes the number 2 crew. That is the Need for Speed Cyprus team back into the race, having done a perfectly good pit stop. Nothing wrong with that pit stop at all. And we're still waiting now for the leading contenders in the race to shuffle the decks and have a similar run of stops. The KMRS team have separated a little bit. So we've got Mathis Renet taking a 0.6 of a second gap into this phase of the race now. KMRS by FOK with KMRS Racing, X-Kart Crew and MENS Racing ahead of Super Driver. As into the pits comes MSC and Cartel DS, 2 teams that are running in the top 10. We've only got 12 karts in this race now then that haven't made their first pit stop. So it's all going to be interesting on tactics and strategy as to how the teams are going to make their moves. But obviously each of the teams will have their own phase of strategy, depending on their experience levels, depending on their enthusiasm for the race, also depending on their ages, because some of the younger drivers will probably spend longer in counterparts. A little bit more entertaining as well. But this endurance race with a long, long way to go as the contender still putting on a good show here on Saturday morning, just a few miles from the city centre of Paris. Not too far away from all of those fantastic monuments and incredible features of this amazing city. From the Champs-Élysées to the Arc de Triomphe, from the Sacré-Cœur to Montmartre, from the Eiffel Tower to the Notre Dame Cathedral. That's what a lot of these teams are going to be hanging around for on Monday if they're not flying back to their native land after racing on. I certainly know that's what I'm going to be doing on Monday, sightseeing. Why wouldn't you? It's Paris. You want to take full advantage of the opportunity. As into the pits comes Super Driver and Team Canada. So Super Driver and Team Canada. And so the drivers getting themselves ready for the next challenge. Looks like a couple of team pit stops here. A little bit of tyre pressures being adapted here by the number 12 by the look of it. There's a big shake of the head from the driver at kart number 12 in pit lane, as that is a bit of an issue for the home team, Team Kartland. They're having all sorts of difficulties behind the wheel. They've dropped to the very back of the field. As out onto the circuit now goes the Swiss driver Enzo Raccati, getting behind the wheel of his kart. There's a lot of urgency and a lot of excitement down in pit road at the moment. The number 14 about to leave pit lane. That is Mochiap for MSC getting behind the wheel. As in comes Golden Buzz. Golden Buzz comes in from P5. So the big four are still going long into this race by the look of it. KMRS by FOK, KMRS Racing, X-Kart Crew and MENS Racing. They're still going far into the race as they're all now on their 29th lap. And it'll be very interesting to see which of those four teams is going to blink first and make the pit stop for the first time in this race. Certainly going to be a very interesting battle out there for the competitors. The number 21 is just sat in pit lane wondering what on earth's going on. There's not a lot of communication going on here at Team Super Driver. Their kart is just sat in pit road. They're looking behind them. What am I doing? Am I leaving the pit lane? Am I getting fuel? What am I supposed to be doing here? So Team Super Driver, and we've got a blocked pit lane. Look, come on, get out of the way, says the number 28. As Andrea Maharo of Team Canada overtakes them and shoots out of the pits. What's going on at Super Driver? Super Driver just stranded in the pit lane. They don't know what's happening. So have they got fuel in the kart or not? Well, there's some very casual walking down the pit lane for Team Super Driver. We don't really know what the situation is for the team, but at the moment there seems to be some confusion from the Swiss team. Parallel to the number 27, Stefanelli, going out onto the circuit. So that's the number 27 crew exiting pit lane. That is Goats Red. We've got Golden Buzz and Super Driver in pit lane at the moment. There goes the Super Driver kart finally out of pit lane. Doesn't really make any sense as to what's going on there at the moment. So the competitors definitely having a tough race of it. Super Driver, it looked like there was very little communication going on there really as to what happened for the competitors in that pit stop. There didn't seem to be a lot of communication going on. So I would suspect then that there's going to be a little bit of a debate about that one later amongst the team members, but it certainly didn't look like a particularly smooth pit stop from where I was standing. Communication is such an important part of this sport in the endurance. You've got to be able to communicate with each other as to what's happening, and everybody needs to be on the same page in terms of what's happening in the fuel stop, what's happening in the driver change, making sure the minimum mandatory is going on. The last thing you want is to see karts just stopped in the middle of the pit lane, not entirely sure what's going on and not entirely sure what the score is, because that adds a lot of frustration and you become a bit like an Arctic Explorer team. You start to get angry with each other and tensions rise and you become very irritable trying to gain back time that you shouldn't have lost. So communication and team chemistry is so important to make this work. So still the big four teams continue on their way, although I noticed that the KMRS Racing team have actually dropped back now to 4th position. So X-Kart Crew are in 2nd place ahead of MENS Racing, and that's the highest that the British team have run in this race so far. It's also the highest that the MENS Racing team have run in this race as well so far, so the French team definitely putting on a good show. As out onto the circuit goes Doe in the number 13 kart, so that is the Golden Buzz team. That is Rafael Doe taking over from Lorenzo Bonifazio. And it looks as though there has been a 5-second penalty handed over to the ex-kart drivers. 5-second penalty for race contact. Now the Kartland team have been allowed an extra pit stop to fix an issue for a technical reason. Not entirely sure what the reason was for the Kartland team, but they definitely had some difficulties. Now our fleet of spare karts is in position at the end of the pit lane and getting ready just in case they're needed. All that happens in that situation, of course, is that the contenders end up taking their front nacelle panel off the kart, putting it on the spare kart, swapping over the transponders, and back into the race they will go. But essentially they will get a replacement chassis if they so need to have one. There's a fleet of 5, so that should be enough to store everybody. Into the pits comes NORAD 62 and De Rate, and that means that we now have just 7 teams, I do believe, that have not yet made their first pit stop. So 7 teams only have not made their first pit stop in this race. 2 penalties handed out, 1 pit stop addition for technical reasons for the Kartland team, who are down at the very back of the field now. Not exactly what the home team wanted at this point in the race proceedings. And into the pit lane comes the team from... Oh no, that's the spare kart, I do believe, coming down pit lane. Well, who else is that in pit lane now? That is NORAD 62, the team from Greece, and the French team De Rate. So De Rate finding themselves in position. So the spare karts are being worked on and made sure that everybody's got a spare kart at their disposal if they need it. So good to see everybody putting on a good show to make sure that the race can actually run without too much of a hitch for teams that do suffer technical problems. It's a 12-hour race, and karts are machines. You can't always expect them to run perfectly. So the De Rate squad have come into the pits, and they look like they're going to do some slight work with the tyre pressures maybe. But the De Rate team just getting themselves ready and in position at the tail end of the squad. The number 3 kart about to be sent out on its way again, I do believe. Just making sure that the team is ready to do that. We saw on our screen Antoine Mollet, former racer in the TB Kart finals, but now he is in a test driver role. And Antoine Mollet, of course, best mate of Ellie Goldstein, who is the brand ambassador for TB Kart on the international race team. He's out at Cremona this weekend, racing in the gearbox category. We wish him all the very best for that after a difficult qualifying session in which he was purple sector in Sector 1, purple sector in Sector 2, and then the engine blew. So he's got to start the weekend from the back of the grid. That's the kind of challenge that Ellie Goldstein relishes, but it's certainly not what he wanted. So all of us here at Kartland Paris wish the Belgian driver Ellie Goldstein all the best at Cremona, and I'm sure you'll uphold the honour of TB Kart on the international stage. So we're now just waiting for the final few teams to make their visit to the pits. Only 7 teams have yet to do so. X-Kart Crew, who currently lead the race. So X-Kart Crew are now in the lead of the race for the first time. The English team have steadily been working their way up from 15th on the grid, and now they have found themselves in first position. So the X-Kart Crew from Great Britain, with Louis Harvey at the wheel at the moment, they now lead the 12-hour. Second position is Tom Wadu driving for the MENS racing team, as the KMRS squad of Mathis Renet in the FOK kart and Lucas Urbani in the racing kart. They haven't had a collision or anything like that, but there's been a real shuffle of the deck. So here come the leading quartet, and it's the first time in the race really that the British team have been out in front of it. But there's a lot of communication going on between these 4 teams as they gesture with one arm off the wheel, almost like they're truckers on the highway, trying to give themselves a little bit of communication as they run through. And there is a reminder to all teams that the pit time is 2 minutes for the minimum and 5 minutes for the maximum. That's just come up on the screen because I think a few teams were asking about it. NORAD 62 just finishing off their pit stop, the team from Greece, and then they will make their way out onto the course once again. When you've got a 5-minute window, between 2 and 5 minutes for a pit stop, it should be fairly straightforward to get your drivers back out on the course again. Although I noticed that the NORAD 62 team are having some difficulty. It looks like they may exceed their pit stop time if they don't get moving very shortly indeed. And that, of course, is going to give them their first pit stop time penalty of the race. And it will be the first pit stop time penalty of the race. Out onto the circuit, though, goes the number 6, so I think they'll just about get away with that. The Norwich 62 team is going to stay inside the mandatory. Well, they need to get out of the pits, otherwise they are going to incur a penalty. There we go, they have managed to do so. So Norwich 62 getting a pit stop time there of 4 minutes and 55 seconds. So if they'd have stayed in pit lane 5 more seconds, they would have got a penalty. So once again, going through the traffic is shuffling the deck as well. And up at the front end, we've still got the X-Kart crew leading the way, but there's been a real shuffle of the deck further back because the KMRS by FOK team have got ahead of the MENS squad up into second position and right on the back of the X-Kart crew that leads this race. So it's a real shuffle in the top 4, but all 4 teams are still daring each other to make their first pit stops. They're still daring each other and egging each other on to make the first move. 5th position at the moment is the Italian team, the number 7 kart. That is the team from RKS. Samuele Rizzo is currently at the wheel of that kart, along with his teammates Davide Aloy, Riccardo Bucci and Matteo Infante. Team China is still out on the circuit for Miaozhu, with Liu Zi, as well as Dai Jihao and Li Hanchen. And then the only other team that hasn't made a pit stop yet is the team in 7th place. That is Stu Stretton, who hasn't made a pit stop yet. Mr. Karting still out there at the front end of the field, having not yet made his first stop. Although it looks like he is about to be lapped again. So he's still on the 7th position, but there is a bit of a difference in terms of which laps he's on. And it looks like there's been a bit of a shuffle of the deck here. I wonder if the X-Kart crew's ended up off the road. Yes, it has. It's dropped back quite considerably. So it looks as though the X-Kart machine has gone off the road at the far end of the course, and it's lost quite a few seconds there. So they've just done a 1:27.5. Now, I'm not sure what happened to the X-Kart crew and Louis Harvey, but he went off the road on that last lap and is down to 4th position. Lost about 7 seconds or so. And so the KMRS by FOK team are in the lead. MENS Racing 2nd and KMRS in 3rd, with the X-Kart crew from Great Britain down to 4th position. Now, if I was Louis Harvey, after seeing that and having that moment, I would choose now to make the pit stop. If they're going to make a pit stop early doors, then this is the time to do it. But the team probably has their own strategy as to how they're going to work their magic. But just because the flow has been broken up a little bit here, I would probably try and use this as an opportunity to try something a little bit different tactically. But the team knows what they're doing. They've got a great team of people down there working on the numbers and crunching the fuel gauges and the times of laps. So they will know what to do in the situation. And Louis Harvey is indeed continuing on. He's not coming into the pits. So for the moment, it is no change in the top 4 after Louis Harvey's little moment. He's currently being assisted around the course by the number 8 kart. That is the Cartel DS team. And Enzo Roccati, the Swiss driver, who's a couple of laps down after his pit stop, but they're assisting each other to move forward. So there's a lot of support from each other out there on the course. They know that even though they're on different stints and different strategies, working with another kart of similar pace actually makes a lot of sense, because it can really help each other out in this phase of the race. So the teams here are definitely making good use of the opportunities afforded them at the moment. So it's turning into a really solid morning's driving at the moment for the Belgian team, KMRS by FOK, who are having a very solid race at the sharp end of the field. We're still waiting for the remaining 7 teams to take their first pit stop. They don't have to, of course, in the first hour. If they can extend it further than an hour, then they can do so. Totally up to each team when they make a pit stop, but they have to make 45 minutes minimum time spent in the pits during the 12-hour. So they've got to calculate that into their strategy. As into the pits comes the X-Kart crew. So they did decide to pit relatively early on after that moment. They just decided to give Louis a chance to get back into the flow and into the rhythm. And so Louis Harvey has got out of the kart at the end of pit lane. He's obviously got to weigh himself when he comes into the pits. Gets out of the kart, gets back into the kart again, and then he will drive down pit lane to the X-Kart crew. So they're going to be ready for him. But he is the first of the big 4 to make the pit stop. So the X-Kart crew are going to be standing by then, ready for their man to work his way down the pit road. Obviously, all the teams and drivers have to come into the pit lane, stop on the entry, and weigh themselves, then get back in the kart and get round to their pit crew. They've got to do so at a relatively decent speed. They can't get into trouble for going too fast down pit road, and the officials are checking the speeds of particular teams. So it's Louis Harvey for the X-Kart crew making his way down pit road. Now the question is, are they going to change driver at this stage, or is it just going to be a standard pit stop? Well, Louis Harvey gets out of the kart, but are they going to change driver, or is he just going to take a short breather and then get back behind the wheel? No, they are going to change driver. So Louis Harvey gets out of the kart, and the team is there working very rapidly. They've got Maddie Street and Lauren Harrington Carter down there to assist the team on their race strategy. Mathis Renet, currently the race leader though of the race in the number 17 kart for Belgium, the KMRS by FOK team, MENS Racing, and into the pits has come KMRS Racing. So a lap after the X-Kart crew, the KMRS Racing team decide they're going to match them for strategy and copy their every move. So KMRS decides to make a pit stop at exactly the same time. Now their pit garage is on the opposite side of the pits, I should point out. So they're not going to be next door to each other when they make the stop. As we've got another team coming down pit lane at the moment. And that, no, that is the KMRS Racing team, my apologies. So the KMRS Racing team are into the pits for a fuel stop. And it looks as though the team right behind them in the mix are going to do exactly the same thing. Now, interestingly, it looks like the number 25 kart, which is the kart belonging to KMRS Racing, they have made a stop, and they've come into the fuel bay just ahead of the X-Kart crew. Now, they came in a lap after them. So that is an interesting change-up of the books there for KMRS Racing. So they've obviously had a very short pit stop before they've come down the fuel road. And indeed, the X-Kart crew have been in for about 3 minutes. The KMRS Racing team have only been in for about 1:45. So they are not taking their time about these things, are they? They're trying to get it down to 2 minutes as much as they possibly can. But and then waiting for the minimum 2 minutes. Now they've gone out onto the circuit. So the KMRS Racing team managed to get that done in 2 minutes and 1 second. So that is a ridiculously quick stop for KMRS Racing. But then they're obviously aware of the fact that they've got to remain in pit lane for 45 minutes. There's no point having all of your pit stops at the minimum mandatory when you've got to make more stops to get to the 45-minute mark. So the X-Kart crew are thinking about this in the long term. If they get all of their pit stops down to about 4 minutes, then they're not going to lose that much time in the grand scheme of things. If you get the pit stop down to about 4.5 minutes each, then you're only going to have to make a pit stop 10 to 11 times, whereas those teams that only take 2 minutes in the pit are going to have to spend longer in their pit stops later on. So the X-Kart crew taking 2 steps back to go 3 steps forward. This is all about tactics and strategy. They're well aware of the fact that they've got to make sure they spend 45 minutes minimum in the pit lane. So they've got to calculate how long each of their pit stops can be each time. The KMRS Racing team clearly going for the minimum stop on this occasion, and they'll want a long break later. But I actually think that could be counterproductive for them, because you not go cold a longer period of time by doing that. So I'm not quite sure what the KMRS Racing team are going to do to counteract that. Will they just take another pit stop later on to add on to the race and hope that they can do it with a minimum of 2-minute pit stops to get that done? That means if they're going to do 2 minutes every time in the pit stops, they're going to have to come in 23 times to go for the minimum mandatory, and that's not going to work long term. So what the X-Kart crew does, they basically come in for a stop at 4 minutes, which means that they'll only make about 12 pit stops, maybe 13. But if the KMRS Racing team are going to make it to 2 minutes mandatory every time, they're going to come in 24 times over the course of racing, maybe 25. So that actually isn't really going to work out for the KMRS Racing team in the long term. So it's impressive to get a pit stop down to 2 minutes 1 second on the clock, but in the race, when you've got 45 minutes to spend in pit lane, that's not going to help them. I think X-Kart crew have done the math on this one and figured out that, yeah, we'll spend longer in the pit stop every time. We'll actually do better by being in the pit lane fewer times. Interesting which teams decide that more for a shorter fuel stop. It's going to be interesting, this one. So into the pits comes the team running in third place. That is the Race Max China team. So the Race Max China team that spent a long time out on the circuit, they've come into the pits. Their pit crew is on the far side of the pit lane. So they're going to change things around a bit and give us a fast run. Also coming into the pits, by the way, we have not yet seen the Mr. Karting one-man band, Stu Stretton. He has stayed out for the time being. But then Stu Stretton has got himself into an interesting situation here because he didn't perform qualifying yesterday. So Stu Stretton has actually got a bit more fuel in his kart than any of the other drivers at the start of this race because he didn't do the qualifying yesterday. He elected to start from the back of the grid. And so he can actually go a little bit further into this race than the others. So Stu Stretton might well end up being the last driver to make a pit stop, which means that for one glorious moment, Stu Stretton might actually be leading the race. I will keep an eye on that, although I should point out that the fast pit stop from KMRS Racing means that they are going to take the lead at the end of the pit stop rotation, and currently Stu Stretton is behind Sam Libert, who took over that kart in the pit stop, so he's not going to lead this race at any point for a single lap. Whoa, we've got some really sprint-style driving in the chicane there. That got really messy at the end of the lap for one of our contenders. I think that was the MSC squad getting very out of shape there at the end of the course, and a bit of a wayward moment for Loris Mokia, I think that was, in the MSC car. That got fairly messy there. Oh, my apologies. No, I think it was Oscar Ropar. So Oscar Ropar in the Durarte team getting it very wrong on the exit of the final part of the chicane there at the end of the lap. It was almost rallycross racing there. So into the pits at the fuel bay is the 26th. That is the Race Max China team. And they're just observing the pit stop situation to make sure that they can get their pit stop down to the time that they have assessed is correct. Of course, when you've got to spend a minimum of 45 minutes in the pits, you want to take as few pit stops as possible and make the pit stops go as long as you can. Unless you're KMRS Racing, and I wonder if they've done the math and figured out that 22 pit stops at 2 minutes is actually going to be better for them in the long term. It could be fascinating to see how this one plays out. Maybe they'll do 22 pit stops at 2 minutes. The final pit stop maybe taking 3 minutes or something. I'm not sure how they'll work it. But it's... I think it's going to be a slower way of doing it because more can go wrong in the pits the more pit stops that you take. So it's a big gamble for KMRS Racing, but it might just work. So out onto the course, the drivers having made their pit stops in the MENS Racing and RKS Racing are the last two teams, other than Mr. Karting himself, Stu Stretton, to make their pit stops. There is Stu Stretton at the moment, currently working his way out of the final hairpin and working down the straight, following in the wheel track. The 6 and 13 karts, those are the machines currently being driven by NORAD 62 for Greece. That is the kart belonging to Yanis Wojciechowski. And the 13 is in the mix there as well. That is the Golden Buzz team of Rafael Doe. So a good performance so far from all of the contenders. Race Max are watching along as their team are obviously to work their way into the top 5. And also Vamos, as their team is making a good work of things so far. Miriam and Pablo doing a good job at the moment. Karting Rivas, after their pit stop, find themselves in the lower end of the field. But after Miriam Alvarez did a 25.5-minute stint, they've now handed the kart over to their second driver. And that, of course, is Pablo Sanchez at the wheel of that kart. And into the pits comes the team in second place. So the RKS team, Samuel Irizo, goes bang on to the hour. He's completed an hour behind the wheel. So now he will continue his progress. So 1 hour behind the wheel for Samuele Rizzo, and now he'll make his way into the pit. So the only team now at the sharp end of the field that has not made the pit stop, in fact the only team that has not made their pit stop, is the MENS Racing team, because Stu Stretton, Mr. Karting, has made his first pit stop as well. So he's at the end of the pit lane getting weighed, and then back into the kart he will go to drive round to his pit bay, and I'm sure he'll get out of the kart, have a quick drink, and then get back into the kart again after 3 or 4 minutes of racing. So a fascinating situation then for the contenders, as they will give themselves a little breather. But some really good performances here from the drivers as they put on a good showcase for the competitors in this endurance challenge. The number 20 coming down pit road then, that is the kart belonging to Harama Fan Racing. They come in for their second pit stop by the look of it. But we're still waiting for the one team that has not made their first pit stop. That is the MENS Racing team, and Tom Wadu, who is leading the way at the moment. So when the pit stop rolls itself around and they've all finished, the leading team is going to be KMRS Racing after that ridiculously quick stop of 2 minutes and 1 second. The RKS team have got their time down to a 2 minute 5 second stop, so they're going to move their way further forward as well. But I stress that going for shorter pit stops means that you're going to have to come into the pits more times. So if you only do 2 minute pit stops, you're going to have to come into the pits 23 times to make the minimum 45 minute mandatory. Whereas if you make your pit stops last 4 minutes, you're only going to have to come into the pits 11 times. So taking a longer pit stop is actually beneficial if you don't want to spend quite so many trips into the pits. So it depends on which strategy is going to work out the longest in the long run. Some teams will think, well, we don't have to come into the pits anywhere near as many times as we do. If we just do it 11 times or so, then we'll get it down to 45 minutes. So we're just waiting now for the final team to make their first pit stop. That is the MENS Racing team. And on his 48th lap, Tom Wadu is just continuing on his charge. No real around the that he is comfortable with. As up the inside of the hairpin, we've got a couple of drivers making overtaking moves there. Looks like number 22, I think that is the X-Kart drivers, I think, having their moment to make an overtaking move. It's the 32, sorry, not the 22, of the X-Kart drivers. A nice overtaking move there at the end of the lap. Now, interestingly, the X-Kart drivers have actually moved ahead of the X-Kart crew. Now, that's because the X-Kart crew took longer in their pit stop than the X-Kart drivers did. So it looks like the teams are on 2 completely different strategies. And that actually makes a lot of sense. If you're in the same team and you've got 2 operations, you may as well have 2 different strategies. Divide and conquer. It's very well timed from the teams to go for 2 different plans, because one might work, the other might not, but at least you've gone at it from completely different directions. And we'll probably see that from a few of the other operations as well. I think KMRS team have done a very similar thing. They've decided to go about things in different ways. The KMRS XP team have done a different strategy to KMRS by FOK in their pit stops. And of course, the KMRS Racing team, they've got their pit stop down to 2 minutes and 1 second. So all 3 of their operations have come up with different pit stop strategies depending on each individual crew member. So you do have different teams coming up with different plans here. KMRS by SKOF have actually had their second pit stop. And don't forget, they were running in the top 5 at one stage. So all of the teams are going to come up with very different ideas and different concepts as to what's going to work. There's no exact science to this either, because you've got so many different teams with so many different drivers in them, all running the same kart. And they've got to have that 45-minute minimum for the pit stop phase, with a 2-minute minimum mandatory stop and a 5-minute maximum mandatory stop. So it's not very easy to figure out how this is going to do. If you want to go for the absolute maximum every time, you can get your pit stops down to maybe 9 or 10 stops for the whole race. But that does come with an element of risk. Getting it to 4 minutes makes much more calculated sense. You can get your pit stops down to about 11 or 12. But if you're going to try and hit the minimum every time of 2 minutes, then teams are going to be trying to come into the pits maybe 23, 24 times. So there's a lot of risk involved in trying to go for one particular strategy over another. And don't forget, of course, that there is no exact science largely because all these teams have different sizes. You've got some teams with 4 drivers, some teams with 3, some teams with 2 only. And then, of course, you've got Stu Stretton doing his own thing at the back of the field. But fascinating that all of these teams have got completely different ideas and concepts. There's no one exact way that's going to work. They've just got to rely on their own team chemistry, rely on how chilled they are. They've got to be really focused. Communication's got to be high. They've got to have contingency plans as well. There's no point coming in with one plan. You've got to have plan B, plan C, plan D, plan E. You've got to have all these things figured out in case one thing happens or something else happens out on the course. It is not going to be easy to judge who's got the right idea and who's got the wrong idea. Well, I tell you one thing, consistency is what's on team up at the front end of the field, as RKS have got a pit stop speeding penalty. So the RKS team that moved into second position aggregate after their stop, they were speeding in the pit lane. So RKS have been given a 30-second penalty. Now that gets added to the time, of course, so they don't have to come into the pits the penalty, but they will get 30 seconds added to their race time for speeding in the pit lane. So it's so important to make sure that you are not going to be here in terms of speed. You've got to be so careful on that pit stop window because if you come down pit lane too quickly, you are going to get a penalty, and the RKS team from Italy have done that. So they've got a 30-second penalty added to their race time. Thanks to Sumner Speed for patting me on the back for strategy. I did actually run a team in a karting race a few years ago. I think it was the British 24. I ran a team in 2016, and we were actually second in class on my debut as a team manager. I like to do crunching of numbers. I'm a bit of a nerd. I'm a bit of a dork. So I like to think about these things in a scientific manner. If there are any karting teams out there who want a decent team manager and decent team strategist for next year, I'm perfectly reasonable. I'm willing to be paid in bribes or race gear or maybe even occasional food and grub. Give me a nudge. You know where to find me. So we're still waiting for the MENS racing team to make their first pit stop. Tom Wadu has just been plugging away very avidly out in the lead of the race here for the MENS racing team. And he's gone on to his 52nd lap. This is a mammoth opening stint for Tom Wadu. Everybody else has come into the pits except for the fantastic challenger from France, who, let's not forget, has not even seen this circuit this weekend until yesterday evening. So Tom Wadu is actually now into his 1 hour, 10-minute stretch for this stint. So clearly that kart had a heck of a lot of fuel in it, and Tom Wadu had a lot of speed in his car as well. Salvatore Nito getting out of the way there and waving past the Durarte kart of Oscar Ropar. That's one of the other things I love about these endurance races. Yesterday, they were not giving each other an inch of space. Here today, if you've got someone up the inside, drivers will often just wave them through. Go on, just wave them through, because I can hop on the back of you and I can help my own race out a little bit just by following you. You wouldn't get that in the sprints. Rucking around on this particular course, hand over fist for every inch of the course. So good to see that there's a little bit of a different dynamic here. And we've got a penalty being handed out on the course there. It's a 10-second penalty for the 32. So that is the 32 car. That's the X-Kart drivers. The young gun, Lewis Sumner, behind the wheel at the moment. A 10-second penalty for contact. So I didn't see what happened there, and I think it's probably something that's occurred on the far side of the course, out of my line of vision. But that's the second penalty the team has picked up. Now, they don't have to serve it by going into the pits, but the 15 seconds they've accrued so far in penalties will get added onto their race time. That's a real headache, and unfortunately it seems that the British drivers really have been running the gauntlet with the officials this weekend. They've been scratching their heads and wondering why it's been happening, because a lot of the incidents, they don't really see the basis of it, and I understand that to a certain extent. Out of the pits goes the number 5 car. That's the Kart LRT machine. Elliot McCanny taking the next stint. But it's always difficult when you send drivers from one particular language. You go to a different country, onto a different circuit that you're learning for the first time. You race a certain way and you're surprised by the way it's governed. It can be a little bit of a difficulty for the contenders there. are actually looking through the competitors there. I'm right in thinking the number 19, and it's the X-Kart driver. That is behind the wheel for X-Kart drivers. Lewis Sumner is having a fairly quiet stint at the moment, getting on with things in the number 19 kart. They've made a lot of progress since their pit stop, I have to say. They dropped down to about 17th, but they took a longer pit stop. But what they've been able to do by taking the longer pit stop is get themselves into clearer space, and that's allowed Lewis Sumner the chance to just run on his own for a while and just run metronomic pace, which is something that Sumner's been very good at in recent times. He's always been the kind of driver that doesn't really get particularly flamboyant and doesn't really get overzealous, which is really good for races like this, because you just settle into a rhythm and you set these lap times where you're basically separating your lap times by 1/10 of a second here, 1/10 of a second there. And he can actually see his teammate, Elliot Foster, in the distance. He's not that far behind him, only about 3 seconds back. So the KMRS XP team, they've got Hugo Verschella just in between them. And looking at the lap times difference, I think Verschella is currently clocking in the 121s. 121.9 for Verschella that time around. Lewis Sumner on a 121.7. So they are gaining time rapidly. So the two X-Kart machines are going to be together on the circuit fairly soon, running in 9th and 10th position. And that's perfect because they can work together. They can basically push each other further forward, and they'll gain a lot of time over the stint by working in unison. So here we are in pit lane, still waiting for Tom Wadu in the MENS racing kart to work his way into the pits from the lead of the race. But we're well into the second hour now, and I'm waiting for it to come in because I'm not sure what they're going to do here, whether they're going to go for the 2-minute minimum or they're going to go for a statutory pit stop around the 3 to 4 minute mark to try and get the pit stop duration down, because there is an argument to say that both strategies could work. You know, 2 minutes per pit stop means you're going to have to come in 23 times, as we mentioned before, but a 4-minute to 5-minute pit stop means you're only going to have to come in 12 to 13 times. So which is faster? I mean, I don't know. On this circuit, I don't know much about the Kartland Paris circuit other than the 15 minutes I spent in the kart on Thursday, and it wasn't this kart, I should point out, that I was driving either. It was the R-Max rather than the R1, so it'll be very interesting to see how difficult it is to get to know these karts. They only had a 1-hour practice yesterday, so again, they're still reasonably learning what the kart can do. Having only had a 1-hour practice session, they've looked at the fuel levels and tried to calculate just how much fuel is being spent for each driver in the kart at any one time. But it's not an exact science, and they've got to run a risk or two if they want to go for the victory. So we're still waiting then for that eagerly anticipated first pit stop as Tom Wadu completes 75 minutes behind the wheel. Now we may see a few teams going longer on the strategy. A few teams might go for a longer stint than 75 minutes, and I'm told by the teams that they could get around 1 hour and 40 out of one fuel tank. So we could see some relatively aggressive stints. As into the pits for the second time comes the KMRS by XP team. So the KMRS XP team comes in for its second pit stop. And that tells you a lot about the code and language of some of the race teams in this. We're getting some teams making their second pit stop before the has even made their first. Is that the leading team? The pits now behind them? Yes, it is. So Tom Wadu has brought the car into the pits. 1 minute 15 mark, 1 hour 15 mark, I should say. So Tom Wadu finally comes into the pits then for the MENS racing team. Just spotted him out of the corner of my eye coming down pit road. So the race leaders are finally in for the first time after a 75-minute opening stint by Tom Wadu. That is quite extraordinary and a very impressive amount of work then from Tom Wadu, who's now going to be working his way round the pit stop. He's going to change drivers, I think. And then obviously they will want to go to the fuel, top up with more fuel, because that will probably be running on fumes now. But there you go. You can run 55 laps straight on one fuel tank. As down pit road comes the 33. That is the team from KMRS by XP. That was the team that was directly in front of the X-Kart crew, but they have now come in for their second pit stop and they have changed driver. So that now puts the X-Kart crew and the X-Kart drivers out on the circuit together. So they can actually do a little bit of work to push each other forward for a little bit, depending on how long into the stint the X-Kart drivers are in relation to the X-Kart crew. But they might be able to spend a few laps working in unison, and that could certainly help them move a bit further forward. Now the big question here is, what is Tom Wadu and the crew at MENS Racing going to do in terms of their pit stops? I'm looking down the pit lane for the number 1 kart to come into sight, and it hasn't appeared yet. So it looks like they're going to take the long pit stop option here, the MENS Racing team. There they are now making their way down pit lane. They'll almost certainly be making their way to the fueling bay because they're going to have to come in for fuel. Indeed they do. So this is not going to be an aggressively short pit stop for MENS. This is going to be a similar pit stop to what we got from the X-Kart crew. I think this is going to be a more calculated pit stop from MENS. They've clearly felt that the 2-minute minimum is not going to help them. It's going to be impressive, but it's not going to help you out in terms of getting a decent consistency over the race. So they come into the pits to refuel. And it's no longer Tom Wadu behind the wheel. It is now Arthur Huo, who has taken over from Tom Wadu. Also in the pits, by the way, is the number 14 coming in for the second pit stop. That's the MSC team. So Loris Mocchia has handed the kart back over to Andrea Gareschi. As out onto the circuit goes the KMRS by XP team. There's not been a big rush at the MENS team, who now go back out onto the course. And as a result of doing so, the lead is now handed over to the team that only spent 2 minutes and 1 second in the pit stop of their first stop. That is KMRS Racing. So now every team is a 12-hour. God, I nearly shocked everybody there by giving them an extra 3 hours they weren't after. Sorry, guys. 12 hours at the FIDOS 25. Every single team has now made their first pit stop. So we've got a little bit more understanding now, to a certain degree, as to how the strategies are playing out. But it's not an exact science, as I said, and there could be a few later on that they will get down to just 2 minutes. As to the pits comes the number 24 kart. That's the squad of FKI Racing. And that's their second pit stop, of course. Jonas Hevert sharing the kart with Kilian Kukken and Gianni Gentile. And Jonas Hevert has just spent 47 minutes into the kart after Gianni Gentile did a 25-minute stint. So as I said, not every stint is going to be the same length. Not every pit stop is going to be the same length. They're going to have to figure out what's going to be the best way of doing it. As Louis Foster, I think, has been... Elliot Foster, I should say. I'm mixing up the first names and second names of drivers. I do apologise. Elliot Foster of the X-Kart drivers team, who's just overtaken the Team Canada team, by the way, because they have... It looks as though the X-Kart drivers team have just signalled to their man, Elliot Foster, that they're going to need to come into the pits for a second fuel stop. So they will have an interesting run. Well, either that or it'll be the first fuel stop, but it'll be the second pit stop, as it were. Because some of the teams have obviously refueled at their first pit stop. Other teams have waited until their second pit stop to refuel. But again, unless people run notes up to me to let me know what they're doing at each pit stop, I can only guess at the situation. Out onto the circuit goes De La Cretas. So De La Cretas for Team Canada heads back out onto the circuit. That is Julien De La Cretas, the Swiss driver, who is racing under the Team Canada banner for this race. So that's obviously one of those situations where the Canadian teammate of Julien De La Cretas, that of course is the very talented Kevin Andre Macharo, has flown out here and has basically said, I'm racing for Team Canada. Does anybody want to join forces with me and make a super team? And on this occasion, Julien De La Cretas was quite happy to oblige. So we get ourselves towards the end of the first hour and a half of racing. And that'll be my first time to take a little bit of a pause, a bit of a drink, and to see how things are going. Stroll through the pit lane, talk to a few of the teams, and try and figure out some of the nuggets of information that they can impart to me about what's happening. But certainly the 12-hour here, a very exciting battle so far, as everybody really starting to settle into their rhythms now. Certain teams choosing to team up and work together for this part of the stint to try and alleviate some of the tension in the stints to try and figure out where they're going to be moving forward. Anybody in pit lane at the moment? Yes, there is. There is the number 8 kart in pit lane at the moment. That is the Cartel DS squad. Enzo Ducati, having done 42 minutes behind the wheel. I wonder if he's going to hand over here to Matteo Glielmi or whether he'll hand over to Raffaele Vogelli, because Pierre Cajot spent 35 minutes in the first stint out on the course. And we'll wait to see now who's going to be making the next big pit stop in the mix. Well, the drivers are certainly giving us a really interesting run of it at the moment, as the two X-Kart teams, X-Kart drivers with the X-Kart crew behind them, running close with each other. They're doing a great job, actually. 6th and 7th at the moment, so they're keeping fairly consistent in terms of strategy, and that's how it needs to be. You can't just go for fast pit stops to look impressive. You have to go for what's going to work over the entirety of the 12 hours. You can't just rush these things. You have to figure out what's going to work for each team, and keeping safety in numbers seems to be working really well at the moment for these two teams. Other operations like the KMRS racing team, they've got 2 teams in the top 5, but they've also got 2 teams well outside the top 10. So they have kind of done the divide by conquer strategy, the KMRS squad, whereas at the X-Kart team, they've decided that teaming up and working as a unit seems to be the best port of call long term. Well, bit of a slide there as drivers are really starting to lose traction in the penultimate chicane on the run to the pit hairpin. A lot of dust being kicked up there. You can see drivers starting to lose the back end of the kart, and that's because the circuit is heating up and the grip is reducing. As the track gets hotter, the corners that they were finding a lot of grip on are starting to lose grip because the track temperature goes up, the tire temperature goes up as well. You want them as cool as possible to give you a decent amount of grip, and every time the drivers come through that relatively fast chicane, they are kicking up the dust and spraying it into the face of anybody that stood at the pit entry. So if I'm going to go and have a look at some of the racing from the pit entry, I think I'm going to borrow a crash helmet just so that I don't get dust in my face, because it's getting pretty messy at that point of the course, because turn 11 in particular is getting pretty messy with all the dust that's being kicked up at that particular corner. And I have a feeling there's going to be a few more corners around the track where that's going to be true, because what worked in the first hour and a half is now definitely going to change a little bit. It'll get a little bit more varied as we get into the continued stages of the race. So we're now in a nice little consistent flow as drivers are working together. Some of them are in a nice consistent race out on their own. It pays to be metronomic on pace at this point. You want to try and get as good a lap time and as even a lap time as possible on this part of the course. It's very wise to be very measured and very, very calm at the moment to see how things are going. Right, the team from X-Kart are starting to put numbers out on their pit board. Now, they're all going to know, having had the conversation internally, what that's going to mean. I wonder if that's minutes or if that's laps or how long it is. It's all part of the strategy. They've got to obviously agree with each other pre-race. All fascinating to witness and observe here up on the roof at Kartland Paris as we get ourselves closer to the end of the second hour. So in a 12-hour race like this, you've obviously got to be thinking about what's going to be good for the benefit of the whole team, not just for yourself. And a really interesting situation for all of the crew. Just keeping an eye on the comments. And Chris Dudboy Harvey has slapped my wrist there. Apparently I'm giving too much away in terms of strategy. Well, after about 2 hours, you can pretty much work out what teams are going to do. Unfortunately, I've got to call things as I see them. Sorry, I'll try commentating blind. It's Dave in the lead of the race. Sorry, Chris. You're not paying me enough to keep secrets to myself. Anyway, there's another pit stop coming in now as the 18 comes into the pits. That is the team from Belgium that is working its way further forward. It's been a very interesting battle out on the course for all of the teams at the moment. It's the KMRS by SKOF team. All 3 of their drivers have had time behind the wheel already now as they come in for pit stop number 3. So that's where we're up to the race. It looks like they're doing pretty much as close to half an hour per as possible. Although for these three, it doesn't look like it's particularly possible. So we are now pretty much an hour of the race, give or take a few minutes. So at this phase, I think it's time to figure out who's doing what, who's in the karts, and how the teams are currently faring. So we'll give you an update at the moment as to the running order. We've got the leading crew at the moment is the number 25. That is the Belgian squad from KMRS Racing. That is Samuel Libert, who is behind the wheel at the moment in his first stint after Lucas Urbani spent 52 minutes at the wheel, and then they did a pit stop of 2 minutes and 1 second, the fastest pit stop so far in the race. Then in the second position is the number 1 team, that is the MENS Racing team, as Tom Wadu did an amazing pit stop, 1 hour 15 minutes behind the wheel, and then they spent 2.5 minutes in pit lane before handing over to Arthur Roux, who is currently the driver in second position. Then in third place at the moment it is the RKS team from Italy. They are in P3 with Matteo Infanti now at the wheel after Samuele Rizzo spent exactly 1 hour behind the wheel. Their teammates are Davide Aloy and Riccardo Bucci. Their pit stop was pretty quick as well, a 2 minutes 5 second stop. Fourth position, well, that was the team of KMRS by FOK with Mathis Renet having done 53 minutes behind the wheel. And Randy Bertrand is currently out there at the moment in fourth position. Then it is the Super Driver squad with Dennis Huller having done 36 minutes behind the wheel of that team kart. Bruno Furman is the man who has taken over on his stint. So the two German drivers putting in some good stints. They will eventually hand over to Orlando Sidotti and the fourth driver in the team, Olivier Laurenson. So they're currently running in fifth position. Sixth place is the X-Kart drivers, the young squad made up of Zach Jennings, Isaac Jameson, Elijah Hartley, and the man who is currently at the wheel of that kart, Elliot Foster, as KMRS by FOK come into the pits for the second time. So Randy Bertrand is going to hand back over potentially to Mathis Renet. Then in seventh position behind the X-Kart drivers is the X-Kart crew. It's Lewis Sumner at the wheel at the moment with his teammates Louis Harvey, as well as the very talented young aces Billy Corns and Harry Hurst Grover. Up to seventh as a result of the pit stops for KMRS by FOK and Goats Blue is Team Golden Buzz with Rafael Deux at the wheel at the moment, with Lorenzo Bonifazio starting the race and Theo Permez soon to get behind the wheel. Need for Speed Cyprus is still in the top 10, by the way. Chris Demetriou handed over to Michael Demetriou, who's almost completed an hour at the wheel. Their teammates are Luca Evis and Dukis Ianu. So KMRS by FOK are now down to ninth at the pit stops, thanks to Randy Bertrand's visit to the pits. And also in the pit lane for the second time is Goats Blue, the Italian team. Daniele Rossi handing over, I'm sure, to his teammate Vanni Ruggiero, with Kevin Liguri having already had a run in the kart. Stepping up into the top 10 then is Team Canada. That is Julien Daricotraz and Kevin Andrea Maharo. 12th at the moment is the team from Durate. That is Oscar Ropa at the wheel, along with Romain Morelli, Kevin Ropa and Vinny Beltramelli. Karting Rivas doing a fair job as they move their way back towards the top 10. That is the two-driver squad from Spain. Karting Rivas, the team of Miriam Alvarez and Pablo Sanchez. And then we have the team in 14th place, Racemax China, doing a very steady job at the moment with Dai Jihao in the wheel at the moment from Liuzi, Li Hanchen and Miao Tzu. 15th position at the moment is Team Norwich 62, the Greek lineup, which has Yanis Vogadiatzakis at the wheel at the moment. So Yanis Vogadiatzakis is driving. Vasilis Stamu started the race, and then their two teammates, of course, are Andreas Nomikos and Stefanos Stilias. 16th position, Volturno, that's the Italian team of Salvatore Nito, Giovanni Mollo and Giuseppe Di Domenico. Then we have Cartel RT, that's the two-driver operation from Switzerland, Elliot Macagni and Angela Glielmi. Their sister kart team is Cartel DS, and that's got Rafael Vogelli at the wheel. Their teammates are Matteo Glielmi, Pierre Cageux and Enzo Rocati. Then it's the Kartplex duo from Canada. Jeff White is teaming up with young Thomas Holland. So Jeff White is the man behind the wheel at present. Then in 20th position, stop the clocks everybody, it's Mr. Karting. Stu Stretton is currently in 20th place, having only done one pit stop. So he's there in 20th for the moment. 21st position is the team that's made 2 stops, that is MSC, Loris Mocchia and Andrea Guereschi. Then it is KMRS XP with their 3 drivers, Maiko Marella, Alexandra Pefa and Hugo Fischella. In the sister car, that is the KMRS by SKOF, we have Maximilian David, Yanis de Souza and Thomas Delamar. They've actually come in 3 times, which is why they're down in 23rd. Then the Goats Red team, which has Federico Stefanelli, Simon Agazzi and Kevin Piazzoli. That's in the Goats Red team. 25th position for FKI Racing is Kilian Kuken and his teammates Gianni Gentile and Jonas Hevert. Then the S-Kart working team that ran in the top 5 in the early phase of the race. Their drivers are Jonathan Ludovici, Stefano Mezziano and Cristiano Marco. And then, of course, we have Ricardo Maya currently driving for that particular team. And then the last 2 teams in the mix at the moment are the Kartland squad, the home team, with their drivers Hugo Leminier, Thomas Mielen, Kilian Freis, and the driver who is driving at the moment, Hugo Liu. And then at the back, after some difficulties in the early phase of racing, the Jarama Fan Racing team from Spain. Driving at the moment is Eduardo Caballo, and their other drivers are Javier Martinez and Kevin Capras. I should point out, though, that although they've had some difficulties, they are only 7 laps down from the race lead at the hour-and-a-half mark. So there's still plenty of time for all of these teams to get back up the order. Any teams that are thinking, oh my goodness, we're 3 or 4 laps down already, do not despair. This is a very long race of 12 hours, and all it takes is for one team to go off the road, have an incident, take a big penalty. Anything can still happen in this race, and it's always very interesting and very exciting to see what teams will make of the early phase of the pit stop window. So very exciting stuff so far in the TB Kart finals. As out of the pits goes the number 3, that is Vinny Beltramelli. So Vinny Beltramelli has come into the pits and gone back out again for De Reerte. So that was 40 minutes behind the wheel for Romain Morelli, 45 minutes behind the wheel for Oscar Ropar, and now for De Reerte it is Vinny Beltramelli that has taken over, and he was in the top 3, doing a fantastic job yesterday in the sprint category, so certainly having a very good race of it up at the sharp end. So now essentially we're at that point of waiting for the rotation once again. Let's have a look at the drivers who have had the longest stint at the moment to see what the race is doing amongst the individual drivers. We've got a lot of battles out on the course, but the driver who's been in the kart out on the circuit for the longest time, apart from Stu Stretton, who obviously has been in since the start, it's a very long stint for him. But the longest stint of the drivers currently out on circuit is currently that of Elliot Foster, who's been in the kart for 1 hour and 7 minutes so far, which is very impressive considering that that's the junior team of the 2 squads. So Elliot Foster, who is one of the youngest drivers in the entire race, has actually been in the wheel of the kart for 67 minutes. That is extraordinary, considering that you've got a lot of other drivers out there who have a lot more experience and probably a lot more years of knowledge, who have only been doing about 45 minutes up to this point. But Elliot Foster is driving like a machine out there at the moment, doing a fantastic job and keeping himself very much on the mix with his sister team. They're running in unison at the moment. They're actually nose to tail, coming up towards the hairpin at the pit straight. And these 2 teams working in very close unison, which is helping them out a lot. So hand goes up in the air then from Sumner, who's just got ahead of Elliot Foster by the look of it. So they've just swapped positions there as the X-Kart crew has managed to go out ahead of Elliot Foster. But that's still an hour and 8 minutes behind the wheel for someone of the youth and experience of Elliot Foster. Very impressive stuff. The next longest stint after that, if you don't count Stu Stretton, of course, is Pablo Sanchez, who's been behind the wheel of the Karting Rivas kart for 1 hour and 5 minutes. So very good work indeed then from...
you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And that work from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And that work from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And that work from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And that work from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And that work from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And that work from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And that work from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now before. I put on, I would do shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I would do shit for me though. Get that money up, now you boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I would do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till city got love for my people. Put on that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. But you ain't hustling and you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. But you ain't hustling and you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. But you ain't hustling and you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. But you ain't hustling and you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. But you ain't hustling and you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. But you ain't hustling and you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. But you ain't hustling and you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. But you ain't hustling and you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. But you ain't hustling and you ain't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it go. nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slum City got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. Put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, ego. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, ego. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, ego. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, ego. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, ego. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, ego. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, ego. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, ego. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another skill. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another skill. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another skill. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another skill. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another skill. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another skill. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another skill. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another skill. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another skill. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it,
Welcome back, folks, to the action here at the Kartland Paris circuit on Kartland Troyes as we continue our fantastic duel around the course in the TB Kart Finals 2025 12-hour endurance race. It has been a really impressive start to the day as sunshine over Paris intensifies and this becomes a real sweltering, bubbling brew of karting, the mecca of the sport, really pushing us into a very hot state of affairs indeed. We've got just under 8.5 hours to go of racing here, and it is going to be very tricky to determine which team has got the strategic calls right here out on the pit wall. So many teams feel that they've done this right in terms of getting their homework together with the fast drivers, with the right calls on pit stops, but being rental karting and with this being a 12-hour endurance, there are already going to be of twists in the tail, so expect this to be a very difficult race to predict as we continue our way round the course. Drivers are starting to find that grip is very difficult to sustain as the track gets hotter. The track grip has been reducing steadily over the last couple of hours, and the team's tactics are really starting to show now as several teams are starting to get dangerously close to the victory up at the sharp end of the field. There are several teams already that feel like they've got what it takes to put themselves right up to the sharp end of the field. But there's a lot still to talk about as we get to the next port of call. Great to be with you once again. Jake Sanson in the commentary box position to talk you through the action. I have to say, over the last couple of hours, there haven't been many dramas as such. Drivers and teams have been settling into a bit of a rhythm here in Paris on the fantastic Kartland Troyes layout of the Kartland Paris circuit. Run and organised, of course, by Eric and Frank Chapard, the very talented Le Mans MP3 driver in the competition in the latter stages. Looks like we've had an off on the far side of the course at turn 3, and the marshals and officials are just trying to reset the circuit. There's like we've had a little bit of damage to one of the barriers, but nothing that certainly precipitates a slow zone period. Plenty of pit tops coming in at the moment as the teams are starting to get a little bit more understanding as to what the race and the circuit itself is going to do as it evolves over the next 8.5 hours of racing. Thank goodness we're getting a little bit of cloud cover now over the circuit. We're not going to get any rain today as far as the predictions tell us. Just getting a little bit of cloud cover cools down the circuit a little bit and makes things a little bit more bearable for the teams here. It is getting to be ridiculously hot, almost volcanic in its intensity here in Europe. Feels a little bit like Southeast Asia out here on the circuit, and I should know, it's where I live these days. So it's getting very, very difficult to see how the drivers and teams are going to cope with this pressure. There has been a little bit of a catalogue of incidents to talk about over the last couple of hours. So we had a few penalties in the first 2 hours of racing. Since then, there hasn't been a lot going on. What I can report on you is that the home team, Kartland, have had an absolutely miserable time of it. They have received 2 penalties in the last 2 hours for their driver being underweight by 5 kilos. So it's absolutely disastrous. And of course, for every kilo you are underweight, you will add a 10-second penalty to your race. So obviously they are 5 kilos underweight, and that will add 50 seconds to their race time. It's happened to them twice, so they are now added 100 seconds to race time, which is very unfortunate indeed for them. But of course, rules are rules. We have to make sure that the drivers are aware of the situation. The only other major concern is that the Need for Speed Cyprus team race. They had a technical difficulty which prevented them from changing over at the last run. They were allowed to make a pit stop without changing their driver. It was not mandatory to do so because they were suffering from some technical difficulties. So at the last pit stop, they were able to just go through the motions and get themselves through that phase. It's been a difficult slump for them since that particular moment happened. They are now currently down the order. They've just completed lap 151 while the leaders have completed lap 159, which tells you a little bit of the predicament that they're in at the moment. The only other major cause for concern amongst the judiciaries was the number 5 kart, the Kart LRT squad, picked up a 5-second penalty for contact out on the course. Otherwise, everybody else has been keeping it very neat and tidy over the course of the race so far. Nobody's been getting themselves into hot water. They're just looking a little bit lackadaisical at the moment as they try and work their way back into the fuel bay. That looks like the number 23 car that is currently in pit lane. Oh, it's the 33, my apologies. It's the KMRS XP squad having some difficulties. But we will talk through the race order as it currently stands. Out in the lead of the race at the moment is the KMRS racing team from Belgium, the double act of Lucas Urbani and Samuel Libert. I should point out that they have only spent 6 minutes and 5 seconds in the pit lane. So they've had 3 pit stops, but they've got it down to around the 2-minute 3-second mark on every occasion. That's really impressive as far as their pit rotation is concerned, but they are leading the race by 2 laps. But it's a false dawn at this moment in time because they've only spent 6 minutes in pit road, and the pit, because obviously every team has to spend a minimum of 45 minutes in pit road, and so with them spending at least 3.5 to 4 minutes more, with everybody spending 3.5 to 4 minutes more time in the pits than them, it is a bit of a false dawn. It doesn't really tell us the whole picture. They're going to have to spend a bit more time in the pits to get through to the end of the race. Otherwise, they will get penalties and they will not be able to take the victory. So you have to take into some context. They are leading at the moment. They have had 3 pit stops, but they have done about 2 minutes and 2 seconds per pit stop, roughly. So they have pitted 1 less time than everybody else. So when it all squares out, interesting even contest. Now, the MENS racing team are in 2nd position at the moment. Tom Wadu has taken back over control of the kart, but he's been in the kart for 2 hours of this race so far, and his current stint is only about 11 minutes. A long way to go in that stint. Then we have the team running in 3rd position, the RKS team from Italy. That is the very impressive Samuele Rizzo, who is at the wheel at the moment, along with his teammates Matteo Infante, Riccardo Bucci and Davide Aloi. The latter two, Bucci and Aloi, have not yet driven in this race. They've just allowed the 2 men up front, Rizzo and Infante, to do all of the donkey work at the moment. They're not getting into the car just yet, Aloi and Bucci. They're totally allowed to rotate the drivers as and how they see fit. But Aloi and Bucci have decided not to race just yet. They're going to wait until a little bit later on into the race by the look of it. Their team is definitely not in trouble, currently doing 3rd position at the moment, and they have spent a total of 9 minutes and 39 seconds in the pit stops after 4 visits. So that's pretty good from them. They're looking pretty racy. It comes the team leader. Into the pits comes the race leader, the KMRS Racing. They've gone to the end of the an hour and 41 minutes behind the wheel. So Samuel Libert doing a grand job there at the head of the pack. And the KMRS Racing team finally come in for their 4th pit stop. But again, if they're going to continue doing 2-minute pit stops, then they're going to be coming into the pits quite a lot more in this race. So I wouldn't really keep an eye on that statistic just yet. There's still a lot of opportunities for the other teams to creep into the mix. Apologies for your sound quality if it is starting to cause an issue. We'll try and get on top of it as soon as we possibly can. We'll try and get on top of it. Into the pits as well has come the Volturno team. They're just in behind Team Canada, made up of Julien Delaquitaz and Kevin Andrea Maharo. So Volturno into the pits. That's Giuseppe De Domenico, Salvatore Nito and Giovanni Mollo. So in amongst the top 5, there are only 2 drivers in the entire race that have not yet got behind the wheel of their kart. And that is the squad from RKS, namely Davide Aloi and Riccardo Bucci. 6th position at the moment is the Golden Buzz team. Rafael Do is behind the wheel, and his colleagues Lorenzo Bonifacio, who has driven, and Theo Permez, who has not yet driven. They've just elevated themselves up into 5th position, thanks to the pit stop from Volturno. 7th place is the KMRS by FOK kart. Randy Bertrand and Mathis Renet. 7th position for them, and they have the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 20.153. They have just moved ahead of the team from Volturno as well. In 8th position, the X-Kart drivers, the 4 fantastic young Brits, Elliot Foster, Zach Jennings, Isaac Jameson and Elijah Hartley, who is the 4th and final driver to get his run in that kart. And their pace is really solid at the moment. They're in the 1 minute 23s at the present moment, although their fastest lap is only about 0.4 of a second away from the best, considering their lack of experience is very encouraging. 9th position is the De Arte race team. That is Kevin Ropaz finally getting his stint behind the wheel, along with Roman Morelli, Oscar Ropa, and Vinny Beltramelli, who did over an hour behind the wheel on his stint, running in 9th position at the moment. And then it's the X-Kart crew of Harry Hurst-Grover, Louis Harvey, Lewis Sumner, and their new driver, Billy Corns, who is finally having his first run in the team. And they've all had at least 45 minutes in the kart, other than Billy Corns, who is currently in the process of having that. He's gone 34 minutes into the race so far. 11th position for the Super Driver team. That is the squad that sees Olivier Laurençon, Dennis Höller, then Bruno Furman of Germany, and the Italian Orlando Sidotti. In 12th position, it is the KMRS by SKOF team of Maximilian David, Yanis de Souza, and Thomas Delamar. Then in 13th, it is the Goats Blue team from Italy, Vanni Ruggiero, Kevin Lugori, and Daniele Rossi, who is currently at the wheel. In 14th position, the man who's only done 2 pit stops so far is Mr. Karting, the one-man band, Stu Stretton, finds himself in 14th position. How is he still going after only 2 pit stops? That is absolutely extraordinary as we get to the end of the 4-hour mark. Absolutely incredible. He's been in the kart for 3 hours and 40 minutes. He's only stopped twice, and it's just astonishing how he is still running around in the 1 minute 25s, which is only about 3 seconds off the pace of the race leaders at the moment. In 15th position, it is the MSC squad, the duo of Loris Mocchia and Andrea Geresci, and it is Andrea who is behind the wheel at the moment. Up to 16th has come the team from Greece, Noat 62, with Yanis Wojciechakis at the wheel at the moment with his teammates Vasilis Stamo, who spent almost 2 hours in the kart earlier on, and then the other 2 drivers, Stefanos Stilias and Andreas Nomikos, who have not yet got behind the wheel of the kart. Then in 17th, we have the team from Karting Rivas. That's the dynamic duo of Pablo Sanchez and Miriam Alvarez, who's been an absolute warrior so far. An hour and 47 minutes of the race has been her and her alone. Pablo Sanchez has currently done about an hour and 21 minutes. He did a 1 hour stint earlier on and now is getting back behind the wheel again, having been out for about 25 minutes or so. Harama Fan Racing have climbed all the way back up to 18th place, courtesy of Kevin Capras, Javier Martinez and Eduard Caballo. 19th position for FKI Racing, the Belgian trio of Kilian Kuken, Gianni Gentil and Jonas Hevart, who is currently at the wheel and has done about an hour and a half just solidly on his own. Rising back up to 20th, having dropped a long way back, is the Need for Speed Cyprus team that started the race originally from pole position, but they had some technical difficulties earlier on that dropped them back. All 4 drivers have had a turn at the wheel now. Luca Evis, Michael Dimitriou, Tukasiaru, and the man who's currently racing, Chris Dimitriou, with a big mountain to climb to make up the 7 laps they have lost in their technical difficulties. Then Racemax China, who were running as high as 3rd at one stage by leaving their pit stop very late, but they are still doing a great job in circulating at high speed. It's Liu Ji who's currently at the wheel, and his teammates are still going strong. Dai Jihao, Li Han Chen, and Miao Tzu. Then we have the Cartel DS team made up of Rafael Vogeli, Matteo Glielmi, Pierre Cajot, and currently behind the wheel, Enzo Riccardi. I can't quite figure out why they have had such a bad race. They've had 5 pit stops so far, and they're down in 22nd with 4 drivers who are ridiculously quick in the sprints. So they've really struggled to make an impact in this race, as has the KMRS XP Belgian team of Alexandra Pefa, Maiko Morella and Hugo Fascella. They've really struggled, and they are dropping back in the pack themselves now. Then the double act for Cartel RT, 2 fairly decent young racers, Elliot Macagni and Angela Glielmi, who is catching up to Macagni's 1 hour 49 at the kart. Glielmi's current stint is just 19 minutes in, so she's going to have a lot of work to do. The Cardplex team has Jeff White, the Canadian, at the wheel. Tom Holland has already done an hour and 55 minutes. I should point out it's Thomas Holland, not the actor Tom Holland. He's just a namesake. So just in case you were wondering, have we got Spider-Man in the mix? Not quite. He does do impressions, as far as I'm aware. Not quite as good as you would think, though. Goats Red dropped a long way back after some difficulties earlier on in the race. The Italian trio of Kevin Piazzoli, Simon Agazzi, and Federico Stefanelli, who's currently in 26th position. Then the S-Kart working team, who have really had some difficulties in this race. Jonathan Lodovici is currently running at the wheel with Riccardo Maya and Marco Cristiano. The one driver who's not had a chance to drive yet is Stefano Mazziano. And then at the very back of the field, it's the team that is run from Kartland Paris. It is the Kartland team of Hugo Liu, Thomas Milan, Kilian Fraisse, and the man who's currently driving, Hugo Leminier. So that is the entirety of the field. The gap between them all is currently 13 laps, but that is after almost 4 hours of racing. So very impressive stuff from everybody. The last judiciary of any kind was actually 45 minutes ago, so the drivers and teams have definitely been behaving themselves of late. So it's really good to see everybody really settling into a good rhythm and a good flow now, as they all want to put on a good show. But we've got a lot of battles out on the course, as the teams have ended up getting quite clustered together. So we've got this nice little five-way tussle out on the course at the moment, as a couple of drivers are trying to race each other and run in tandem and basically elevate themselves in formation. So it's been an interesting stuff for the moment, as the competitors have definitely been giving us a very exciting run so far. So the battle out here at Kartland Paris still going very strongly indeed, as the drivers are really giving us a fantastic battle. The TB Kart Finals, it's the third year that this event has run, and it's the first year that it's been run outside of its native Italy. That's why those of you watching along on Sky Italia are probably confused as to why there is an English commentator. Well, it is a truly international event now, of course. So apologies if you're struggling to make out all of the words I'm saying. I'll try and be as claritable as humanly possible. But there is a lot of international interest in this race now. And of course, this 12-hour endurance here at Kartland Paris is a very nice little warm-up, a very nice preview to what's coming in September, because we have the 24-hour that is taking place in September. So for those who are getting a real flavour of this and is really enjoying the 12-hour race, well, the 24-hour race taking place in September, the most exclusive 24-hour race in rental karting, definitely worth putting in your diaries. That's going to be very exciting towards the beginning of the autumn, and it'll be slightly cooler conditions than this race as well. So the nighttime running after a little bit of sunshine in September in Italy is going to make for a little bit more bearable running. So for those who are enjoying the 12-hour here at Kartland Paris, we have a 24-hour coming up in September, and that's definitely worth putting in the diary and seeing if you guys can get a team together and come and join us on the starting grid. For TB Kart racing fans who've been keeping an eye on the progress of the star driver Eli Goldstein, who is running this weekend out in Italy at the Cremona circuit in the Italian Gearbox Championships. I told you earlier on that he'd had a miserable time running in the qualifying session, having gone purple sector 1 and sector 2 and then had an engine blow, so he'd have to start from the back of the grid. In his first race he went from the back to P8, so we're all rooting for Eli Goldstein to get himself back into competition. Even more impressive when you consider that's in gearbox rather than in direct drive. So formidable, Eli. Hopefully you'll continue on doing a fantastic job. Look at the squabble we've got coming down pit road. All sorts of great racing at the moment, as the drivers are kind of forgetting the simplicity of these basic stints and are now having a bit of a dogfight out on the course. A lot of great battles and duels all the way up and down the length and breadth of the circuit here, as drivers try their best not to get sucked in to aggressive race battles. It can be very easy for drivers to sort of lose track of the bigger picture, because they can get themselves into the mix and end up racing rather competitively with some of the other drivers around them. They've got to be very careful just how much they push themselves in this early phase of the race. It's still the second half of the weekend, essentially, that we're getting into now. but we're still in the first half of the 12 hours, so a lot of work still to do. And the drivers have obviously still got to try and keep the formation pretty comfortable in this part of the race, because you don't want to get sucked into too big a battle out there. So as I mentioned before, the last judiciary of any kind was the number 12, the Cartland kart, underweight at its last pit stop by 5 kilos, and that's the second time that's happened. So they've had 100 seconds added to their time. As into the pits, we have our next pit stop. That comes from Golden Buzz. So the Belgian team Golden Buzz having their moment in pit road. And that will drop them out of 5th position for the time being. It's still very close up front. And I'm still rather bemused as to how the team that leads this race genuinely thinks they'll be able to keep this up, because at the moment they have done 8 minutes of pit stops, and they've been into the pits 4 times, like most of the teams out there. But they're going to have to make so many more pit stops than their colleagues. So this is going to be a very tricky moment for the KMRS racing team. I don't quite know how they're going to be able to keep energy levels and the tempo up the halfway point, because they're going to have so many more visits to the pits than their current rhythm suggests they're doing. Because one of the 2 rules that you have to remember about the pit stops is that you've got a 2-minute minimum mandatory and a 5-minute maximum mandatory, but every team in the race has to spend a minimum mandatory 45 minutes in the pit road over the course of the 12 hours. Now, there's definitely a couple of teams here that are taking some liberties with the minimum mandatory pit stop, that are going to have to spend an extraordinary amount of time in addition making additional pit stops to meet the 45-minute quota. And that's actually going to even the score up a little bit for some of the teams that have decided, no, we can do pit stops at 4 minutes and 10 seconds and only come in about 12 times. It makes a lot more sense to do it this way if you're going to play the long game. But what I like is that you've got several teams that have brought a couple of squads to the mix here, particularly the guys at Goats. They have the red and blue team. KMRS have 4 separate squads here, and the British teams from X-Kart, they have brought a couple of squads. But all of these teams, they basically decided to come up with different strategies for their teams. They've not all decided to go down one route and throw their eggs in one basket. They've all come up with different strategies that will actually give each team a better chance of raising to their potential. So you've got quite a fluid flow of strategic thinking going on between these teams. And those that have got several teams, like the Goats team, like the X-Kart team, like the squad at KMRS, they've actually got lots of different concepts and ideas of strategy flowing through at the same time. And some teams are getting it right, some teams are getting it wrong. But by having that creative flow and those differences in concept, the second half of the race can actually be a little bit more intellectual as the drivers figure out and the teams figure out what they can and can't do with their fuel levels, with the tyre grip they're going to have, and as the heat increases, how much pressure the other teams are going to be on. When you look at the first 2 teams in particular, they are spending so little time in pit road during their pit stops. That is going to bite them later on. They're going to have to do something about that in the latter stages of the race. At the moment, their race strategy is going perfectly well. But as everybody was told in the briefing, you've got to spend 45 minutes in the pit lane. So there's a lot of teams here that are going to have to do some really interesting thinking in the second half of the race. There is currently a new penalty that's gone out for the Cartel DS team. So Cartel DS in kart number 5, I think it is. Kart number 8, my apologies. They've been given a 5-second penalty for race contact. So that is the Cartel DS team from Switzerland. They've just had a 5-second penalty for contact out on the course. As down pit road comes the number 3, and that is going to be for adjustments. The teams obviously have a fuel bay that they need to go into whenever the kart is low on fuel. The team told me that the karts here can go to about an hour and 40 minutes, roughly, but it's not an exact science. The drivers can and can't do creatively when they're out on the course. So it's always been very interesting to me which teams can make it work and which teams are having to be a little bit more creative in their thinking and go outside the box to try and make these things happen. So it's not the easiest situation, these races. It's not the easiest dynamics to try and predict, especially one-off kind of breaks the consistency, breaks the flow, and suddenly everything becomes a little bit more tough to manage. We've got a lot of drivers out here from various different walks of life. We've got rental karters, hobbyists, professional racing drivers in cars. We've had people come out of retirement, come and race here in various different competitive categories. We've even got professional photographer in Stu Stretton. He wouldn't really call himself a natural racing driver, but he's here in amongst the mix of everybody. That's the beautiful thing about it, is that it really does even the score. It is the most level playing field it is possible to have in motor racing. You've got so many fantastic competitors here who have put in such an amazing challenge to race at this level. And it's wonderful to see just so many fantastic drivers putting in a great show here to try and get to the starting grid. Trying to figure out where the kart is going to a little bit of a battle. Let's try and figure out where the closest on-track battles are currently stated, because we've got the KMRS racing team having had 4 pit stops. They are a lap ahead of their nearest challengers, the MENS racing team, who are having a great little duel at the moment with the RKS team. They're half a second apart, those two, battling for second place. Then it is the KMRS by FOK kart that is 3 laps adrift, because they've had a 5th pit stop. The Team Canada, they've had 6 pit stops, so they're another lap adrift. And then we've got the youngsters in the X-Kart drivers team. X-Kart crew have just come in and made their latest pit stop, so that's going to drop them outside the top 10 for the moment, but when they go through the pit stop rotation, they should be able to get themselves back into the top 6, no questions asked. And I have to say, the calculation in that particular team of trying to get as close to the 4-minute 10-second mark for their pit stops to alleviate the need for more pit stops is a masterstroke. It's a really intelligent way of going about it for the team. They've clearly sat down, done the math and figure out, so we've got to spend 45 minutes in the pit. How many pit stops is that going to give us at a minimum mandatory? And then they're trying to meet that criteria by making sure that their pit stops take exactly the right amount to go as few pit stops as humanly possible. So very clever, the maths that are going on and the crunching numbers that are going on with Team GB, or Team X-Kart as they are actually known, with their fantastic 2 squads, 1 for the established drivers within the team and 2 for the young guns, 1 for the young guns as well. So very exciting stuff. So it's going to be an exciting battle as they continue their incredible quest. But at the moment, it is still the Belgian squad out in front, having gone to the absolute minimum on their pit stop. KMRS Racing from Belgium, who at their current rate are going to be making at least 22 pit stops, I would think, in the course of the race. So far, they've only made 3, and we're 4 hours in. So you do the math. They're going to have a very busy time in the second half of the race. Either that, or they're going to have to do a whole host of pit stops at 5 minutes. And when you start flirting with the 5-minute mark, there's a chance you might run over by a second or 2. And if you start running a second or 2 over the 5-minute maximum mark, that's where penalties are going to creep in. So they've got to be very careful pushing the limit on these pit stops. It's not a safe position for racing at the front of the field to be in. Yes, at the moment they've got a lap of the lead, but this isn't over yet. They've got a lot of racing still to do, and the tactical gamesmanship that they have of having fast pit stops is not very easy to justify when you crunch the numbers. So the battle for second place is the most exciting battle on the course at the moment, as Kartland have been given permission to make a pit stop without the driver change, as they have had a technical difficulty. So they've been given leave to do so. Not that it makes a massive difference to anybody else in the race, because at the moment the Kartland team currently find themselves down in 28th of the 28 competitors, and they have currently lost 7 laps to the team in 23rd. Sorry, to the team in 27th, I should say. So they're not having a very good time of it. Kartland home team, it's been a miserable day for them, rather sadly. But it is a 12-hour race, so there is still the best part of 8 hours left of it. There's still a lot that can happen in that time. As into the fueling bay comes the number 35 crew, and that is the team from, well, they're having a test run, actually. That's our test driver going around, Antoine Mollet, who is a former driver in the event and has now come on board to TB Kart as the team's test driver. It's amazing. We've got Ellie Goldstein as the team's official race driver, and essentially the main rental car test driver in the TB Kart operation is his best mate, Antoine Mollet. So, teams and drivers still trying to figure out how they're going to do the rotation of the pit stops. A lot of dust starting to get kicked up on some of these faster apexes, because it makes for a very tricky and very unbalanced part of the race this now, as drivers are definitely starting to find the weaker part of these tyres. This set of tyres is really starting to heat up as the circuit gets hotter. So drivers and teams are going to find it very difficult indeed to balance and blend the throttle. Some of these corners are going to really bite them as they work their way through, as we've got another penalty by the look of it. And that is, oh dear, a big problem for the number 22 squad. That is Team Canada. Now, they've actually got 44 seconds added to their race time. And that is because they have had a pit stop time of 5 minutes and 34 seconds. So that is going to come back to bite them, unfortunately. So not going so well now, I'm afraid, for the Kartplex team, having had a difficult start to the day. And they're now starting to slump back down a little bit as number 11. That is team. So why is Kevin Nagordy just stopping in the pit lane, in the fast lane itself? That's unusual for any of the teams to be stopped in the fast lane. That's the 11, the Goats Blue team, just stationary in pit road. It looks as though there might be a problem potentially for the 11 kart as they run in close proximity. Kevin Nagordy for Goats Blue, just stationary in pit road in the fast lane. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Meanwhile, there is a change of personnel. Number 7 crew further back in the pit lane. That is the RKS team. So before they made the overtaking move on MENS, have decided to make a pit stop. So that battle for second at a little bit of an anticlimax at the moment, because there's no major change for position. And it looks as though the MENS racing team has come into the pits as well. So MENS racing from P2, not too long after KMRS got their 4th pit stop out of the way. They really are trying to go as long into the race and build up a lead as possible, in the hope that they're not going to have to worry too much about pit stops on the second half of the race. But this is going to get fundamentally very difficult indeed for them to sustain. But as the second and third place teams come into the pits, they're going to continue on and work very hard as they push their way further forward. So for the next few minutes or so, take in the delights and the joys of the Kartland Paris circuit. I often feel that in the endurance race you need to have a little bit of time to sit in and enjoy the sights and the sounds and imagine the smells, if you're watching along at home, of the racing here at Kartland Paris. Have a few minutes to savor the spectacle of this magnificent race in these fantastic locations and surroundings as you settle in for a few minutes of pure racing noise from the TB Karts Finals Endurance 12 Hour here at Kartland Paris. I just love of an endurance rental kart race. There's nothing quite like it. Properly soaking up the pure elevations and speed and the fantastic teamwork and the chemistry and the camaraderie down in the pit garages. There really is something quite special about these endurance kart races. I hope you enjoyed the opportunity to soak it up a little bit from where you're sitting. Certainly gives me a lot of joy when I'm out here at the side of a racetrack talking about these incredible battles. So the way things currently play out, we've got a few teams coming down pit lane at the moment. NORAD 62 and Cartel DS for the record. Looks like the NORAD 62 team are currently having a fuel stop. A few of the other teams out on the course are having an interesting battle. Got a nice little duel cooking up for second position as we have a new fastest lap of the race, which is clearly in error because Arthur Roy has managed to do a lap time in 1 minute 11, which is absolutely not possible in this current kart on this current configuration. So clearly something's gone wrong there. And that means that that particular time is almost certainly going to be wiped from the record. But what it does tell us is that there might be an issue or two for that particular kart. They may have gone off the road somewhere in their quest to try and get after Team Canada. So there we go. That's been corrected as MENS Racing now finds themselves dropping down a position. I'm not sure what exactly happened there. There was a 5-second penalty given out to the number 15 kart. That is the S kart working team, and that was for contact. There's also been a 2-lap penalty given to the team from Kartland, who were basically given a 2-lap penalty for changing driver without authorization. Making a pit stop without a driver change is what they got the penalty for, because at every pit stop so they were not given permission to make the driver change, to make the pit stop without the driver change on that occasion. You are allowed to if there's special dispensation, but you have to obviously apply for it. But on this particular occasion, the team did not do so, so they were given the 2-lap penalty. So the battles continue out on the course. Everybody's still trying to give themselves a really good squabble at the race circuit. It's a lot of battles in battles, which is always very nice to see. It's obviously giving us a lot of entertainment as they put themselves back into a fairly decent rhythm and a fairly decent flow out on the course. There goes the NORAD 62 squad back into the race. That's Team Greece. So they head back out onto the course. A little bit of shouting, I think, from the NORAD 62 team as they went out onto the course. They've done a pit stop there in 4 minutes and 29 seconds. So I'm not entirely sure what the passionate cries were about there for the NORAD 62 team as I watched them go out onto the circuit again. So that one's going to need to be cleared up. But certainly the battles have been very, very strong here on the Kartland Trois layout here for the 25 finals. The TB Kart Finals 25 endurance race of 12 hours. Always very important to see what these teams can cook up in terms of strategy and race pace. Not everybody makes it particularly easy going. So it means we're going to have some very intriguing results at the end of what promises to be such a spectacular race battle. And fluid rhythm as all of the teams are trying to work themselves around the course in a fairly neat rhythm. So let's talk about the context of the way the race is playing out at the moment at the front end of the field. We have a team in the lead. They are the team from Belgium, KMRS Racing. But having said that they're in the lead, and they are leading currently by 3 laps, having said that, they have only made 4 pit stops, whereas most of the other teams around them have made either 5 or 6. And they have kept to the absolute bare minimum time for all 4 of those pit stops. So they have managed to do 4 pit stops in about 2 minutes 2 seconds each. Now, it's all well and good for them running at the front end of the field and building up a 3-lap advantage, but they've still got to spend a minimum 45 minutes of total running in pit lane, same as everybody else. And that means they're going to have to do way more pit stops than any of the teams around them are currently doing. So they've built up a good advantage, yes, but that advantage is going to disappear valiantly and rapidly. I think what KMRS are trying to do, essentially, is to go as long into the race as humanly possible, building up an advantage in the hope that they can start doing 4-minute and 5-minute pit stops in the second half of the race to give themselves a little bit of a break. But the way the human body works, I'm not entirely sure that's going to work for them. I think that's actually going to make them crash easier than it would be for some of the teams that are basically trying to keep their pit stops down to a 4-minute average. I think those teams, such as the RKS team, the squad in second place, MENS Racing, the British crews, the Spanish crews, the Swiss crews, they've actually looked at this. You know what? 4 minutes or 4.5 minutes for each pit stop makes far more sense than doing 2-minute, 2-second pit stops. So that's the reason why we've got the KMRS team from Belgium out in front. 3 laps at the moment. Second position is the RKS team. The number 7 crew, currently 17 minutes into their stint, so they're fairly fresh as a daisy at the moment. But they're 3 laps away from the KMRS team. Third place for Team Canada. They've been working very hard in getting themselves back up the order. Julien Delacroix and Kevin Andrea Maharo. Of time roughly in the pits. Fourth place is the MENS Racing team of Wadu and Huo. They are together in 4th place. 5th position for Volturno. They've managed to get themselves back up into the top 10 for the moment. Salvatore Nito, Giovanni Mollo and Giuseppe De Domenico. Super drivers still going well with Olivier Lanson, Dennis Höller, Bruno Ferman and Orlando Sidotti. KMRS by FOK are still in the top 10 for Randy Bertrand and Mathis Renet. Golden Buzz, the other Belgian team in the top 10, sees Rafael Do, Tio Permez and Lorenzo Bonifazio, who is in the kart again. Still no sign of Tio Permez in that particular kart yet. That hasn't happened as yet, nor has it happened for RKS that Davide Aloy or Riccardo Bucci have got behind the wheel. They have not done so yet either, and that's the team that's in second position, don't forget. So there's quite a few drivers in this race that have not actually done a stint as we get to the halfway point of racing. Interesting how some teams have decided to put 2 or 3 drivers for the first part of racing, and then they're just giving the latter stages of the race to their 3rd or 4th man. So interesting stuff from the teams. Again, how to do the strategy however they wish to, but it is quite interesting and very telling actually that they're relying on the morning session, if you like, to 3 drivers, safe pairs of hands maybe. Not entirely sure what the reason for doing this is, but they've clearly got their strategy worked and figured out. Then, of course, after that, we've got the team from Spain. That is a very strong pairing. Miriam Alvarez and Pablo Sanchez. They're now in the top 10, running in 9th position and doing a fine job with it. And back into the top 10 again after their need to charge back is the Need for Speed Cyprus team. Luca Evis, Michael Dimitriou, Duc Cassiano and Chris Dimitriou. So they are now back into the top 10 once again. Chris Dimitriou having been behind the wheel of that kart for an hour now. So still doing a fantastic job. And that's an hour stint that will add to his half an hour that he did earlier on. FKI Racing of Kilian Koken, Gianni Gentili and Jonas Evert are now in 11th position in front of the KMRS by I'll try that again, shall I? The KMRS by SKOF team in 12th position. That is the squad made up of Maximilian David, Yanis de Souza and Thomas Delamere. It is the latter who is currently driving. The MSC team, the dynamic duo, Loris Mocchia and Andrea Guereschi. They are in 13th position in the pit lane. They've just lost out actually to the Racemax China team of Liu Tzi, Dai Chihao, Li Han Chen and Miao Tzu. 15th position for Goats Blue, that is Vanni Ruggiero, Kevin Ligori and Daniele Rossi. 16th place for the X-Kart drivers, the quartet of youngsters from Great Britain, Elliot Foster, Isaac Jameson, Elijah Hartley, and currently behind the wheel is Zach Jennings. Then Derate, Finny Beltramelli, Kevin Ropar, Oscar Ropar, and the driver at the moment is Romain Morelli. Then the British crews are all pretty much together at this moment in time, because the X-Kart crew are in 18th place for Harry Hurst-Grover, Billy Corns, Lewis Sumner, and the man currently at the wheel, that is Louis Harvey, who's actually spent the least amount of time in that kart, other than Billy Corns. Mr. Karting is next up, 19th, Stu Stretton, who's doing the whole race on his own, and he's been in that kart for quite some time. He's finally made his third pit stop, so that puts him back into the race action. Then in 20th position it is Harama Fan Racing, with Javier Martinez driving at the moment, with his two colleagues Kevin Capras and Eduardo Caballo helping him out. Then the Cartel DS team of Enzo Rocati, Pierre Cageux, Matteo Guglielmi, and the driver at the moment is Rafael Vogeli. Then Norret 62 that we saw make a pit stop earlier on for Yanis Vogiadzakis and Vasilis Stamu. It's finally time for Stefanos Stilias to get himself behind the wheel. So Stefanos Stilias is making his first run in the kart. Andreas Nomikos will get his chance a little later on, I'm sure. And at S-Kart Working, it is Jonathan Ludovici behind the wheel in 23rd place ahead of Ricardo, well, alongside, I should say, his teammates Ricardo Maya and Marco Cristiano. The man who hasn't run yet is Stefano Mesiano. Then in 24th place, it is the magnificent combo of Elliot Macagni and Angela Glielmi for the Cartel RT team. Still braving it very well indeed, considering their young age, and doing a fine job with it. Goats Red, 25th position at the moment for Federico Stefanelli, Simon Agazzi, and the current driver Kevin Piazzoli. And then the KMRS XP team. So there you go, you got one up at the front and one at the back. The drivers in KMRS XP is Hugo Fischella, Maiko Marella, and Alexandra Pfeiffer. And then the Carplex team are in pit road. They were in pit road about 5 minutes ago, Carplex team. That's the squad from Canada. And that is the combination of Jim White and Thomas Holland. So Jeff White and Thomas Holland, 27th. And back in pit lane once again is the Cartland team. This is their 8th pit stop, which is the most of any team out there, unfortunately. And that is the team of Hugo Leminier, Thomas Milan, Kilian Fraisse, and Hugo Liu, who is the man currently behind the wheel. And he's been the longest serving driver in this team so far. Pit stop rotations continuing as into the pits. A couple of drivers coming in at the same time there. So at the pit entry, we've got MENS Racing down to P6 now, coming into the pits, and it looks like Cartland have come in for the 8th time, as we already knew. So fascinating stuff so far at the pit lane entry as MENS Racing, the former leaders of this race, of course, now find themselves on the outskirts of the top 5. And this is the phase of the race for a lot of teams where reality sets in. And that time that you're losing, that time that you're reducing your pace is starting to make a bit of an effort at the moment. So the competitors running in close proximity as they continue on in the hard charge of the race battle.
my city got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city got love for my people. Put on this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, go. nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on all the shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on all the shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on all the shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on all the shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on all the shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on all the shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on all the shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on all the shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all my shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, go. That boy cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the jack, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on over shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on over shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on over shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on over shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on over shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on over shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on over shit for me, though. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, nigga. Another zero. And that work from the night till the sun come. I was taught to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it. nigga. Another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another song. another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none.
Trova, trova.
Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as we got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as we got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as we got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as we got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as we got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as we got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. As long as we got love for my people. When I put on, I want this shit from me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. another zero. And that work from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. When I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And that
francese ce la dovresti avere attaccato dietro.
the pits, but again, they've gone for the jugular in terms of the number of visits to the pits that they've had so far. So it's definitely been looking particularly racy from them at the front, but how long can they sustain that when they have spent 5 minutes less in the pits than any of the other teams in the race at this point, especially when you consider that we've still got 5 hours to go and they've got to spend at least another 29 minutes of this race sat in pit lane. A lot of the teams are being quite measured about how much time they are spending in pit lane. In the latter stages of this race, it's going to get a little bit interesting strategically for those teams that have chosen to wait to get themselves in the pit lane for later on, as all teams must complete 45 minutes of this race sat in the pit lane. And of course, with a 2-minute minimum mandatory and a 5-minute maximum mandatory, there's going to be several teams that could get caught out in the latter stages. The team that is leading the way, of course, is still the KMRS racing team, but I'm not sure how long they're going to be up at the front end for. Their sister team is in second place, KMRS by FOK, who seem to have taken on a similar style of strategy of late. They've got 8 pit stops done in 21.5 minutes, so they are quite comparable on pace at the moment. So it's fascinating to see how they have managed to continue to work things forward. Team Canada are currently in third position on a very even keel here. 10 pit stops done and 24 minutes very nearly spent in pit lane. So they've definitely gone around this in a very even manner at the moment. Fourth position for Volturno. They have Salvatore Nito, Giuseppe Di Domenico and Giovanni Mollo in the kart at the entirety of the race. Then we've had some more interesting battles as the racing has continued to play out, but it's definitely getting more and more intriguing as the race battle plays out. So we've got some updates to give you as to what's been happening over the course of the race in the last 2 hours or so since I moved away from the commentary box position to have many bottles of water to rehydrate. The most recent incidents that we had, of course, on the run was another penalty in terms of the times of the pit stop for the number 12, the RMCS squad as they are now known, because of course they were just known as Kartland before. They seem to have completely updated their team name. Hugo Leminier, Hugo Lou, Thomas Mielaine and Kilian Fraisse running in that team. They're now known as RMCS. At the start of the race, they were known as Kartland. I'm interested to know, can you change the name of your team in the middle of a motor race? I'm not entirely sure. I don't know how many teams have ever actually done that, but certainly they seem to have done at the time being. So interesting situation for that particular squad, but they've had all sorts of things thrown at them since I stepped away from the commentary box about 2.5 hours ago. Namely, they got a 25-second penalty because their time in the pit lane was 1 minute 45 rather than 2 minutes. So they ended up having a 25-second penalty added to their race time. Then they got another 2-lap penalty because they decided to make a pit stop without changing driver for the second time in this race. So they have a grand total of 4 laps worth of penalty to take into this race. So as you can probably imagine, they are down on the bottom of the order at this moment in time. A short while after that, there were some more judiciaries to hand out. The first of which was the number 2. That was the team from Need for Speed Cyprus. They got a penalty for 5 seconds for contact in the middle of the race. So they were given a penalty just after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Then, incredibly, we had 2 karts getting pretty much exactly the same. So it'll be fascinating to see how that has ended up going. 2 other karts ended up having incidents then, the 25 and the 28. So that was the leading crew getting a penalty. The KMRS racing team got 5 seconds penalty, as did the 28 Team Canada. So the team in third position also got a 5-second penalty handed to them just after 3 p.m. And then, of course, an issue, a statement had to be made to everybody to remind everybody that time penalties received must be added to the total minimum time of the pit stops to not incur another penalty. So that's obviously been the way that several teams have been picking up penalties of late. After 3:15, there were a few more pit stop times that had to be taken. which of course are taken at the pit stop to avoid getting more time added to their race time. So at 3:20 there was a penalty for the number 3. That is the team from 2RT, the squad of Vinny Beltramelli, Kevin Ropars, Roman Morelli and Oscar Ropar. We also got a 5-second penalty handed out to the number 9. That was the crew from Volturno that now find themselves in 4th position. The 18 also got a 5-second penalty. That was the KMRS by SKOF squad. That is the team that's currently running in 12th position, made up of Thomas Delamar, Yannis de Souza and Maximilian David. The 33, they also got a time penalty of 5 seconds for contact. So the 33, that is the crew of the Belgian contingent KMRS XP. So pretty much all of the KMRS teams have ended up with a 5-second penalty at some point in the race then. That team is the one made up of Hugo Fischella, Michael Marella and Alexandro Peifa. There was also a pit stop time added to the number 11 crew. That is the team from Goats Blue, the Italian squad, made up of Vanni Ruggiero, Kevin Ligori and Daniele Rossi. They were actually given an interesting penalty. They were given a 28-second time penalty because they were in the pits for 5 minutes and 18 seconds. So they were 18 seconds over the time allocated. Then another 5-second penalty for contact for 2RT. That was their second one in quick succession. Then the 25 got yet another 5-second penalty. That was 10 seconds added to the time of the Belgian squad KMRS Racing, which is obviously going to be served at the next pit stop. And then the number 12, ironically enough, getting yet another penalty. That's the RMCS squad getting a penalty. That's the combination of Le Meunier, Lou, Mielan and Fraisse right at the start, right at the bottom end of the field. We've got 5 hours to go, and into the pit lane we've got the Harama Fan Racing team that's worked its way all the way back up to 16th place, and the Cartel DS team that are currently in P25. The fastest team on the racetrack is still the team in 4th place, KMRS by FOK, with their lap of a 1 minute 20.153. No one's been able to beat that so far. And while there are teams out there that have only done 6 or 7 pit stops, it's the duration of the pit stops that is really going to count in their favour come the checkered flag, because obviously every team needs to ensure that they spend 45 minutes minimum in the pit lane during racing, as was made very clear during the driver's briefing this morning. And so are trying to run the gauntlet a little bit on their pit stop times in the hope that nobody's going to notice. There's about 20 teams that are going to notice all the way down pit lane. So it's fascinating to see how that game of strategy plays out. We'll talk you through the runners and riders in the category in full chat in just a short moment. For the moment, the drivers are giving us plenty of excitement out there at Kartland Paris. So with just under 5 hours of racing remaining, it is a very intriguing battle up at the sharp end of the field as more teams are coming in for more pit stops. Obviously, everybody needing to spend 45 minutes of the race stationary in the pit box. But there's definitely going to be some interesting competition in the latter stages of this race as teams struggle to meet that criteria, because there's about 4 or 5 teams, I would think, that currently do not have anywhere near meeting the 45-minute target at the moment. Some teams are not even reaching halfway, so it could be very interesting to see what happens. But as a result of that, it's going to be a very interesting second half of the race, as a lot of teams are going to be utilising the pit lane, making it basically their playground for the latter stages of this race. Quite a few teams will have to spend a lot longer than they would like in the pit lane. And this is why a lot of the teams that have decided to make pit stops at 3.5 minutes to 4 minutes to 4.5 minutes for their pit stops are actually going to gain the benefit here overall. But again, I've seen some very interesting things in these races. You've got minimum pit stop criteria, and teams will suddenly decide in the latter stages, we're a bit worn out, we'll rest for 5 minutes and then go out and rest for 5 minutes and go out and rest for 5 minutes in order to try and make up the time lost. But that is usually fraught with error possibilities. So it could be an interesting tactic for all the teams as they try and make good use of the racing they've got in front of them. I had another penalty go out, unfortunately, in the last couple of minutes for the 32 crew. So that is a penalty for the ex-Kart drivers. And that's a 30-second penalty. And that's for speeding in the pit lane, unfortunately. So the team have been given a 30-second penalty for speeding in the pits. That's for the ex-Kart drivers, I'm afraid to say. So not good news for that team as they lose 30 seconds in that particular run. So now we've got teams coming into pit lane and making some changes. There is the team from Need for Speed Cyprus. So Need for Speed Cyprus trying to make a reasonable pit stop here, while there's quite a few teams chatting away at the side of the race circuit. They've got to be very careful that they keep the pit lane nice and even as they run in close proximity. But a lot of very interesting challenges for the contenders as they try to juggle the pit stop window, and of course try and make sure that they're not exceeding either the minimum or maximum pit stop times, because that will incur further penalties. Let's take a look at the race order as things currently stack up and figure out who's driving the kart at the moment. They've all got very different degrees of strategy at the moment. Out in the first position, leading as they have been for quite some time now, is the team from KMRS Racing. That is the double act of Lucas Urbani and Samuel Libert. Lucas Urbani is currently stood in the pit lane with his radio on, able to keep in communication with Samuel Libert. I'm very interested actually in what this KMRS Racing team thinks they're going to do with that minimum 45-minute pit stop criteria, because at the moment they're nowhere near meeting it. So that'll be interesting a little bit later on. But Lucas Urbani not giving the game away at all. So keeping things nice and under wraps. Hopefully they are aware of the situation and they'll be able to do something about it later. And that's when all the other teams will be hoping to pounce, because currently they've only done 10 pit stops and they have spent, they've only done 7 pit stops and they've spent 16.5 minutes in pit lane. There is another penalty for speeding in the pits, this time for the Need for Speed Cyprus team. So Need for Speed Cyprus number 2 getting a penalty there for speeding in pit lane. So they were too quick going through the pits, and so that's another 30-second penalty, I'm afraid, for the Need for Speed Cyprus crew. That's very unfortunate for the team, but that's what's come up on the live timing screen. So 30 seconds added to the race time then for Need for Speed Cyprus. Very unfortunate. Currently then the leading crew is the KMRS Racing team with their dynamic duo as Lucas Urbani and his stablemate out on the circuit at the moment, currently pounding around in fantastic fashion, having had 7 pit stops, that team. Samuel Libert and Lucas Urbani are currently your race leaders for the Belgian run KMRS Racing team, and hoping to have a very solid run as they continue to make steady progress around the course. But is this going to be good enough to turn into a victory? Because they're going to need to spend at least the 29 minutes of the race in pit lane at some stage, so I'm not sure when they're going to start making changes to their strategy, but they're going to have to at some point. Second place at the moment is Team Canada, who have spent about 24 minutes in the pits so far, so they're right on track to meet the criteria. They are currently 4 laps adrift of the KMRS racing team, but they have obviously completed 3 more pit stops than the leading team, and they have been in the pits a good 7 minutes, nearly longer than that team, so that does explain why the lead is so big at this point. It is obviously going to even out at some point in the race, but I would love to know when. We're getting dangerously close to some very worrying questions for the leading team. Third position is the Italian team, Volturno, so behind Team Canada, and their combo of Julien Della Cretaz and Kevin Andrea Maharo is the team from Italy, Volturno. That is Giuseppe De Domenico, Giovanni Mollo and Salvatore Nito, who is currently driving the kart. Fourth position for KMRS by FOK, Randy Bertrand and Mathis Renet, going very well indeed. They have the fastest lap of the race, as I mentioned earlier, 1 minute 20.153 for that squad. Fifth position at the moment is the team from Superdriver. That's the Swiss-run team of Olivier Laurençon, and then Dennis Höller, Bruno Thurman, and currently behind the wheel is Orlando Sidotti. Amazingly, Orlando Sidotti has not even quite completed an hour of driving officially on the timing screen. So I need to figure out where Orlando Sidotti is in terms of his stints. Well, he's currently on his 39th minute on this current stint. So he hasn't quite done an hour and a half of the wheel yet. So that will happen very shortly. RKS have just been promoted up into the top 6. So RKS have been promoted into the top 6 after the pit stop for one of their rivals. The team now have all 4 of their drivers having done some running behind the wheel. Samuele Rizzo and Matteo Infanti did the majority of the work in the first half of the race, but now both Davide Aloi and Riccardo Bucci have had some time behind the wheel in 6th position, having done 10 pit stops so far. 7th place for the FKI racing team, who are now in pit lane, the trio of Jonas Heivert, Gianni Gentile, and the man who is currently driving, Kilian Göcken. They are in 7th position at this moment in time. 8th place for the KMRS by SKOF squad. That is Maximilian David in 8th place. And then we have Yanis de Souza and Thomas Delamar running in the top 10 positions. 9th place for the 2RT racing squad. That is Vinny Beltramelli, Kevin Ropar, as well as Roman Morelli and Oscar Ropar. It is Beltramelli who is currently doing the driving duties. They are currently in 9th position, as I mentioned. Now that the pit stops have completed for FKI Racing, they have lost ground not only to the 6th place team RKS, but now also to the team in 7th place, KMRS by SKOF, and to 2RT. 10th position is the MENS racing team that led in the early stages, Arthur Roux and Tom Wadeau. Tom Wadeau currently in 10th position. They've done 10 pit stops as well. Then it is the MSC squad, the Italians, Andrea Garesci and Loris Moccia, and it is Loris Moccia who is currently leading the charge for that team in 11th place. 12th position is the X-Kart crew. That's the quartet of Lewis Sumner, Billy Corns, Louis Harvey and Harry Hurst Grover, and it is the latter driver who is currently doing the driving duties. X-Kart drivers, their young quartet of Elliot Foster, Zach Jennings, Isaac Jameson, and the man currently driving is Elijah Hartley. And he's only just got into the kart for his next stint, so he's only just completed his first hour. The Goats Red team are in 14th place. That's the Italian squad of Simon Agazzi, Kevin Piazzoli, and the man driving, Federico Stepanelli. Then in 15th position, it is the Golden Buzz trio of Rafael Do, Teo Permez, who has yet to start the race for them, actually, and Lorenzo Bonifazio. So by my math, the highest ranking driver in the field that has not yet had a go in the kart is the Belgian driver for Golden Buzz, Theo Permez. Then 16th place, we have the Need for Speed Cyprus team, who have had all sorts of difficulties in the recent hour or so. So they have now got a 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane, but their team is still going strong. Luca Evis, Chris Dimitriou, Thukisianu, and Michael Dimitriou. Then in 17th place, we have Harama Fan Racing, Javier Martinez, Eduardo Caballo, and their Belgian recruit, Kevin Capras. Then the duo from Karting Rivas, who had a very difficult time of late and started to lose a little bit of pace. But Pablo Sanchez and Miriam Alvarez still going very strong in 18th position, having done 6 pit stops. So the race is going to come back to them over time. They've already spent nearly half an hour in the pit lane. So they've actually been very conservative with their strategy. It's dropped them back in the pack, but they're a team, Karting Rivas, that is certainly going to be making progress in the last 4 hours. Because they've already spent a long time in the pits of their mandatory 45 minutes. So expect them to make good progress later. 19th position is the crew from Norat 62. Ioannis Wojciechowskis, Andreas Nomikos, who has now taken behind the wheel. Vasilis Stamu and the driver currently driving, Stefanos Stilias. They're in 19th. 20th place for the Goats Blue trio. That is Vanni Ruggiero, Daniele Rossi and Kevin Liguri. They are in 20th position at the moment, and it's been 2 hours for Vanni Ruggiero, 2 hours for Danilo Rossi, and an hour and a half or so for Kevin Liguri. In fact, his current stint is 1 hour and 17. He is the longest driver out on the circuit in terms of one stint, other than Stu Stretton, who we'll get on to in a short while. KMRS XP are currently in 21st. That is Hugo Fischella, Michael Marella, and Alexandra Peifa. So it is Peifa who's currently behind the wheel and about to break into his second hour. In fact, I think he has just broken into his second hour, and he now becomes the longest serving driver in that particular team. S-Kart Working, that were in the top 10 initially off the start. They've now had some interesting battles out on the course. Jonathan Lodovici, Stefano Mezziano, Riccardo Maia, and Marco Cristiano, who's finally getting his laps down on the course and is at the wheel at the moment. Cartel RT, the duo from Switzerland, Angela Guglielmi and Elliot Macagni. And it is Elliot Macagni who's at the wheel at the moment. Has only just got back into the kart as well. So he's only been in the kart for about 5 minutes. Cartel DS, that's the quartet from Switzerland. Enzo Rocati, Pierre Cageux, Matteo Guglielmi and Rafael Vogeli. And then we go to the Racemax team. Racemax all the way from China. Liu Zi, Li Hanchen, Miao Tzu, and the driver currently driving is Dai Zihao. So they are running in 25th position, having run as high as 3rd at one stage in the competition. The duo from Kartplex, that is the Canadian Jeff White and his teammate young Thomas Holland, who is doing a fair job now on his 301st lap, or the team's 301st lap, I should say. They've both completed at least 3 hours. In 27th position, doing a fine job, is Mr. Karting, Stu Stretton, who has already smashed his way through the 50% of the race completion barrier and is still going strong down in 27th position. The man who is attempting to complete this entire race on his own. That is absolutely astonishing from Stu Stretton. Where is Mr. Karting? I'm going to try and look out for him on the far side of the course to see where he is as he comes past my position. But he is still there in 27th place. And behind him is the team now known as RMCS. They were originally listed as being the team from Kartland. That is Hugo Leminier, Thomas Milan, Kilian Fraisse and Hugo Liu. So the battle is going very well indeed up front for KMRS Racing, but for how much longer? How many more hours will it be before they suddenly realise they've got to spend a heck of a long time in the pit lane, spending time essentially worrying about their calculations, whereas some teams, quite a few teams in fact, have been doing 4 to 4.5 minute pit stops to try and alleviate the pressure on the teams. Any of the teams at the moment that have done 6 or 7 pit stops are looking pretty spot on here. They've dropped back initially, but there's going to be quite a few teams here that have got this right in terms of their tactics. I'm looking down the order and looking at the teams that have done 6 pit stops. You've got to look at De Arte that are currently running in, I think, 9th position. Oh, no, sorry, the De Arte team have ended up falling down the order a little bit. They're now into 8th position. They're on 6 pit stops. The other team that's done only 6 is X-Kart Crew, and they've been very metronomic in terms of how they've run their race so far, as have their sister team, actually, the X-Kart drivers, who've only done 1 pit stop more. The other teams that have done 6 are the 2 Spanish teams, Jarama Fan Racing and Karting Rivas. So all very calculated and smart from their side of things. And there's only 2 other teams that have only pitted 6 times, namely the Kartplex duo of Jeff White and Tom Holland. And then Mr. Karting, Stu Stretton, has been into the pits 6 times so far. So the contenders are definitely making a good race of it. It's pretty good show at the moment for those contenders. So we're going to see just how good it's going to continue to go for our competitors up at the sharp end of the dais. But it's going to be very, very close indeed as the drivers will put on a good showcase. Competitors running to a very good strategy at the moment. I'm being hunted down by a wasp at the moment, so I'm trying to stay out of his eye line. I do apologise. It's not going terribly well up here. I seem to be a particularly attractive distraction for the various flora and fauna here in Kartland, Paris. If I go quiet, you'll know exactly why, because I don't like being attacked by small buzzing insects. It's not really my thing, although it's many people's things, of course. So the contenders running very close proximity on the far side of the course. We've got 2 or 3 karts battling away in various pockets of the racetrack. Trying to see where the best battles are at the moment. We've got a battle going on between KMRS by SKOF and 2RT. 5 seconds between them at the moment. There's nothing really nose to tail in terms of race position. There's certainly nose to tail in terms of drivers running around the track with each other. But they're certainly not racing each other for position at the moment. So there's definitely been some dueling and there's been some close proximity competition. But in terms of race position, everything's pretty much poised and waiting for the pit stops to align themselves and get themselves settled back into a rhythm. So we'll see how that one continues to develop. But there's some great competition from the drivers here at Kartland Paris, who have definitely been making a great race of it so far. We've got about 4.5 hours left of racing here on the TB Kart Finals 2025. In the Endurance 12-hour, plenty of teams from all across the globe here, from Canada in the west to China in the east. It has been a really astonishing battle all the way through from the start. So many teams have had their turn running in the top 5 as well. So lots of opportunities for the competitors to showcase what they can do. But as we really settle into the afternoon, the sun is going to be at its hottest about now, and the track is going to be very tricky in terms of grip. But eventually the sun is going to start dipping down below the horizon, and then we're going to start having some fast lap times in the closing stages of racing. This is the hottest part of the day, so for the drivers this is going to be very difficult indeed to get the maximum out of their machines. So they'll just be ticking over the laps and hoping that this is going to be a much better run for them as they continue into the next part. But the leading team is still the number 25 KMRS racing team, having completed 316 laps. The next best team is Team Canada on 311, Volturno on 310. But we should point out that the team up front has spent 7 minutes less in the pit lane than any other team. Now, 7 minutes is about 4 laps, so that would seem to add up then. So when they do make their pit stops, everything is going to be fairly even and close again. But who is going to have the upper hand? Which team is going to come through this very interesting pit stop rotation window of 45 minutes minimum mandatory with the best tactic? There's quite a few teams that are still waiting for the race to come back to them. But good things come to those who wait, in my experience, particularly in motorsport. You've only got to look at what's been happening in Formula 1 recently to see that Nico Hülkenberg had to wait 15 years for his podium at the British Grand Prix. And it's probably one of the most popular results in Formula 1 history amongst everybody who's a fan. So, as we mentioned before, good things come to those who wait. So the teams who are there thinking, why on earth are we stuck here down in 13th or 17th place looking for this strategy that should work? It probably will. You've just got to take your time over it and keep running to a relatively close and even keel, and hopefully it should all go according to plan. But these things do take time to come to fruition. So with KMRS leading at the moment and doing a fair job at the front end of the field, they've got a few laps on everybody else, but they have not spent anywhere near the same amount of time as everybody else in the pits. And of course, they will have to do that at some point before the end of the race. They've still got to spend at least 29 minutes in the pit lane, whereas everybody else has got to spend about 22 to 17 minutes still in the pit lane. So the KMRS Racing lead is a very big one, but it's not going to stay big for too much longer. Right, folks, time to report on some pit stop activity. We've got the RKS team from Italy coming down pit road, and so too their countrymen in the Goats Red kart. And also into the pits come the leaders. Right, this is an important one. The KMRS team coming into the pits then. This is only their 8th visit to pit road. But what's going to be really important about the number 25 coming into the pits is seeing what their pit stop time actually is. Because at the moment they're really pushing it to the 2-minute mark every time. So there's going to be a moment in the race when they're going to start shifting either to longer pit stops, or they're just going to commit to coming into the pits for 2 minutes every time, but come into the pits about a grand total of 23 times by my math. And that is eventually going to hamper them, because at the moment this is only pit stop number 8 for them, and a lot of the teams are trying to make this strategy of theirs work in about 10 or 11 pit stops. They're currently on pit stop number 8, but they've got a hell of a lot of work to do if they think that those 2-minute pit stops are going to serve them well, because they're going to have to come into the pits a grand total of 23 times by my maths, if that's the strategy they're going to stick to. So keep an eye on that. They've just gone through their first minute. This is the number 25 I'm talking about, Samuel Libert, who of course is going to be handing his kart over to his stablemate. The 35 is going down pit lane as well. That is our test driver, Antoine Mollet, who is working out to make sure that these karts that will be the replacement karts, if there's any issues, are going to cause a problem. And looking down pit road, we've got the number 25 waiting for its fuel stop. Now, this is another problem that they may face over the course of the race, because they've come into the pits for a fuel stop and they've ended up getting held up. So this is actually going to compromise the race leaders if they are waiting in the pits at the wrong point. If their timing isn't right, then they're actually going to struggle to find an empty fuel bay, and that's really going to hamper them. That'll really come back to some of the other teams, like the MENS racing team from France, like the RKS team from Italy, like the Swiss teams, like the British teams. They're all trying to figure out where is going to be the real weakness in the number 25 strategy. And at the moment, there doesn't appear to be one until later. There goes Lucas Urbani out onto the circuit. Is that going to be a relatively quick time for them? Well, it is indeed. It's going to be 2 minutes 21, which I think is actually their longest pit stop. So they've lost about 20 seconds in all that. But that's still a ridiculously quick pit stop. This is going to come back to bite them eventually, because they're going to have to do a multitude of pit stops later in the race. So it's really going to be fascinating how this continues to work. But maybe 23 pit stops is the answer. Maybe 10 pit stops is the answer. I think we're going to find that out a little bit later on in the battle. But it's fascinating that we've got so many different teams trying so many different tactics. As back into the race with that huge lead goes the KMRS racing team. But they've got such a lot of work to do. So it is now just coming up to 5 p.m. local time here. It is in fact 5 p.m. local time, and we're going to have 4 hours and 24 minutes left of racing due to our slightly delayed starting time. So we're getting close to 2/3 distance in this race, but there's quite a few teams that have still got to show us what their real strategy is. Some are committing to the 2 steps back to 3 steps forward approach. Other teams are basically trying to go as fast as they possibly can in the hope that that's going to work, but I'm not entirely sure that that approach is going to benefit every team that's trying it. So this could be a really interesting race where teams suddenly start to come into play from about the midfield because they've gone for a rather conservative but also mathematical approach to this. Got to remember that everybody's going to spend 45 minutes in pit road, 2 minutes minimum, 5 minutes maximum mandatory every time. And stationary down in pit road is the number 21, trying to make sure that they don't overcook the pit stop. And that's the thing. The number 21 that is right up towards the sharp end, the Super Driver team, are now just sat at the end of pit lane, waiting for their pit stop time that they've calculated. Well, this is rather awkward for them, of course, because they're going to be right in the middle of the fast lane of the pits. And there are some teams that haven't quite done their math here correctly, and they're just sat in the middle of pit road waiting for the time to go down. This isn't quite how it's supposed to go, guys. So it is interesting how a few teams here are being caught out by their own maths. They've gone to the fuel bay. They've realised it's taken a little bit of time, and now they're just sat in pit road waiting for the time to go, and then they're released. It's not the easiest of tactics to use here. It shouldn't really be deployed. Certainly wouldn't get teams waiting and idling in the fast lane of pit road. It's an interesting method to use. I don't know how many teams are deploying it, but certainly there's been a handful of teams that have done that. They've done their pit stop and realised, hang on, this isn't quite taken long enough, and then they've stopped their driver in the fast lane of the pits. Now, I would have said that that's actually a little bit more of a hazard, isn't it, if you stop a kart in the middle of the fast lane? So that could be something that the teams pick up on. So we've got this interesting situation where a couple of teams are entering the fuel bay, and then they're pulling out of the fast lane and pulling off to the side to tick their mandatory pit stop down. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because they pulled out of the fast lane in order to do so. So you've got teams there that are essentially running the gauntlet a little bit with their pit stop time. But what they have been able to do, and I've seen quite a few teams doing this, is once they've left the fueling bay, they'll pull out of the fast lane of the pits and pull off to the side and then count down the seconds. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because you're not causing an obstruction to the other contenders. But there are a few teams that have basically gone to the end of the pit lane and waited in the fast lane of the pits. Now, surely in a live active pit lane, that would cause a bit of a headache for people. But I've noticed that the British teams, the Spanish teams, and a few of the Swiss teams as well have actually been taking the option to pull out of the fast lane and wait at the end of the pit lane for the time to tick down. But a couple of the other teams have decided, well, you know what, we'll just stop wherever we like, and they've done it in the middle of the fast lane. So I would say that's a little bit suspect, personally. But that's just my take on the situation. Contenders still having a good race of it as they run down to the hairpin at the end of the pit lane straight. They run back up and up towards that final chicane, which is going to get even more inviting and more aggressive in the closing stages of the races. As out onto the circuit again, we've got a couple of karts leaving the pit bay. And again, we've got a couple of drivers who are basically just stationary in the fast lane of the pits. It's the number 17 that's elected to basically stop and wait for the time of their pit stop to tick down. That's the KMRS by FOK team. Now, is that legal? Is that all right to be in the fast lane of the pits? I'd say that's a little bit of an interesting take on the rules there. At least a lot of the teams have actually pulled out of the racing line of the fast lane of the pits in order to take their penalty, but there's a couple of teams here that are basically stood in the fast lane. So that's a little bit suspect, but they don't seem to be getting any penalties for it at the moment. So I'll have to double check and have a look at that. If that was me, I'd have pulled him out of the fast lane, because you never know which teams are going to be coming back along the pit lane route. Because they're not actually in a pit bay at the moment, are they? Anyway, the contenders are waiting to go back out onto the circuit, waiting for the time to tick down for their mandatory pit stop. And to be fair, the number 17 is starting to go a little bit longer on their pit stops at the moment. They're at the 3-minute mark, but they're just sat in the pit road at the moment, in the fast lane, waiting for the ultimate time they've calculated. And they're not the only team doing so at the moment. It looks like the number 9 is doing exactly the same thing behind them. We've got karts sat in the fast lane of the pits here, waiting for the time to tick down. So, and that's actually blocking the pit lane for anybody that wants to come down pit lane in a clean run. So, interesting tactics.
Dico che fa caldissimo. Ci svenimo. Eccoci in diretta ragazzi, siamo con Federico Stefanelli dei GOTS, grandi protagonisti ormai anche nel nostro campionato. Parto dall'origine, ti sta piacendo questo circuito?
Il circuito penso sia il più bello che ho mai fatto, quindi assolutamente, sì.
E in generale la gara come sta andando? Raccontami un po' da stamattina fino a ora come la state sviluppando.
Allora, siamo partiti secondi, quindi le premesse erano buone, purtroppo abbiamo fatto fatica nei primi giri perché le due anteriori erano completamente andate a livello di pressione, le abbiamo corrette ma una era bucata, quindi abbiamo dovuto cambiarla e vabbè, è andata così. Poi adesso stiamo cercando di riparare allo start e stiamo risalendo bene, devo dire.
Perfetto, non ti chiedo ovviamente l'obiettivo di giornata, però state cercando anche di gestire la vostra strategia. Io ci provo sempre a farvi questa domanda: che strategia state mettendo in atto? Ormai siamo quasi agli sgoccioli di questa giornata, come la state gestendo?
Me lo dovresti chiedere quando manca un'ora, adesso è un po' presto.
È troppo presto, quindi non parla ovviamente. Io ci provo ad ogni tappa, ogni volta non ci parli. Bene, ti faccio l'ultima domanda sul kart, come ti stai trovando?
Il kart c'è poco da dire, è bello, ci troviamo bene. Ma l'abbiamo visto anche con i tempi in qualifica, ci troviamo bene.
Perfetto, allora noi restituiamo la linea ovviamente a voi e tra pochissimo però ci raggiunge anche il nostro Jake per tutte le interviste in lingua inglese.
Just over 1/3 of the race to go then here in the TV Karts 25 Endurance 12 hour on the Kartland Trois circuit. I'm with Louis Harvey from the X-Kart crew. This has been a really adventurous race for you guys from the British team. You've been working on a strategy quite calculated. This is really down to the second almost, how you've been putting the pit stops together as a team.
Yeah, there's a lot of work that's gone into it. I've tried to back away from it. I've no idea what's going on. I've left that to the big boys, but it's going well. We do lack a bit of power, but everyone's pushing through. So when we're in no man's land, we struggle a bit. But I think we're about P6 with all the timings, but it's so hard to keep track.
Yeah, with this 45-minute mandatory minimum that everybody's got to spend in pit road, you must be trying to sit there and figure out, well, yes, okay, we've got that irritating feeling of being in 13th, 14th, but you know that by the time we get to the checkered flag, it should just about even itself out.
Yeah, that's the plan. It is, like you said, it's annoying when you're sitting in 15th, but you know realistically you're top 5, top 10. But just keep pushing, see how we get on. We'd love to get a top 5, top 3 result. Even if we win, it'd be great. We can go back to Italy and do the 24 like we did last year, but see how it goes.
Now, you are a British Championship grade racing driver, and you're here in a rental kart event. What is it about these events that keep attracting you to it? Why is it that you find yourself coming back in the way that certain drivers decide to come and do these events?
Well, it's just a bit of fun. There's no pressure. It brings everyone in the team together, especially in the endurances where we've got to work together. I think it just builds character, mainly just because it's so much fun. And yeah, get to travel as a team, work as a team, it's good.
Yeah, in recent times, I've known in the rentals, in endurance races, we've had people like Kimi Antonelli and Isaac Hajar come back and do it, even though they're on the road to Formula One. What has it been like with your particular team for the youngsters coming in? This is a big, big ask for them to come into the heat wave here in Paris and to put on such a good show. You've got the experience, but these guys don't. So how have they been finding it all?
They've been doing really well. I mean, they had a bit of practice yesterday with the sprint, but even in the heat with the sprints, it's tough. But they've been pushing on. They've been doing hour and a half stints. So it might even help their endurance going back into the UK for the longer races over there as well.
You must have some great messages for the people back home, and there's a lot of support for the X-Kart operation and the guys in England. How important is it to have their motivation and their support behind you all?
Obviously, it's really important. It's great. You wouldn't be able to do it without them, especially the people that do support my racing and help fund it. So it's always good to have them back home.
There's 2 races for you to come tomorrow as well in the sprints. You've been ridiculously fast, but unbelievably unlucky in terms of the judicials. What's the focus going into tomorrow? Is it just going to be a case of send it and see what happens now?
I think I've kind of got to stay out of trouble for Heat 3 tomorrow. We won both our heats yesterday, so we would have been overall pole, but 2 penalties, which I think are unfair, but of course I'm going to say that, push us back, so we're about 33rd overall, but we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
It'll be really exciting for us as well. You're going to give us an amazing show, win or lose. Thank you, Louis, and good to talk to you.
No worries. Thank you.
Thanks, Louis. More great opportunities to catch up with some of the drivers. We're going to catch up with a few more of the competitors from some of the other teams in just a short moment. Now, in a race like this here at Kartland Paris, there are so many teams that are going to put up an amazing different strategies and different plagues of racing that will take us through the route. And one man in particular that's been giving us a really good show is Olivier Laurençon. Olivier, this is the kind of stuff that you do all of the time. You're notified for all of the great racing that you do in endurance categories, not just here in Europe but further afield. There's a real science to getting. You've got to have a certain method of going about this, right?
Of course, Of course, it's very important to have a very good strategy for everything, and because he's very talented for this kind of job in the team. So of course, it's very important to have a big strategy, big experience also in the races. And Denis is racing everywhere abroad and all the time on the podium. And I have the chance to race with him mainly in Dubai, because we are racing the 4 endurance races in Dubai. So I learned a lot with him, and I still learn a lot. So yes, we go.
And on a circuit like this, which is quite technical but very fast, you're obviously on the limit of adhesion a lot. And with the heat, it must be so difficult to keep your focus out there for anywhere between 45-minute and hour-and-a-half stints.
So we are used to race in Dubai 4 times in a year. It's mainly in February, March, April, and October and December. So the 2 or 3 first races, it's very, very hot. So we are used to race at 35 and sometimes 40 degrees, and some stints about 1 hour 10 until 1 hour 30. So we are used to race this kind of conditions. We are losing, for myself, I'm losing a lot of weight during one stint, about 1.5 kilo or 2 kilos sometimes. So I think this race here is not so hard. So for the condition, it's okay.
Now, every race like this has its own unique rules and unique challenges. The big thing here, of course, is the 45-minute mandatory pit stop time that everybody has to run. Now, you guys have your own tactic to try and meet that. When you're looking at the other teams who are racing away into the lead with 4 laps, 5 laps on everybody else, but they're sticking to the minimum mandatory every time, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. That must be so fascinating as another team to kind of try and figure out what they're doing, what their game plan actually is to kind of meet the criteria.
So I think in this kind of conditions, like this kind of strategy, I think we have our own strategy. So it means that we decide to make this this kind of strategy. So I can say like 3 minutes every pit stops, and at the end, close to the end of the pit stops, we are choosing to stay more longer or not. So I think in this kind of situation, we don't care about the other strategies. Maybe we can calculate with the live timing maybe approximately where we are from the lead, but I think to have our own strategy is the best one.
So having your strategy and sticking to it, and then observing what other people are doing, if it's confusing to figure out why they would go that way, what do you think we can expect in the latter stage of the race as the teams kind of make their strategies work and everybody evens out? How frantic is it going to be in the last sort of 2 hours or so?
So I think we have a good idea all during the whole race for 12 hours, we can see every lap times, and we can see that we're not in the front. So I think now we can notice that they are, I think, in advance on us. So I think now we have just to think about to make the podium or top 5. So and after until the checkered flag it's not done, so everything can happen.
It's really fascinating for someone like me to watch from the sidelines and observe it, but I wish you and the Super Driver team all the very best. I hope the strategy goes well. Olivier, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you, bye. Bye-bye.
Excellent. Great to hear from Olivier Laurençon. More great pieces to come from more of the drivers here as we get closer to the checkered flag here at Kartland Paris. The final 4 hours then of this incredible motor race at the Kartland Paris circuit, and all of the different teams that are in the fight for the victory are going to have to wait another couple of hours before the race really comes into their own. And I'm joined by one of the drivers that's certainly true for at the sidelines here. Raphael Do is with me. Raphael, great to see you in such a fantastic event like the TV Kart Finals. How have you been enjoying it so far?
Yeah, I'm really happy to be here. With my teammates, we are just 2. Before we were 3, but now we're 2, so we will see how we do it. But for the moment, it's great.
So considering that you're a driver that's used to the top level of the pinnacle of X30 racing at this kind of point, coming and doing a rental kart weekend like this, both for the fun side of it and for the challenge of it, this must be a completely different style of driving.
Yeah, it's completely other style of driving. You drive with strategy, like you think about when you're gonna pass someone to have so much time not to lose and try to not.
And I guess this is one of those situations where as a competitor you're always looking for that extra bit of knowledge. You're always trying to learn something that can help you in your normal program. Is it fair to say that in this race, when you're competing up against some of the world's best racing drivers who have never had the money to go all the way to F1 or to Formula 2 or Formula 3, you're learning against, real, true racing drivers here?
Yeah, for sure. It's 12 hours, so we can learn much, even just being after someone and looking how he's doing it. So we're learning much. Time you see the corners going down. So yeah.
So in terms of what the race is going to look like in the latter stages, there are so many teams that think they've got the right strategy in terms of how long the pit stops need to be, how many of those pit stops you need to make to meet that minimum 45-minute criteria. How confident are you guys that you've got it right amongst the other competitors with 3 and 4 driver teams?
Yeah, we try to think about it, but it's really complicated. For the moment, we're happy with what we've done. Still 6 hours to race. We're in top 10 with one of the much time in the pits. So for the moment, we're happy with this, and we will see how the others will manage this.
It's always really fascinating. I love watching the sort of the play-by-play in the races. Is the racing particularly aggressive out here in an endurance race like this, or do you have to be a little bit calmer, a little bit more calculated about when the moves come?
No, it's not really aggressive. Everyone thinks it's 12 hours, you don't need to go now. Yeah, it's 12 hours, so you don't need to go attack in the first corner. You need to stay at front as possible during the 12 hours.
It's always really interesting. But Raphael, thank you so much. We hope that the dynamic duo is going to be towards the podium at the end. So congratulations so far. Keep it going, and we'll see you with the checkered flag.
Yeah. See you there.
Thank you, Raphael. It's going to be a very interesting battle. We've got a few hours left to go, of course, but everybody is going to be giving us plenty of action all the way to the checkered flag here at Kartland Paris. Don't go away.
jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit from me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really want none. Slow my city got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come, I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Slum my city got love for my people. Put on over this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Slum my city got love for my people. Put on over this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Slum my city got love for my people. Put on over this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Slum my city got love for my people. Put on over this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Slum my city got love for my people. Put on over this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Slum my city got love for my people. Put on over this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Slum my city got love for my people. Put on over this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Slum my city got love for my people. Put on over this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Slum my city got love for my people. Put on over this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. That's why you cut the check, nigga, the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. Before you cut the jack, nigga, another zero. And now another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Slumber City got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on all that shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now you boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now you boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now you boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now you boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now you boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now you boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the jack, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really getting none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I'ma do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now you boy got it, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. That money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another song. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I come from. nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I want this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go hard where I'm coming from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. My city got love for my people. cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. And now from the night till it's calm. I was about to go hard where I come from. Get that money, nigga. Don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you ain't really got none. Love my city, got love for my people. I put on, I do this shit for me, yo. Get that money up, now your boy got it, yo. That's why you cut the check, nigga. Another zero. another song. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. That's why you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till the sun come. I was about to go home where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. Love my city, got love for my people. Put on, I want this shit for me, though. Get that money up, now your boy got it, go. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as we got love for my people, put on over this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as we got love for my people, put on over this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as we got love for my people, put on over this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as we got love for my people, put on over this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as we got love for my people, put on over this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as we got love for my people, put on over this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none. As long as we got love for my people, put on over this shit for me though. Get that money up, now your boy got it ego. Before you cut the check, nigga, another zero. And now from the night till it's all calm. I was about to go where I come from. Get that money, nigga, don't be a dumb. If you ain't hustling, then you don't really want none.
With the exceptional battle that has been raining down over the last couple of hours as we get ourselves closer to the checkered flag here. All of the teams and all of the competitors are still giving us a very exciting duel out on the course, and the checkered flag is less than 2 hours away in the 2025 TV Kart Finals here at Kartland Paris. We're on the Kartland Trois layout, and now the pit stop strategies are starting to conflagrate. They're starting to make a little bit more sense as we get all of these teams a little bit closer together in the final reckoning. We've still got a long way to go and still a lot to play out. The leading team has still got a lot more pit stops to make than it would like, having already done 15 pit stops of the mix that they have had. So 15 pit stops for the leaders, all at 2 minutes roughly. But there are still some teams who have only pitted 8 times or so that are making their way further up the ranks as they continue to make good progress. We're going to try and get ourselves to the closing phase of the race to see just how much progress these teams are going to make. The gap has certainly come down between KMRS Racing and Team Canada as they have ramped up the pit stops of late to try and get themselves into the competition. But it's only going to be in the last hour and a half or so that the team tacticians are going to find out whether they were right or whether they were wrong. And it's going to be a very intriguing close to this race battle as Raphael Do is making his way down the pit lane in the number 13 kart. That is the kart that he has taken over in the Golden Buzz squad. It was going to be Raphael Do, Lorenzo Bonifazio and Theo Permez, but at the last minute Theo Permez had to pull out of the race, and so it is Fazio and Raphael Do that are taking the Golden Buzz team to the checkered flag. So it's going to be a very interesting conclusion to the race for them as they will try their utmost to finish off proceedings. But it is going to be a very tough end to the race for all of the teams because they know now that there are no other places left to hide. They've just got to get this kart to the finish line and make it stick. So far we've got one team that has managed to complete the minimum mandatory 45 minutes, and that is the RMCS team that have spent 49 since the last time I spoke to you. There have been a few more penalties as well to give out to a few of the teams, so we'll try and pick up on that. Since we came off the air a brief while ago, there was a 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane for the number 11 crew. That was the Goats Blue team, and that was only a few short minutes after a penalty had been handed to Need for Speed Cyprus for doing so. Then a few minutes after that, we had another penalty for the number 12 RMCS squad, and that was a very hefty one, actually. They got a penalty of 3 minutes and 20 seconds because they were underweight by 20 kilos. And of course, if you are underweight at all, then you will take a 10-second penalty for every kilo you are underweight. And considering that that was a 20-kilogram underweight, 3 minutes and 20 seconds really is rather a lot, which is why they've spent a heck of a long time in the pits. Then there was another penalty handed out after that of the number 21. So that was the fantastic team from the Super Driver squad. They took a penalty of 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. And there have been 3 penalties since that point. One of them for the number 16. That is the team belonging to Karting Rivas, who have sadly fallen away in the latter stages of the race. They had a 16-second pit stop because their time in the pits was over the mandatory 5 minutes. 6 seconds over, and it resulted in a 16-second pit stop. 10 seconds plus 1 second for every second over the mandatory time. And it's also, if they're under, by the way, it's 10 seconds plus every second you are under the pit stop mandatory. So that's how the penalties work there. Then, of course, we had 2 penalties going the way of the number 12 team, RMCS. Once again, they were 1 minute and 40 seconds penalised for being 10 kilograms underweight at the last pit stop. And then their pit stop time was a full 11 seconds under the advised. And so they got another 21-second penalty. 10 seconds for being under the time, and then 1 second for every second they were under the minimum mandatory. So a lot of penalties then in the end for the number 12 crew. And we've got a few teams here that are really starting to run the gauntlet of the pit stops waiting time, because a few teams have obviously done what they needed to do in terms of refueling, but now they have got teams going down pit lane trying to make sure they have got the minimum. And look, you've got the number 25 trying to get out of the way of the leading teams. You've got teams stood in the pit lane taking a little bit extra time to make sure they don't exceed their planned pit stop time, but trying desperately not to block the drivers coming in and out of the pits. We've just had the leaders come in. The KMRS squad have just taken their 16th pit stop, and that has put them another 2 minutes pit stop, essentially. So they've had 35 minutes now in pit lane. And there's a glimmer of hope for every single team in this race now, because after the KMRS pit stop from the lead, Team Canada have gone on to the lead lap for the first time in about 8 hours. So this race is still very much on, as the teams are suddenly starting to realise that they've got to make a lot more pit stops to get their minimum mandatory down. Looking at the time that has been spent in pit lane by the crew from KMRS, they've had 16 pit stops and 35 minutes in pit lane. So by my math, they've still got to make at least another 5 pit stops before this race is over. And when you consider that we've only got an hour and 47 minutes left, that means it's looking very difficult indeed for the KMRS racing team to be considered the winners of this, and they've been leading since about 10 o'clock this morning. So very tricky indeed to see how this is going to work out. But we're certainly going to get a very exciting battle to the checkered flag, that is for sure. If you're only just joining us, or you needed a refresher, it's Jake Sanson up on the top spot of the Kartland Paris pit wall, guiding you through the action since about 25 minutes past 9 this morning. And now we've got just less than 2 minutes till the checkered flag. It's been a really exciting battle all the way through, to be fair. All of the teams have been able to bring something to the table, with the 45 minutes mandatory pit lane time, as well as 2 minutes minimum mandatory per stop, 5 minutes maximum mandatory per stop. It really has evened up the playing field. And as a result, we've not really had one team going out and dominating, because there's still quite a few pit stops for the leading teams to make here to get themselves down to the level of some of the other teams who have spent a long time in pit road. So this is going to be quite an interesting challenge once everything evens itself out. With an hour and 45 minutes to go then, let's tell you about who is where in the race at this point. With an hour and 45 to go, KMRS are still leading the race, but they're now only leading it by 1 minute. And we're at 1.4 laps clear of everybody. So the minimum mandatory pit stop time is definitely going to hit them hard in the next 45 minutes or so. Lucas Urbani has taken over from his teammate Samuel Libert at the KMRS racing team, but their days in the lead are definitely numbered. Mind you, it's not going to be plain sailing either for Team Canada, who are in second place with Kevin Andrea Maharo and Julian Delacretez. They are actually going to really struggle to stay in second place as well, for exactly the same reason as KMRS Racing. Then in third position, we've got Volturno. Now, they have taken 12 pit stops, but they've gone about this in a much more conservative manner. They've actually spent 3 3/4 minutes longer in the pits than the leaders, but they are in third position. Salvatore Nito behind the wheel at the moment. His teammates are Giuseppe Di Domenico and Giovanni Mollo. So they are looking like a potential favourite to win this one. But there are other contenders too. KMRS by FOK, Mathis Ranette and Randy Bertrand. They're currently in fourth position, having done 12 pit stops and spent 38 minutes in pit road. They're also one to keep an eye on. In seconds, they're only 39 seconds behind the team in third position, the Volturno squad. Fifth place is KMRS by SKOF. That's Maximilian David, along with his colleagues Yanis de Souza, and the driver at the moment is Thomas Delamar. They've had 35 minutes in pit road and 15 pit stops, so they've got at least another 10 minutes to serve in the pits in the next hour and 44 minutes. This is going to be really difficult for them to cope with here. Then we've got in sixth position the FKI racing team. Kilian Kukken, Jonas Hevert and Gianni Gentile, who is behind the wheel at the moment in the number 24 kart. They've spent a fair amount of time, actually, 38 minutes. They are 3 laps away from the race lead, but they're still very much in the hunt for success, having only done 12 pit stops so far, so don't count them out of the win yet. Also, the team everyone in the top 10 is scared about is super driver Olivier Lonosson, Dennis Huller, Bruno Thurman and Orlando Sirotti, who is behind the wheel at the moment for the Swiss team. They have only done 11 pit stops, but they've done 36 minutes in pit road. So there's definite opportunity for them to come back into this. And I estimate they've only got, if they time it absolutely to perfection, they've only got 2, maybe 3 more pit stops to make. But they've really got to be careful that they don't run into a penalty trying to get it down to 2 pit stops. It's touch and go for them, really. But they are very aggressively trying to fight for this win. RKS team, the Italian squad, has Davide Aloy, Samuele Rizzo, Matteo Infanti, and their man currently behind the wheel, Riccardo Bucci. So they are looking reasonably hungry there in 7th place. 15 pit stops and 39 minutes. So they've been quite aggressive getting their pit stop times down to around the 2-minute 30 mark. But again, it might not work out in their favour. Jarama Fan Racing have climbed all the way to 9th position with Kevin Capras at the wheel at the moment, and their two Spanish drivers, Javier Martinez and Eduardo Caballo, they've had only 8 pit stops, but they've also had 35 minutes in pit road, so they've got to spend at least another 10 minutes in the pit lane. I estimate that's going to be another 3 pit stops for them before the end of the race then, but they are good favourites for the victory because of how little time they've still got to serve in pit road. That could be a real dark horse for the podium, so keep an eye for Jarama Fan Racing, as they have been very slowly getting back into this. As has the team from MENS Racing. The French team are currently in 10th position. They've done 14 pit stops, and the two drivers, Tom Wadou and Arthur Reux, have been working very hard indeed to get their times up, but they have done 42 minutes in pit lane. Now, they are currently, for my money, the favourites to win this race. MENS Racing have done 42 minutes in pit road, and if they can come into the pits in the next 25 minutes or so, they will only need one more pit stop. So for the MENS Racing team, that could be the winning gamble. That could be the team that comes through to take the victory. It's going to be very interesting to see how it all goes in the closing stages. But for my money, the new favourites to win this race is the MENS Racing crew. So that could be fascinating. Then we've got the Goats Red Racing team currently in 11th position. Kevin Piazzoli, Federico Stefanelli and Simon Agazzi. They have done 40.5 minutes. They could do this on one more pit stop, but it is going to be touch and go. They've got to be very careful how they calculate it. The Goats Red team currently in 11th position. They've done 13 stops so far. The Golden Buzz team, they have done 41.5 minutes in pit lane. So again, they could do it on one more pit stop. And their man, Rafael Deux, who he partners up with Lorenzo Bonifazio, they've just had their 11th pit stop. So that could just about work out for them. S-Kart Working have climbed all the way back into 13th position. This team had dropped all the way to 27th at one stage, so they have worked their way back into 13th position by playing it smart and really getting on with their pit stop phase. So the S-Kart Working team, again, they've done 41 minutes and 42, so I think they've only got one pit stop left to take, and that's going to put them on 11 pit stops. The X-Kart crew from Great Britain, they've got a magnificent bunch of drivers, Harry Hurst-Grover, Louis Harvey, Billy Corns and Lewis Sumner. They have done 38 minutes in the pits, which doesn't sound particularly impressive until you take into account that they have only pitted 9 times. So they have actually been very clever in how they've calculated their pit stops. They've not been wasting time in their pit stops at all. They've got their fuel stops down to a T. So if they could come in one more time and push it towards the 4-minute 30 mark, they're not quite going to do it on one pit stop. They could do it on 2, though, and that could put them right into the heart of the battle for the podium once everything evens itself out. So don't count the English team X-Kart crew out of the podium. They could just about do this. They're going to need a few things to happen, but look, in this race, with an hour and 39 minutes to go and several teams needing 4 or 5 more pit stops, quite a lot could still happen here. So there is a lot that could still change hands. Now we go back to 15th position, and that is the team from Italy, the number 11 crew, Goats Blue, Kevin Ligori, Daniele Rossi, and their driver, Vanni Ruggiero, who is currently at the wheel. They only need one more pit stop by my math, so that could be the last run for them. Then there's the MSC team of Loris Moccia and Andrea Geresci, who's currently at the wheel. If they're cunning, they could do this on one pit stop as well. They've done 40 minutes and 57 seconds. The De RT team have run the gauntlet a bit. Vinny Beltramelli, Kevin Ropar, Roman Morelli, and the man currently at the wheel, Oscar Ropar. They've done 9 pit stops, but they haven't had the same sort of pace as the British team, so I think they're going to need 2 more stops here, and they're obviously about a lap adrift from them, so a victory or even a podium is going to be a bit of a stretch for the De RT team from France. I'm not quite sure they've got that in the bag yet. They might be able to snatch a top 5, but it is quite ambitious at this late stage in the game. Hands on your hands above your heads and cheering for Angelo Glielmi and Elliot McCanny. They have done a fantastic job to bring the Cartel RT team back into the top 20, and they've only got one pit stop left to take as well. They could knock on the door of the top 10 here. The other team that's going to be interesting to watch in the closing stages is the other X-Kart team, the X-Kart drivers, Elliot Jennings, Elijah Hartley, and Isaac Jameson, who's currently at the wheel, and he's had less time than anybody in that kart so far. But again, they've got, for my maths, 2 pit stops left to go. They've done 11, so they've done a few more pit stops than their senior counterparts. But let's be fair, this is probably one of the youngest teams in the race, and they have definitely put themselves up towards the top end of the top 6. Whether they'll get to the top 6 or not remains to be seen, but their calculated tactics have definitely given them a shout at it, and that is really impressive given the circumstances. Behind them, we've got the Greek team, that is the Norat 62 squad in 20th position. They've just come into the pits, actually, for what is now their 11th visit. Yanis Vogziatkis, Stefanos Stilias, Andreas Neomokos, and Vasilos Stamu. So the 4 drivers there, they are currently down in 20th, but they've done 39 minutes in pit lane before this pit stop. So with this pit stop and one more, they will be done. It's been a rather disappointing end to the battle for victory for the Need for Speed Cyprus team. Just a couple too many penalties have gone their way. The team that started on pole position, Luca Evis, Chris Dimitriou, Diokis Ionu, and the man who's currently at the wheel, Michael Dimitriou. They do only need one more pit stop because they've spent 43.5 minutes in the pit lane. So they could rocket their way back into the top 10. But I've got a sneaky suspicion that they're not quite going to have what it takes to get the victory. Their lap times are not quite at the same level as the leading crews, so they're not quite going to get to the podium on this occasion by the look of it. The Cartel DS team are making progress now that we've got the Norat 62 team in pit road. Enzo Riccati, Pierre Cajot, Matteo Glielmi, and Rafael Vugeli, who is at the wheel. They've done 43 minutes and 18 seconds. So they only need one more pit stop, and that can be bang on 2 minutes to get them legal. So that's exciting for them. It's exactly the same circumstance for Karting Rivas, who were doing very well on their pit stops earlier on, and then they just decided to throw all of their pit stops pretty much in together. I think they're going to try and put Miriam Alvarez on a very long final stint to get the job done, to get the checkered flag, because they only need a pit stop time of 2 minutes to be compliant. So Miriam Alvarez, any minute now, essentially, she can come into the pits and run on a full fuel tank and go to the end. And considering that at the moment Pablo Sanchez has done 1 hour and 22 minutes, I expect Miriam Alvarez to come out onto the circuit again for her final stint, probably within the next 12 minutes or so, and that will see her to the checkered flag. Now, they could go all the way from 23rd back towards the top half of the grid again, so keep an eye on them in these last hour and 35 minutes. KMRS XP have done a fair job as well. Alexandro Peifa, along with his teammates Maiko Marella and Hugo Fascella, who has done 3 hours behind the wheel, all on his own so far. They are on 13 pit stops. They've done 40 minutes and 40 seconds, so they will need one more pit stop, and it's going to need to be a relatively long one. The RaceMax China team, who ran as high as P3 at one stage, have done a fair job as well on their trip to France. Li Hanchen is driving at the moment. Miao Tzu, Dai Zihao, and Liu Zi are doing a fair job as a team. They've got one more pit stop to make as well, and they can make that in 2 minutes and 41 seconds to be legally compliant. So they can do a fair job on their next stop and actually gain some ground there. Then, incredibly, the number 26 position is not the team we thought it would be. It is RMCS. So RMCS, the team formerly known as Kartland, have climbed their way out of the doldrums at the back of the field and elevated themselves back into 26th position for Hugo Leminier, Hugo Liu, Kilian Fraisse, and their driver Thomas Mierlane at the moment. Now, they do not need to pit again. I have a feeling they will, but they don't need to because they've done 28 minutes in this stint. They've done all of the pit stops they need to because they've done 49 minutes in pit road. But I don't think that fuel tank is quite going to go the distance. Having had 28 minutes in the kart already, they're going to need one more pit stop before the checkered flag just to cross the line, essentially. So any chance of them getting back up into the top 20, it was minimal before, but it's now pretty much put to bed. Fair credit to Mr. Karting, Stu Stretton, who has had a couple of difficulties. He had a penalty earlier on for his pit stop time taking 9.5 minutes at one phase. But come on, this man has been at the wheel of his kart since 9:25 this morning. Nobody else in the race can say that. And he is still plugging away, still doing decent lap times within around 3 to 5 seconds a lap off the pace of the race leaders. And he has been in the kart since 9:25 this morning. It is absolutely extraordinary. His last lap time was a 1:25.2. His best lap time is a 1:23.3. So that is extraordinary, the level of pace that Stu Stretton has been able to maintain despite having been in the kart since 9:30 this morning. Absolutely unbelievable. So well done to Stu Stretton. When he comes home, he's going to need the biggest British and international cheer of anybody in this race just for making it to the flag. And his target, he was telling us earlier that he didn't want to finish in last place. Well, as it stands, he isn't going to, because there is one team behind them, and that is the Kartplex team from Canada. And that's the team he's racing with at the moment. The Canadian Jeff White and the British driver Tom Holland working together in the Kartplex squad, and they are actually in a race against each other. Unfortunately, on the last lap, Stu Stretton's time was a 1:27.0 compared to Tom Holland on a 1:24.2. So he is gaining ground. It's going to be an interesting one to the end of the checkered flag. But what a race it's been for all 28 of these teams. They've all had their dramas. They've all had their incredible stories to tell. And now we're going to get into the nuts and bolts of the last pit stops of this race. And it will be down to the wire for all of these teams now. We've got an hour and 31 minutes to go. And by my math, there's at least a dozen teams that need to come into the pits at least 3 to 4 more times. So this race is going to change hands now in the final stages of this race. Up to second position, by the way, has come Volturno. As into the pits again comes KMRS after just a few minutes less. I think they've only done about 25 minutes out on the course since their last pit stop. So now KMRS are in the panic stages of having to cram all their pit stops into the last hour and 30 minutes. And this is not a tactic that is celebrated with a lot of success. They've been leading all the way. They've had 4 laps on everybody, but now they've got to cram all their pit stops into one go. They haven't really got the staying power as this race continues. Meanwhile, we've still got good wheel-to-wheel battles out on the course, but this could be the first time since about 11:30 this morning that the lead of the race could change hands here. And that obviously gives a lot of hope and joy to the other teams out there. The other KMRS team in the top 5, KMRS by FOK, are also in the pits, as are the team in 5th place, FKI Racing. So we may get a new race leader for the first time in about 8 hours here. So that is a very exciting opportunity for all the teams to reinvigorate some hope for the race win. And this is really when the race starts. In the last 90 minutes, any team that is currently in the top 15 or so teams could win this race, because they are all going to even out once the 45-minute mandatory has been successfully achieved by each team. And certainly the KMRS racing team that's been leading all the way, they've got 10 minutes to add to their pit stop mandatory. So that is surely going to take them out of the hunt. There is the 25, working its way down pit lane, cruising to the end of the pits. They've got to make sure that they at least leave a little bit of time for the others to go around. Are they going to have another 2 minutes here? Because they're just waiting at the end of the pit lane, the number 25 crew. And I think they're about to lose the lead of the race here. We're going to watch as they go out of pit lane, as Volturno have gone onto the same lap at least. Salvatore Nito getting onto the same lap. They go out onto the circuit again in 2 minutes and 1 second. So they've still got to do that another 5 times for my money to be compliant, maybe 4 times just. But this is very much danger zone now for the KMRS racing team. And of course, every time they do this, they've got to change driver, because you can't come into the pits and not change driver. So this is going to wear the 2 boys out, constantly getting in and changing driver, and constantly getting in and changing driver, and constantly getting in and changing driver. This is going to wear them out in the last 90 minutes of the race. So for the first time since about, I would say, 10:45 this morning, The top 3 teams are now on the lead lap. This is a race to the finish, and it's going to be very close indeed because there's more than those 3 teams in the fight for the win now. So the number 17 are in pit lane, and the rule is that they've got to make sure they leave space for drivers to come around them. And it's quite clear that in the pit lane there is not enough space for the other drivers to move around them. So the number 17 has got to move forward or back. What are they doing? What is going on at the number 17 in pit lane? They're going to cause an obstruction. They're going to block the pit lane if they're not careful. So that is the number 17 crew. That is the team from KMRS by FOK. They were in the top 5, and this is going to go badly wrong. Look, they're being blocked. They're blocking the test driver, admittedly, but still, they've got to leave space for the other karts to get around them. So a point is made there by the 17. They've avoided a penalty for it, but it's the language of consideration that they've impeded there. And so Bertrand is going to get back out onto the circuit. Randy Bertrand rejoins the race, but they have dropped out of the top 5 now. There's the number 24 exiting the pit lane after their pit stop. And FKI Racing now outside the top 10 as well. So this race is going right down to the wire. And after 10 and a half hours of racing, I honestly couldn't tell you who's going to win this. There's about 8 teams, maybe 9 teams that could be in the hunt for the victory once all these pit stops even themselves out. We need to keep an eye on the KMRS team because they're not going to spend that long in the pits. Blood goes, who was that exiting the pit lane? That was Miriam Gonzalez making their team's final pit stop. So they've done it. So Miriam Gonzalez now gives the Karting Rivas team their final mandatory pit stop, and I have a feeling that Miriam is going to be in that kart, Miriam Alvarez, till the end of the race. I don't think they're going to need to make another pit stop, and there's certainly going to be enough fuel in that kart after their fuel stop to take it to the end. So I don't think you'll see Karting Rivas in the pits again. And now we're going to get to see a few teams like this. Every team that comes into the pits now will be wanting this to be their final pit stop on fuel tank alone. But there's going to be quite a few teams that will have to come in again, as there goes the Minier. So Le Minier exits the pits for RMCS, as Kartplex have managed to get ahead now of Mr. Karting, because Stu Stretton has come into the pits for what could be his final visit. Because obviously now he's been in the pits for 39 minutes and 39 seconds. So he can just about stay in there for about 4 minutes 45, and then he will not come into the pits again. He can run this race on a full fuel tank to the bitter end. Whether or not he'll do that or not is obviously a very different matter. Out onto the circuit goes the number 27. That is the Goats Red team, and they have been into the pits for 2 minutes and 2 seconds. That's going to leave them with one more pit stop to do. That's really going to cost the Goats team there. So they're going to struggle to make their way back into the top 10 after this. They're just 3 minutes short of the mandatory, so they're going to need one more pit stop before the end. A lot of teams here have done their calculations, and it hasn't quite worked out in their favour. You've really got to do the math at the beginning of the day here to figure out 12 hours, 45 minutes spent in pit road. How many pit stops can we make, and how long have those pit stops got to be? You've got to get it almost down to the second to get it right. And no team has come through this race without hitting trouble of some kind. It's not an exact science. So the battle is going to be raging all the way to the checkered flag now, as the teams know that there is no second chance after this. They've got to work hard to get into the victory position. KMRS Racing have still got to spend 7 minutes and 50 seconds in pit road to be compliant. But then there's also problems for the karts in second, third, fourth and fifth. They've all got to make more pit stops than they want to. So KMRS Racing, Volturno, Team Canada, KMRS by SKOF and Yamaha Racing, all of the teams in the top 5 have got to come in at least 3 more times each. So this race is really going down to the wire again. The team that's currently in 6th position, well, they are looking like potential winners now. They've got Randy Bertrand and Mathis Renette. They have become the new favourites to win this one because on 13 pit stops, they are currently in P6. Super Driver are coming in for, yeah, they're not going to have the win, are they? Because they've got 36 minutes and 33 done. And RKS have got 38 minutes and 59 done. So both of those teams are not quite going to have a podium finish in them. They're going to lose too much time in the closing stages. This race has been absolutely brutal with this 45-minute pit window. But there are going to be certain teams here that are going to be laughing all the way to the podium at the end of the race at 9:25 p.m. because there's going to be quite a few teams here that will make a massive gain in the last 45 minutes as teams realise how many more pit stops they've got to make. On that subject, there are a few teams that are going to have to make some gains here pretty quick. But the team that's looking likely to be the favourite to move into the lead of the race at the end of this is going to be the number 17 crew from KMRS by FOK. So the duo that leads the way for KMRS Racing, it looks like the sister team is going to pick up the slack. MENS Racing likely to be in 2nd, and RKS likely to be in 3rd ahead of FKI, Golden Buzz, SK Art Working. How on earth have they managed to get themselves back up? And then the top 5 teams will have to try and filter their way back into the mix as competitively as possible. There could be a few teams outside the top 10 that could work their way further forward as well. I've already mentioned about Karting Rivas. Don't count out the X-Kart crews. They've still got some great potential. What their real bonus is at the end of the race here is going to be firepower from their drivers. They've still got a lot of energy to get a really fast stint under their belt. So if they can stretch this current stint with their 2 pit stops as far into the race as possible, it's the driving talent that's really going to push them into the top 5. They could have a lot of good work there at the closing stages. There goes Olivier Laurenson for Super Driver, gets back out onto the course once again. And unfortunately, as much as the tactics worked in their favour when they had speed, Super Driver still need, for my money, to make one more pit stop. Yes, they do. 40 minutes and 37 is what they've currently spent out in pit road. So they need to have at least one more pit stop, which should ideally be 4 minutes and 23 seconds. So many teams have tried to do the math here and get it right, and they are just going to miss out by a few minutes or so. But I can tell you that all of the teams in the top 5 at the moment have got this calculation quite wrong. They're going to need at least 2 to 3 more pit stops each if they're going to make it work to the bitter end. So we're going to have a really exciting conclusion to this race then, as everybody tries to get the times down and everybody tries to put themselves into a race winning position, but there's not going to be a lot of opportunities left to do that. All of the teams have been working very hard to finish things off. But we've just gone past 8 p.m. local time here. It's going to start to get quite cold as the dusk sets in. We're not quite going to lose the light by the checkered flag, but we're certainly going to lose the temperature. So I would expect to see some very fast lap times coming in now as the circuit gets colder than it's ever been over the course of this race. So for the moment, it is KMRS Racing number 25 that leads the way ahead of Volturno, then Team Canada, KMRS by SKOF, Harama Fan Racing in P5. Then come the teams that only need to pit one more time. So the 17, that is the team from KMRS by FOK, I think it is. Yes, indeed. Then MENS Racing, RKS team, FKI Racing, and Golden Buzz in the top 10. But this race is definitely going to shuffle its decks a couple times more. Now the question here is, what do the teams in the top 5 do? Do they try and stick to the 2 minutes mark, or do they try and extend it to 2 pit stops and do it 3 minutes or 4 minutes each to try and get out of the doldrums that they find themselves in? We're certainly going to find a little bit more pit lane activity before the end then, because all 5 of the top 5 teams need to come in at least twice, maybe 3 times in some cases. And all of the other contenders need to do it once. I think they're trying to stretch it as much as they possibly can But certainly the top 5 teams need to do this twice rather than once. It's going to be very tight at the end. But if they are able to get the lap times up, they might just be able to get this back in their favour. It's going to be very tricky. Looking at the lap times, the leaders are having to push here, and they're all in the 121s. And they certainly need to be in the 121s if they want to take a victory. A 121.8 for the leaders from KMRS Racing. A 121.2 for Volturno. As in comes Haramafan. Haramafan, the first of the teams currently in the top 5 to make another pit stop. Now, what is their minimum time at the moment? Their minimum time that they have spent in pit lane is 35 minutes and 30 seconds. They are not going to be able to do that in and that's going to be really risky as well, because that's 9.5 minutes. They've got to make sure they come up with 2 pit stops at 4:45 or 3 pit stops. This is not going to be easy to keep the Haramafan Racing team in the hunt for the victory here. So Kevin Capras has brought the kart into the pits, but it is going to be really tricky now. I'm not entirely sure how this race is going to play out in the closing stages. So KMRS by FOK and MENS Racing have gone back into the top 6 together. But this is such a difficult race to call now. All of the teams know that this is going to be down to the wire, the ragged edge of what these karts can do on these race circuits. The only way the top 5 teams are going to get in the victory is if they push like crazy and hope that they've got enough fuel to go the distance on their final stints. But they've still got to pit in twice more. So this is really running the gauntlet. Where is the team in 6th position in terms of laps run? Well, they are currently 3 laps adrift of the race lead. That is touch and go for a double pit stop. They've still got to make 1 pit stop, but the others have got to make 2. This is touch and go now as to whether they'll be a lap away or on the same lap. They might just have got enough in the bag, but it is going to be very tight. This is such a difficult race to call now, as everybody is running the ragged edge of what their pit stops can do. This is all going to come down to how hard the drivers can push in the closing stages now. There's only really 3 of those 4 teams at the front that could still end up on the podium, but it is going to be a close run thing. So the drivers still putting on a good showcase here at Kartland Paris in the TB Kart Finals 2025. If you've got some content to share with us, some pictures, some videos on your social media feed, do please tag us in those with the hashtags TheFinals25 and hashtag WeBuildAdrenaline. So into the pits now comes the number 20. They're just trying to get the numbers of their final pit stop down. Haramafan Racing. But this pit stop alone has dropped them all the way to 12th place. So that shows you how tight it is on time. And this is a relatively normal pit stop for the Haramafan Racing. Don't forget, they've got to make another stop after this one. So for them to go from 5th position to 12th with 1 pit stop, and they'll have to make a second one later, it just advertises the extent of the problems that are faced from the leading teams. They've got such a lot of work to do to stay in touch here. And these tiny little 2-minute pit stops I don't think are going to be enough. I think you basically need to cut your losses now and go for 3.5 to 4 minute pit stops to get them down to just 2 more stops and get it out of the way. So this is going to be fascinating now. And into the pits come the 2 leading crews. Both of the 2 leading crews have come into the pits together. So KMRS Racing, they've only been out for about 10 minutes, but they come in again knowing that they need to. And so too have come the team from Volturno. And also into the pits has come KMRS by Esco Earth. So for the first time in this race, Team Canada has taken the lead in the closing stages now. And these 2 crews coming out of the pits together, 18 and 25. Fascinating that it's the 18 crew that came out directly in front. Now, they've got to be so careful on pit lane exit speed, because that was pretty quick going out of the pits for my money. but was it within the limits of the regulations? That's got to be the key factor as the 25 KMRS Racing team gets out onto the circuit 35 seconds behind Team Canada. Canada takes the lead for the first time in this race, and it's the first time that the KMRS Racing team has not led the race since about noon this morning. Wow, very interesting closing scenes now. MENS Racing have gone up into 4th position. KMRS by FOK have come into the pits for what is surely going to be its final pit stop. And they're in 5th position, so they are right in the vanguard of the fight for the victory now. So we need to see what's gone on in the last pit stop for KMRS Racing. They've still got 39 minutes and 14 done. So KMRS Racing are going to need 2 more pit stops. I'm not quite sure what they're playing at here, but they're definitely going to need 2 more stops. They've only done 39 minutes and 4. So they've got to do at least 2 more stops. You can't have longer than 5 minutes unless you're going to take a penalty. And don't forget, if you overrun, it's 10 seconds for overrunning, plus another second every second you are over or under the mandatory. This is an absolute nail-biting conclusion, and it's going to go like this all the way to the checkered flag. Who is going to get the benefit? Who is going to make advantages in their favour? And who is going to be left in very miserable form indeed? So another driver change then, as Mathis Renet has got the kart once again, and he will take it to the finish, I believe. I don't think they need to make another pit stop. Trundling down pit lane in kart number 17. But this is one of the favourites for me to win this race now, because as far as my maths are concerned, as long as they get a long enough pit stop, they will not need to come in again. So for Randy Bertrand and Mathis Renet, this could be the winning pit stop. So many battles out of the course, and of course as the teams start to get stressed out, they've got to be aware of the fact that they don't want to get themselves into hot water as KMRS is banging around with the back markers. They do not need to get a penalty for contact in the last hour or so of this race. They've got to be careful. Karts, if you start bouncing off other karts in the closing stages now, you can kiss the victory goodbye. So this is really rough stuff now. And we've had a few teams now taking on some problems then. A few more penalties going. The number 21 has received a note. The driver was allowed to change karts without changing drivers. That was a permission given to the number 21. That is the super driver team. So that really costs them any chance of getting a victory. They're in 13th at the moment, but they've still got 1 more pit stop minimum to make. There was a penalty, 2 penalties in fact, for the number 12. RMCS Racing are ramping up those penalties again. They've had a 2-lap penalty for not weighing in. So that is a ridiculously difficult penalty for them to take at this late stage. And then the minimum stint time was not respected either, because they did, on that 430, they did a 4:07. When you've got to take into account that they had a lot of penalties to serve anyway, so even more penalties for RMCS. This is exactly what Mr. Karting, Stu Stretton, wants to see, because if they keep getting more penalties, he's not going to finish in last place after all, which is where he currently resides. So the more lap penalties they are given, the better chance Stu Stretton has of moving up into 27th place, and he's only 21 seconds off the back of that car because they've been given a 6-lap penalty. So if RMCS keep flirting with disaster like this, they're going to have all sorts of problems, and they're going to have Mr. Karting do the 12 hours on his own and overtake them. So down pit road has come the number 3. That is the DRT race team. Also in the pits, just in behind them, is the number 5. That is Cartel RT. As Angelique pit road. And she has obviously been working to hand the kart over to Elliot McCanny, who I think will just about be able to take this kart to the finish now. But this race is so not done. If anything, it's only just got started after nearly 11 hours behind the wheel. As teams are starting to realise that there are a crucial few squads that still need to make one final pit stop, and it's better to get them out of the way so you don't have to worry about pitting again. Now, there are a handful of teams that don't need to pit again. RMCS don't need to make another stop. Kartplex don't. Karting Rivas don't. Need for Speed Cyprus don't. Also, KMRS by FOK, they just made their last pit stop and they rejoined in 14th. But they're only 5 laps away from the top spot, and there's at least 5 drivers in front of them that have got to stop twice more. Annoyingly, Stu Stretton does need to make another pit stop. He needs to come in for one more stop because he's only done 44 minutes in pit lane. So he's got to go the entire distance. And don't forget, any team that doesn't complete 45 minutes in the pits will be disqualified. So you've got to do your 45 minutes mandatory. Fascinating scenes down here in pit lane as I look down on both sides of the pit and seeing people scratching their heads, scratching their eyes, desperately trying to figure out, what do we do now? How do we try and get ourselves back into this race? What's the next strategy? This is going to be very tight all the way to the end, and for my money, we've got the KMRS Racing team who need to come in at least twice more. So does Team Canada. But interestingly now, the 2 teams behind them only need to come in once. That is Volturno and MENS Racing. So the team that suddenly got into the lead of the teams that need to make another stop is Volturno. So the Volturno team from Italy might be able to win this race with only one more pit stop. It's going to be tough all the way, but I think we're going to see some really interesting battles now in the closing stages of this one. Volturno, with their man behind the wheel, they might have just about done enough here because they've done 42 minutes out on the course. That's only going to be one more pit stop, isn't it? And they're only a lap away from the race lead. So the new favourites to win this one is the Italian team, Volturno. So can Volturno hold on to their opportunity and go into the lead of the race? They're going to have a very tough job in the last hour and 5 minutes. But this is their chance to go and grab a win. And they know it. So Team Canada currently leads the way, but they are going to need to make 2 more stops, as is the team directly behind them, KMRS Racing. Into the pits comes KMRS, I think. Just double checking who that is that's coming in. Actually, I think it might be the team from Racemax China that's just bailed into the pits. Yes, it is. Li Han Chen has come in. Also, Lewis Sumner has come into the pits for the X-Kart crew for what is going to be their penultimate stop. I'm afraid they are going to need one more after this. It hasn't quite worked out in their favour. So a fascinating battle up at the sharp end of the field, but I think Volturno are going to have a race-winning strategy here. They've had to be very calm and calculated, but the race isn't over for them either because they've got a lot of pressure from the team behind them. There's only a lap's difference between them, though. So MENS Racing have not quite got enough in the tank. They've got to make up a lap in an hour and 5 minutes. I'm not sure they're quite going to have enough to do so. So it looks to me as though it's going to be Volturno that gets the win if they can just keep going. Down pit road comes the number 12. That is the RMCS Racing team. Fans of Mr. Karting need to keep an eye on this team because they're in the pits yet again. But this squad might struggle to beat Stu Stretton, who of course has got to come into the pits one more time. He's gone past the pits on this occasion, but the Englishman, who's doing this race all on his own, can keep the ball rolling and keep pushing to try and get himself to the checkered flag here. RMCS Racing, Leminier out of the kart for the time being, getting himself back in it very shortly, but that pit stop has put the number 34 back into 27th place. So good news then for Mr. Karting. He wanted to finish anywhere but last. Well, it looks like he's going to finish last but one if it stays like this. But of course, he does have to make one more pit stop, as the RMCS crew are currently doing. But there are a couple of teams that are going to need to pit twice more. Into the pits then comes Tom Wadu. He's going to hand the kart over to Arthur Hu. The MENS Racing team, they're going to miss out on the win by 1 lap by the look of it. Very frustrating indeed for MENS Racing. As out onto the circuit goes the number 8, that is Glielmi. So back into the race then for the Cartel DS team, as Matteo Glielmi takes over from Raphael Voegli with Pierre Cajot, and also in the mix there, of course, in the number 8 crew is Enzo Roccati. But they have done their minimum pit stop time, so Cartel DS can go to the end of the race now. So the last hour for the teams that have done their minimum mandatory will become a bit of a sprint race now. But there are still one too many teams for many people's liking that are going to have to make 2 stops here rather than 1. So this race is going to fall apart for a couple of the teams at the sharp end of the field. Certainly for Team Canada and also for KMRS Racing. Volturno is only going to need to make 1 more pit stop, whereas Canada and KMRS Racing will need to make 2. Also, KMRS by SKOF, oh, you're not going to believe this, they're going to need to make 2 stops or they'll face a penalty. They've done 39 minutes and 58 seconds. That means they've got to spend 5 minutes and 2 seconds. That's agony. They are going to miss out on doing 1 more pit stop by just 2 seconds. They've got to do 2 or they'll take a penalty. Now, the question is, which is the bigger problem? Taking a 10-second penalty, well, it's going to be a 12-second penalty, or would it be taking a second pit stop, which is going to be the bigger problem? Because this is going to be a real issue. Now, they can go on the mandatory if they go over their exceeded time, but they'll pick up a penalty for doing so, and that'll be added to their race time, and that will count them out of the victory. As out onto the circuit goes MENS Racing for the last time. They have now done their mandatory stops. 45 minutes and 4 seconds. They rejoin in 10th place. So close up in the top 10. But that kart does not need to come in again. And I think they can go all the way back into P2 or 3. So MENS Racing rejoin in 10th. But I think they're going to go all the way to P2 or P3. So we're waiting to see the last few teams come into the pits. They're going to have to face the inevitable. How long do you leave them out there? I wonder if Team Canada and KMRS Racing are going to leave it until the last 5 minutes. They might just keep the karts out there in first and second for as long as it takes. So the KMRS Racing team with their man at the wheel, Lucas Urbani, currently tucked up behind the 8. As they work their way around. That is the kart belonging to Cartel DS, I do believe. Actually, no, I think that's the Norrat 62 kart. Yes, it is the Norrat 62 kart that they're following in pursuit. But it's definitely going to be 2 pit stops for Canada, definitely going to be 2 pit stops for KMRS, and definitely going to be 2 pit stops for KMRS by SKOF, unless they choose to take the penalty. But that's definitely going to count them out of getting on the podium if they choose to do so. They've either got to do 2 pit stops or they've got to do a penalty, and that is game over in the race win stakes for KMRS by SKOF. And coming into the pits, that is Carplex. So Carplex making a pit stop. That is young Thomas Holland, who will hand the kart over to Jeff White, who will finish the run, I'm sure, for Carplex as they will come in for their final pit stop. So now we need to keep an eye on Team Canada. They've got to pit in twice more. We've got to keep an eye on KMRS. They've got to pit in twice more. And of course, we've got to keep an eye on Volturno, who will only come into the pits 1 more time. That's the top 3 as it shakes up, and into the pits for their next pit stop. Now, who is that coming in for a pit stop just at pit road? I think that's one of our test karts, actually, so I don't think that counts in the flame of the race. But Team Canada with Julian De La Cretaz at the wheel at the moment. He's going to have to hand over the kart at least once to Kevin Andrea Majaro. He'll have to give it back to De La Cretaz before the end as well. And then Lucas Urbani's got to give the kart to Sam Libert for a little while and then come in again. But he's only been in the car for 14 minutes. Interestingly, Giovanni Molo is going to be able to pit in whenever he likes, basically, now. He's been in the kart for 12 minutes. He can wait until the last half hour, realistically. And he'll have to hand the kart over to Giuseppe Di Domenico, I think. Although Salvatore Nito has almost done 6 hours on his own here. He might be their he might be their saving grace here to get to the finish. 35 seconds covers Team Canada and KMRS Racing after over 11 hours of racing. We're into the final hour of the TB Kart Finals here in Kartland Paris. The final hour of the race. And this is where the race is going to be won and lost. So 2 pit stops each coming then for Team Canada and for KMRS. It's going to be the most agonizing defeat. They know they haven't got a hope of hanging on here, surely, from Volturno. Volturno is going to have the victory if they can just keep it going, but there is still a lot of work to do. They can have a 3-minute pit stop. They can have a 4-minute pit stop if they want, because the 2 teams in front of them have got to pit in twice, so they don't have to rush this. S-Kart working. Great work from them. They climbed all the way to P8 with Ricardo Maya at the wheel. They're coming in for what is going to be their last pit stop as well. So several teams here with only 1 pit stop to go. Pretty much everybody in the top 10 has only got 1 pit stop to make, except for MENS Racing, who are in 10th. And into the pits comes Team Canada. The race leaders, Team Canada, come into the pits then. So the inevitable has happened, and the race leaders know that their numbers are marked. So they've come in twice more. They may as well get it done relatively soon. So Team Canada makes its way down pit lane to cope with the inevitable defeat. Down to the end of the pit lane goes the number 22 and straight out onto the course again. So that is the number 22 kart exiting pit lane. That is Kartplex, having had their final pit stop. No worries at all for them. But Team Canada, this is bitter, bitter disappointment as KMRS goes back into the lead. But they're in trouble too. So Team Canada just doing the best they can to try and get these pit stops as quick as possible. They may as well just do a 2-minute now and then try and get it down to a 4-minute pit stop the last time, just to be safe, or I think it will be a 3.5-minute pit stop once they do the math. But it has been such a tough race. Everybody in the top 10 could put a real feather in their cap after what's been an incredibly extreme race here. So tough. The calculations are not easy to get right, and everybody's really found it difficult to get these strategies under wraps. Such a tough race. 11 hours completed. We're into the final hour, and Team Canada can see the writing on the wall. Not that they want to admit it. And KMRS Racing are in exactly the same boat. It looks as though their numbers are up as well. And they've had a squadron of a couple of teams here that have had the opportunity to move their way forward. But it's going to be the Italian squad, Volturno, that looks good for the victory, as long as they can keep themselves out of trouble, out of danger in the closing stages. They do not want to give themselves any hard issues here. They don't want any penalties. They just want to stay out of harm's way. Out onto the circuit again goes the 33. So that is the kart from KMRS XP. And we're waiting to see when Team Canada goes back out onto the course. That is the number 28, of course. So any moment now we'll see the number 28 kart from Team Canada trundle down pit lane. I'm not sure whether they'll fuel this time or whether they'll keep the tank they've got. But it is going to be an emotional moment for Team Canada, who know that they managed to work their way into the lead, but they're not going to be able to salver the spoils of victory. What a shame. It's been a very tight race up at the top end. Out onto the circuit then goes Cristiano. Back into the race then goes the S-Kart working team. And that is the very talented Marco Cristiano getting back behind the wheel. As Team Canada goes back out on track then, dropping all the way to third position with a 3-minute 30 pit stop. So they're now going to need another 3-minute 30 pit stop to be compliant with the regulations. But the team that's ahead of them only needs a 3-minute stop, Volturno, and they are on the same lap. So can Canada make up a 47-second deficit in just 52 minutes? They're going to have to go a second a lap faster than Volturno to make this win come around to them. So this is going to be so difficult for Volturno. Can they win this race? Team Canada, their final stop is completed, but they are now just 47 seconds behind the race leaders. They've got to make about a second a lap if they want to win this. So Team Canada not out of this one, actually. I thought they might have been, but they're going to be on the same lap as Volturno, and they're going to be 47.9 seconds adrift. Also, it's worth bearing in mind, where are KMRS Racing going to be in relation to Volturno? If they could keep the tempo up, they might be able to challenge them for the win in the closing stages after all. Purely on pit stops, Volturno are going to have the lead. But in the closing hour, can either of the teams that will catch them up manage to get into the victory? This could go down to the line. So it's time to dig deep and go for the victory for Team Canada. They're going to be on the same lap, but they're going to have to make up 47 seconds. Into the pits comes the leaders, KMRS Racing. So they've got to do this twice. A 19-minute stint for Lucas Urbani. Not exactly breaking a sweat for them, but they're sweating anyway because they've got to try and overturn the tables to Volturno and Team Canada. Can they get the job done? Don't forget, they've got to be within that 2-minute minimum window. My, oh my, oh my, this is going to be tough to the end for these final three teams. As we look down pit road and we see KMRS Racing trying to turn the tables in their favour. They're going to go for one final splash and dash then, as the KMRS Racing team will refuel for the very last time. So into the pits has come the 12, I think that's the RMCS Racing team. Oh no, sorry, that is the 18 that's come in, the KMRS Racing by SKOF. And they are going to be short on this pit stop by 2 seconds if they go for a 5-minute pit stop. So ridiculous close. It's not going to work out for them. So they're going to have to wait in pit road behind 25. So we've got a real nail biter to the line is the 18. Now what are they going to do? Are they going to turn this into 2 pit stops? Or are they going to take the penalty of 10 seconds plus another 2 seconds on top to make this a 1 pit stop? They could take a 12-second penalty, or they could take 2 pit stops. What about the 25? So they're waiting in pit road as well. But this is agonizing for KMRS and also for their sister team, RS by SKOF. The team sat in the pit lane trying to make the pit stop last as long as possible. But the 18 is 5 minutes and 2 seconds short. So what do they do? Do they take 2 pit stops, or do they take a penalty? Off goes the 18. Off goes the 25 with them. They go back out onto the course. Are they going to make it 2 stops? They are. They're going to have to do it in 2 pit stops. So they decide not to take the penalty, KMRS by SKOF, and that's a very sensible move, I have to say. As KMRS Racing go back out onto the course, 28 seconds behind Volturno. 3 teams are now in the hunt for the victory here. Volturno, KMRS, and Team Canada. And all 3 of those teams have just 1 pit stop to go, and they're all separated by 51 seconds. So can KMRS make up half a minute in just under an hour? It's going to be very tight indeed. But KMRS might be able to snatch the win here after all. They've kept themselves in the fight. But this is going to be down to the wire. 3 teams with a hunt for victory. Volturno from Italy, KMRS Racing from Belgium, and Team Canada. No guesses where they're from. This is going to be such a tight finish now with these three teams. 51 seconds and a full 48 minutes left in this race. Canada are running out of opportunities and their pace is not good, I have to say. So Team Canada is losing about a second a lap to Volturno and KMRS, so I don't think their chances of victory are going to be strong enough to keep them in the hunt. They're just not going to be able to make up the deficit. What about the pit stop time? Is that going to help them? Well, not really, because Volturno can take the slowest, shortest pit stop, and Canada need the longest of the three pit stops, as the RKS team come into the pits for their last stop. Now, the RKS team are 3 laps away, so they're not going to do enough here to get themselves into a race-winning position. The only other team up in the sharp end that needs to make one more stop is the 2 Belgian squads from FKI Racing and Golden Buzz, and that's where they're going to remain. So it's been a tough old race out there, but now we know the identity of the 3 teams going for victory, and I'm afraid Team Canada's hopes are fading based on the lap times they are losing at the moment. So it's going to have to be a very dramatic change to the race battle to see who's going to get the job done. Maybe Team Canada want to put their fastest driver out there. Well, they already have. That's the problem. They've already done that. They've already put Kevin Andrea Mahararo, but then Julien Delacroix has been in the kart for quite some time. They've got to change driver at the stop. That's the way the rules work. So it's a very tricky situation to find themselves in. This is very difficult indeed now. So as the final pit stops take place and the final few teams get themselves into a good position, in comes Team Canada. They've literally only been out in the kart for about 5 minutes or so. So it's time for the team to think about their best chances. Kevin Andrea Maharo has said, right, we've got a chance to win this. Put Julien in the kart. So Team Canada comes in for their last pit stop. And it's all going to come down to Julien Delacroix. Can the Swiss driver push them back into a race-winning position? He's got to have a minute to make up, though, in about 40 minutes of racing. That is a tall order for Julien Delacroix. So this is going to be really down to the wire. The top 3 teams will be separated by a minute with just an agonizing 45 minutes to go. And I think that was the last chance really for Team Canada to go and take this victory. They had to pull the plug early, otherwise they wouldn't have had the time to go and get that victory. But they may have lost this by a couple of seconds, depending on how quickly Julien Delacroix can go in the last stint. That's a lot to ask of him, to make up about 54 seconds in 45 minutes. But if anyone can, Julien Delacroix can. So we've got the 7 and the 14 down in pit lane at the moment, waiting to go back out onto the course. That is the 7 of the team from Italy, RKS. And we've also got the 14, that is MSC. 2 Italian teams in pit lane then. And X-Kart drivers are in the pit lane for the very last time as well. So that'll be their race ending with a very strong position, it has to be said. They've done a good job for new boys, so they can be very proud of their efforts. But now comes the crunch. Team Canada will head back out onto the course with a chance to win, but it's a very slim chance to win, because it's all going to come down to the Swiss driver Julien Delacroix to put Team Canada in a race-winning position. But they've got 54 seconds to make up in just 45 minutes. I think that's too much. But what does Julien Delacroix think? That's all that really matters. So the final splash and dash fuel stop then for the team from the X-Kart drivers, the youngsters. But we're going to see the final push now from Team Canada. It's game on. Can they go for the victory? It's all down to Julien Delacroix. So the number 13 pulls out of the fast lane in his kart. That is Golden Buzz. And so that is Rafael Du handing over to Lorenzo Bonifazio, who will finish off the race for the team. FKI Racing also comes into the pits on this lap then, as too does the number 11, that is Goats Blue. They're going in for their last pit stop. And also into the pits for the very last time is Mr. Karting, Stu Stretton, in the hope that he can get to the finish of this race in reasonable time. But we are watching out for the number 9 and the number 25. Goats Red are all the way up to 3rd position, but they've got one more pit stop to make as well. So this is going to be agonizing. There is Team Canada and the Swiss driver, Julien Delacroix. It's all going to come down to what he can do on this final stint. Let's see if he's got what it takes to push for the checkered flag. Julien Delacroix goes out onto the circuit. Team Canada have got such a hard job in front of them now, but they managed to get the minimum. 45 minutes and 9 seconds. You won't see them in the pits again. So it's all down to Julien Delacroix. Can Team Canada take the victory in this race? We've got the 32 in the pits as well, the X-Kart Young Guns, the X-Kart drivers. The 24 is also in pit road. That is the team from FKI Racing. They needed to make their last stop. Golden Buzz have made their last stop. So basically everybody in the race now is only going to make one more pit stop. But the question is, what kind of pace can Julien Delacroix do, having rejoined now in P6? But he knows, hang on, the MENS Racing team have done their last pit stop. So MENS Racing are in this mix. They've done their last stop, and it was a 45 minutes and 4 seconds. They don't need to pit again. So the French team, there's 4 teams in this race. MENS Racing could be in the mix for the victory as well now. They've been quietly getting on with things under the radar. They did their last stop while they were at the back, and now they've gone ahead of Team Canada. So that's for 3rd position. Can Julien Delacroix get onto the podium? Never mind get the victory, because MENS Racing are ahead of them. Could MENS Racing win this one? Down pit road goes Stu Stratton. Time to finish the job, sir. Absolutely incredible. The one-man band is going to get to the finish as long as he can keep it going. Goats Red come into the pits and finish off their job. But MENS Racing have got out in front of Superdriver and Team Canada. Superdriver still need to make one more stop, though. And Julien Delacroix has actually got out of the pits. Now, let me do the math here. 30 seconds behind Arthur Wu of the men's racing team. Now, that means that MENS Racing, in theory, should be running in 2nd or 3rd position, only about 25 seconds off the lead. This is going to go absolutely mental in the last half hour, because we're going to have 3 teams within about 25 seconds of each other at the flag. So this could go anybody's way. Out goes the Goats Red Racing team and the Goats Blue Racing team as well. So they're done for the pit stops now. Oh, don't make mistakes like that now. Oh, teams are really starting to get a little bit squirrely because the circuit's getting quicker. The drivers will want to push more. The tyres will be screaming at them, but there's more grip to be found. Got to try and figure out where Volturno are going to get into their pit stop now. This is it. It's now or never. Volturno have got to make their stop, and that's going to be 3 minutes. And the 25, KMRS Racing have got to make their pit stop, and that's got to be agonizingly 12 seconds longer. But MENS Racing and Team Canada are done. So are KMRS by FOK, and they are only 25 seconds back from Canada. So we could have an amazing situation where we've got about 1 minute and 10 seconds between the top 5 teams. But this is all going to come down to who they choose to put on the drive in the last stint. It's very tight at the end here now. So this is going to be so agonizingly close. All the teams have worked so hard to get to this point. We've got 39 minutes left. And it really is now time to see which team is going to put up or shut up in the closing stages. Volturno on lap 474. We're going to get to 500 laps before the checkered flag. But the big question is, which team's going to get there first? Will it be Volturno, KMRS, MENS, Canada, or KMRS by FOK? And even the KMRS by SKOF is going to be reasonably close to them at the checkered flag. Oh my word, this is going to be tight. I think MENS Racing could end up moving their way into 2nd position once the pit stops are done. And then it's going to be a straight fight between whoever they choose to put in the Volturno kart and the MENS Racing driver who's going to finish the stint for them, Arthur. And how about this for symmetry? This is insanity. The MENS Racing Team's driver, Tom Wadou, stayed out for 6 minutes and 20 seconds. 6 hours and 20 seconds. 6 hours, no minutes, and 20 seconds, which means that his teammate, Arthur, is also going to do 6 hours, no minutes, and around 20 seconds. They're going to be absolutely even on pace. You couldn't predict that if you tried. The X-Kart crew comes into pit road then for what is their final pit stop as well. The British team doing a fantastic job all the way. They're going to have one final splash and dash pit stop. And the X-Kart crew sadly missing out on their chance of a top 10 finish on this occasion. But they've given it everything they've got, and they've done very well over the course of this race. But which team will be triumphant? There are 5 teams in this battle. We now wait for Volturno and KMRS Racing, who have got to make one more pit stop to be legal. MENS Racing do not need to pit again. Team Canada do not need to pit again. KMRS by FOK do not need to pit again. And nor do KMRS by SKOF. So it's all going to come down to the last 2 pit stops in the top end. Super Driver in P4, but they will also need to make a pit stop. So that's going to be an agonizing miss for the victory for them. And I think that means that there's only going to be a handful of teams now that need to stop one more time. Harama Fan Racing, the number 20, they need to pit. Super Driver, they need to pit. And so too do the 2 leading crews. That's it. Only 4 teams left that have to make another stop, because Duarte have now come into the pits for their last pit stop. It's going to go down to the wire. But full credit to the number 19 crew, the X-Kart crew, and their final pit stop. They've worked very hard indeed to get them to the end of this incredible race. And the team who've travelled all the way from Rochester in the northwest of England to come all the way to Paris to put on a good show. And the X-Kart crews of the crew and the drivers have been very strong indeed. But it's not quite going to be a top 10 finish on this occasion. They will go back out onto the course and they will finish the job with their heads held high. They'll come back in 2026, I'm sure, where they will be pushing for a top 5 finish. And of course, they've got some great drivers to go out onto the course tomorrow for the conclusion of the sprint category and the chance to go to Las Vegas and represent TB Kart in the Super Nationals. But we've got the final pit stops to come, as into the pits comes the Volturno team. So the leading crew, Volturno, will come in for the final pit stop. Everything's perfect now for Volturno. They can't afford to mess this up. They've got time to play with, but they can't afford to take too long. It'll be a 3-minute pit stop if it's perfect. But it's got to be just a second or 2 over that 3 minutes if they want to be careful. But MENS Racing and their man Arthur is pushing so hard to try and get into the victory. Duarte, the number 3 kart, having its final pit stop. And they're going to make a slight adjustment to the tyre pressures by the look of it. Oh my word. Right down to the wire as Volturno come into the pits. Now, question, when will KMRS Racing make their final pit stop? Because they're about to go into the lead. They do indeed take the lead of the race now. So KMRS Racing go back into the lead. Are they going to try and stretch this stint out as long as possible to give us that last death maneuver to beat Volturno to the flag? But where is Arthur going to feed out? He's doing 121.6s at the moment. Samuel Libert is in the 121.4s. But the last lap time that Volturno did was a 120.9. So Volturno are definitely looking like they're on race-winning pace here. Out onto the circuit for the last time goes the team from Duarte. And now we're going to get to see how this epic 12-hour endurance race will conclude. One of the most exciting rental kart races of endurance distance I have ever seen. here in Kartland Paris with drivers from Canada in the west all the way to China in the east. And they have given us such amazing entertainment here at Kartland Paris. And it is going to go down to the wire with these last couple of pit stops. And KMRS know it. Lucas Urbani running down pit lane, trying to figure out what the score is for his team. But I think they know that they're going to run just short of the victory here. Out onto the circuit again goes kart number 9. Oh no, they're going to pull in and make sure they can get the mandatory minimum time accurate. So that is Volturno. And this is the team that has a great chance to go for the victory. And for the last stint, they put Salvatore Nito back in the car. What an opportunity for Salvatore Nito, the secret weapon of the squad. And this could be the Volturno team's opportunity to take the victory. They know that they've only got a few seconds in hand when the pit stop is done. They've got to make it a 3-minute pit stop minimum. And this is going to go right down to the wire. Now, who is that in the pit stop behind us? That is the 20 of Haramathan Racing. They're in the pit stop as well. But as for Volturno, it's time to count to 3 minutes. Off they go. Volturno is going to push, push, push. They are charging for the win. So where does Volturno get out? That's Team Canada, isn't it? Isn't that Team Canada they've got out behind? Salvatore Nito and MENS Racing, they come through in very close quarters. So Volturno have come out a lap ahead of Team Canada. That costs Team Canada their chance of the win then. It's been a tough old mission for them, but they're not going to make it happen. So Volturno rejoin. And they are going to be in the battle here for the victory. But what about the 476 of Otterhue? He's going to work his way past the pits any moment now and cross the line to complete lap 477. How many seconds will he and the MENS Racing team have to complete? What kind of a deficit have they got to make up, especially now that Otterhue is going particularly quickly on a 1:21.3? I think the gap's going to be too big, I'm afraid. So it's now going to come down to the wire between Volturno and KMS Racing. And the Volturno team actually gave themselves an additional 15 seconds clearance there that they didn't need to do. So where is the MENS Racing team by comparison? Is into the pits for the last pit stops comes Super Driver. And KMRS by SKOF will also make their final pit stop. It's not going to work out for them in the end. And it's going to leave us with just one team to make the final stop. And it's the leaders. And Samuel Libert is going to